I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 1 for a motion for approval of work in the parliamentary zone.
And I give the call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you. I move that in accordance with Section 5 of the Parliament Act 1974, the House approve the following proposal for work in the parliamentary zone, which was presented to the House on 5 September 2022, namely West Block new construction and refurbishment works.
I'll put the question. I call the Minister.
Thank you. In accordance with Section 5 of the Parliament Act 1974, this motion seeks approval from the House for construction and refurbishment works at the historic West Block building within the parliamentary zone to enable its renewal and subsequent ongoing use as office accommodation. West Block is located at the intersection of Queen Victoria Terrace, State Circle and Commonwealth Avenue in Canberra. It was previously used as offices for Commonwealth agencies prior to its sale in 2017. The National Capital Authority received a works approval application for the proposal and is seeking approval for the works. The works include a new portico at its entrance, access ramps, a small building to house health and recreation facilities, and works to refresh the nearby landscape. The proponent will also undertake works to improve and maintain the heritage values of the current building. The project has been developed by the owner in consultation with the Department of Climate Change, Energy, the Environment and Water and the National Capital Authority. The owner has met obligations under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999, and following consideration by both Houses of Parliament, the National Capital Authority is prepared to grant approval for the proposed works. I commend the motion to the House.
And I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes, I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 2. Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022.
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I present the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022 and explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to family assistance and for related purposes.
Give the call to the Minister for Education.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. It is a privilege to introduce the Family Assistance Legislation Amendment, Cheaper Childcare Bill 2022. This bill will cut the cost of childcare for around 1.26 million Australian families. Early childhood education and care is incredibly important. It's also expensive. Anyone who has a child in care knows that. Costs have gone up by 41% in the last 8 years. The cost of childcare is a massive roadblock for a lot of Australian parents who want to head back to work or work more hours or more days. Last year, 73,000 people who wanted to work didn't look for work, according to the ABS, because they couldn't make childcare costs work for them. Right now, where both parents are working and have 2 or more children in childcare, one parent can lose between 80% and 100% of their take-home pay for working a 4th or 5th day each week. And those parents are overwhelmingly women. If the cost of childcare is almost what you earn for working a fourth or fifth day, it's no surprise that many Australian women decide it's not worth it. So what we do here matters. In 2005, female participation in the workforce was 57%. Today it's 62%. That's an improvement, but that number hides an important fact. Australian women are more than twice as likely as men to be in part-time work because of caring responsibilities. A typical Australian woman with children under 12 works 2.5 days a week. That's paid work. If we make childcare cheaper, it will make it easier for lots of women to work more paid hours and more paid days. And that means they earn more now and have more superannuation when they retire. It's good for careers and it's good for families. It's also good for our economy. Making childcare cheaper isn't welfare. It's important economic reform. It boosts participation. If you make childcare cheaper, businesses get thousands of skilled workers back at work. And that's good for business and good for productivity. Treasury estimates that these measures will increase the hours worked by women with young children by up to 1.4 million hours per week by 2023-24. That's the equivalent of up to an extra 37,000 full-time workers. That makes a real difference for our economy. That's families generating extra income. That's building the careers and the retirement savings of Australian women. That's why we made cheaper childcare a key part of our election campaign. And this bill implements the promise that we made to the Australian people. It will make early education and care cheaper for approximately 1.26 million families. Around 96% of families with children in early education and care will be better off. None will be worse off. Schedule 1 of the bill sets out the increase in subsidies for families. From July 2023, families with a combined household income of $80,000 will receive a childcare subsidy of up to 90% for their first child in care. Subsidy rates for families earning less than $530,000 a year will also increase. The rate of subsidy is tapered, reducing as household income increases. These are real benefits for Australian families. A family on roughly the Australian median combined income of $120,000 with one child in care 3 days a week will save $1,780 in the first year of this plan. For second and subsequent children, 5 or under, this legislation retains the higher childcare subsidy. This recognises the increased financial burden on families with multiple children in care and provides a subsidy of up to 95% for eligible families. Mr Speaker, I'm proud to say that this bill also provides additional support for Indigenous Australian families in accessing early childhood education and care. Schedule 3 of the bill introduces a base level of 36 subsidised hours per fortnight for Indigenous children, whether their families meet the activity test or not. This is an important step in supporting education outcomes for Indigenous families. According to the 2021 Australian Early Development Census, 2 in 5 Indigenous children are developmentally vulnerable in one or more domains when they start school. Now, that's compared to 1 in 5 children from a non-Indigenous background. Last year, the proportion of Indigenous Australian children assessed as developmentally on track in all 5 domains was 34.3%. That is a drop from 35.2% in 2018. And that is the first time that this metric has gone backwards. The gap is getting bigger, not smaller. We need to turn this around. That's why we've introduced this measure into this bill. It will help more Indigenous Australian children to access early childhood education. 6,600 Indigenous families will benefit from these measures over the first year as their base level of subsidised hours increases from 0 or 24 to 36 hours per fortnight. And these measures will make it easier for other Indigenous families to access more early childhood education for their children, or to access it for the first time. We've developed this listening closely to the advice of SNAIC, the Secretariat of National Aboriginal and Islander Childcare, who are tireless in advocating for improved access to early childhood education and care for Indigenous families. Mr Speaker, the subsidy measures in the bill commence on the 1st of July 2023, with the first payment in the childcare subsidy fortnight of 23-24 commencing on the 10th of July 2023. The previous government's higher childcare subsidy for families with multiple children policy included another measure which was due to commence from July 2023. That measure reduced the period families could continue to access the higher childcare subsidy for a child after their sibling left care. That measure is forecast to save $34 million over 4 years. The problem is that the same measure is forecast to cost more than $89 million to implement. That's almost 3 times what it was meant to save. That is an expensive saving, and that measure is therefore removed from this bill. In its place, in Schedules 2 and 4, the bill introduces measures to improve transparency and strengthen integrity within the early childhood education and care sector. Schedule 2 increases transparency around large childcare providers, helping families to understand where their childcare fees are going. The bill requires large childcare providers, regardless of the type of service that they operate, to report financial information about revenue and profits to the Department of Education. This information can be made available online to families choosing a provider. This bill also strengthens the integrity mechanisms which underpin the sector. Schedule 4 requires that payments of childcare gap fees be made electronically. The gap fee is the amount a family must contribute to the cost of childcare. A requirement that these payments be made electronically will work together with existing record-keeping obligations to help test whether gap fees have been paid. It will be a significant obstacle for fraudulent schemes where a service tries to claim the subsidy for care that isn't occurring. The bill also allows for exemptions to be made to provide flexibility around cash payments in exceptional circumstances, and over the coming months, my department will continue to engage closely with the sector on these provisions to ensure appropriate exemptions are in place in Minister's rules. Schedule 4 also strengthens requirements that approved childcare providers have good governance arrangements in place. The Secretary may also make rules for information that providers must report each week to receive subsidy payments from the government. Schedule 5 of the bill supports our early childhood educators by confirming the educator discount agreed to in the 2021-2022 mid-year economic and fiscal outlook. This will give childcare providers the option of offering a discount on childcare fees for the children of their educators, without this affecting the amount of childcare subsidy payable. This will support the retention and attraction of early childhood educators in the sector. Schedules 6 to 8 of the bill make minor amendments to improve or clarify the operation of the childcare subsidy. And these include clarifying the impact of gap fee waivers on the amount of subsidy payable, the impact of gap fee waivers, allowing discretion around the payment of subsidy for absences in exceptional circumstances, and extending time periods for services to pass on subsidy amounts to families in certain situations. The government has proposed that this bill be referred for inquiry to the Senate Education and Employment Committee, and my office has foreshadowed this approach with the Shadow Minister for Education's office and the Shadow Minister for Early Childhood Education and Youth's office, and I look forward, as I'm sure we all do, to the report from that committee. Mr Speaker, this bill is only one part of the government's work in supporting Australian families with young children. Prior to the election, we also announced that we would ask the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission to look at childcare costs. And last week, with the Treasurer, I announced that this inquiry will kick off on the 1st of January and deliver its interim findings before the 1st of July to guide the implementation of this legislation. It will deliver its final report by the end of next year. We will also task the Productivity Commission to conduct a comprehensive review of the early education and care sector with the aim of implementing a universal 90% subsidy for all families. This review is expected to commence in the first half of 2023, with a final report in 2024. Mr Speaker, I want to acknowledge and thank all of those who have had a hand in the creation of this bill. We have consulted with the sector through the Early Childhood Education and Care Reference Group, and I want to thank all of these organisations for their insights in the drafting of this legislation. The Secretariat of National Aboriginal and Islander Childcare, Early Childhood Australia, Good Start Early Learning, Early Learning and Care Council of Australia, Australian Childcare Alliance, Outside School Hours Care of Australia, the National Out of School Hours Services Australia Association, Queensland Children's Activities Network, Community Early Learning Australia, New South Wales Family Daycare, New South Wales and South Australia In-Home Care Support Agency, KU Children's Services, Community Connection Solutions Australia, Junior Adventures Group, Early Learning Association Australia, Family Daycare Australia, Community Childcare Association, Lady Gowrie Tasmania, the Australian Local Government Association, Outside School Hours Council of Australia and Their Care. It's important that we listen to experts, and that is what we've done, and their feedback and their advice through this process has made this a better bill. Mr Speaker, I also want to add my sincere thanks to my friend, the Minister for Social Services, Amanda Rishworth, who crafted this policy in opposition. And can I also add my thanks to my friend, the Minister for Early Childhood Education and Care, Minister for Youth, for her work in helping me to bring this bill before the Parliament. I also want to thank the Prime Minister, because it's his vision and his willingness to prosecute the case for greater investment in both female workforce participation and in our children's futures that has brought us to this point today. As the Prime Minister said at the CEDA conference in this building only a few weeks ago, equality for women in participation, in pay, in leadership opportunities, in financial security is an essential precondition for Australia's future economic growth. A key part of this is reframing the national conversation about childcare, recognising its power and its value as an economic reform, an investment that benefits 2 generations of Australians simultaneously. Early education for a great start in life, flexible support for modern families, and a multi-billion-dollar boost to productivity and participation without adding to inflation. That's what this bill does. It's good for children, it's good for parents, and it's good for our economy. And I commend this bill to the House.
The debate must now be adjourned. Is the member for Aston?
Move that the debate now be adjourned.
I call the member for Aston. I thank the member for Aston. The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. I'll put the question. All those opinions say aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. Order. And I call the clerk.
Government business, notice number 3. Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respect at Work Bill 2022.
I call the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respect at Work Bill 2022 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to discrimination, human rights and gender equality and for other purposes.
I call the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The Anti-Discrimination and Human Rights Legislation Amendment, Respect at Work Bill 2022 marks a significant step in fulfilling the government's election commitment to implement the recommendations of the Respect at Work report. The Respect at Work report was a watershed moment in recognising the impact of sexual harassment in Australian workplaces and setting out a clear path to reform. The National Inquiry into Sexual Harassment in Australian Workplaces found that 33% of people who had been in the workforce in the preceding 5 years had experienced workplace sexual harassment. The National Inquiry found that almost 2 in 5 women said they had experienced sexual harassment in the workplace in the last 5 years. Gender inequality is a key driver of sexual harassment in the workplace, which is borne out by the disproportionate impact this behaviour has on women. The government acknowledges the work of the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and the work of the Commission more generally in producing the Respected Work report, and also the work that Commissioner Jenkins and the Commission have done since the report was published to implement the report's recommendations, including through the Respected Work Council. This bill would not have happened without the individuals and organisations who contributed their stories, advocacy and expertise to inform the findings and recommendations in the Respected Work report. The Respected Work report made 55 recommendations to federal, state and territory governments, independent government agencies, the private sector and the community more broadly, all driven by the same impetus: to put an end to sexual harassment and make Australian workplaces safe for all. The government is moving decisively to implement the outstanding legislative recommendations of the Respected Work report, as these changes will have an immediate impact in setting cultural norms around preventative efforts and are essential to eliminating workplace sexual harassment, discrimination and victimisation. Schedule 1 to the bill introduces an express prohibition in the Sex Discrimination Act to protect people from hostile workplace environments on the ground of sex. This protection will not require that conduct is directed at a specific person, but instead prohibits conduct that results in an offensive, intimidating and humiliating environment for people of one sex. As noted in the Respected Work report, sexually charged or hostile workplace environments can increase the risk of a person experiencing other forms of unlawful discrimination, including sexual harassment. This new provision will provide clarity to employers, employees and other people in the workplace of their obligations to create safe and respectful workplace environments. This will implement Recommendation 16C of the Respected Work report. Schedule 2 to the bill creates a positive duty on employers to take reasonable and proportionate measures to eliminate unlawful discrimination, including sexual harassment, as far as possible. This will implement Recommendation 17 of the Respected Work report. The Australian Human Rights Commission will also be equipped with appropriate compliance powers to enforce the positive duty. The Commission will prepare and publish guidelines for compliance with the positive duty and will educate businesses and employers to better understand and comply with their obligations. This will implement Recommendation 18 of the Respected Work report. This cornerstone of the Respected Work report recommendations is a key step to focusing actions on the prevention of sexual harassment and discrimination, looking beyond remedies to misconduct. The focus on prevention of workplace sexual harassment and discrimination also shifts responsibility from those who experience that discrimination and harassment to those who are best placed to prevent it, employers. The positive duty will complement the existing work health and safety framework, which also requires employers to ensure, as far as reasonably practicable, the physical and psychological health and safety of workers. The bill will enable the Commission to monitor and assess compliance, working with businesses along the way to support their compliance. The Commission's functions will include conducting inquiries into a person's compliance and making recommendations to achieve compliance, giving a compliance notice specifying the action that must be taken to address non-compliance, applying to the courts for an order to direct compliance with the notice, and the ability to enter into enforceable undertakings. Schedule 3 to the bill will provide the Australian Human Rights Commission with a function to inquire into systemic unlawful discrimination. This will implement Recommendation 19 of the Respect at Work report. The Respect at Work report found that there are significant cultural and systemic factors that drive sexual harassment in the workplace, and that addressing these drivers can be challenging. This function will enable the Commission to inquire into any matter that may relate to systemic unlawful discrimination or suspected systemic unlawful discrimination. Systemic unlawful discrimination is unlawful discrimination that affects a group of people and is continuous, repetitive or forms a pattern. The Commission can undertake an inquiry where requested by the Minister or when the Commission considers it would be desirable. At the conclusion of an inquiry, the Commission may publish a report and provide it to the Minister, which may include recommendations. Schedule 4 to the bill will enable representative actions to proceed from conciliation at the Commission to make an application to the courts, and will implement Recommendation 23 of the Respect at Work report. Currently, a representative body is able to make a representative complaint to the Commission on behalf of one or more persons. However, where a complaint is not resolved, the representative body is not able to initiate court proceedings. This bill will enable a representative body to progress a complaint on behalf of one or more affected persons from conciliation at the Commission to application to the court. This will improve support for people who experience harassment and discrimination to navigate the legal system and resolve their complaints. It will also better enable issues of systemic discrimination affecting a broad range of people to be addressed. Schedule 5 to the bill will insert a costs protection provision into the Australian Human Rights Commission Act to provide greater certainty in relation to the cost of pursuing legal action. This will implement Recommendation 25 of the Respect at Work report. The Respect at Work report heard that concerns about adverse costs orders deter applicants from seeking to resolve complaints through the courts. Cost reforms will give both applicants and respondents greater certainty in terms of the costs they may face, while not impacting their access to legal representation. The cost reform in this bill is the model supported by the Australian Human Rights Commission in their 2021 Free and Equal Position paper, and these reforms will apply to all applications under Commonwealth anti-discrimination law. The approach balances the need for certainty and the clear impact costs have on applicants taking action in the courts against the unintended consequences of cost reform, such as impacting in access to legal representation. Schedule 6 to the bill will amend the Workplace Gender Equality Act to require the Commonwealth public sector to report against 6 gender equality indicators to the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. The Respect at Work report found that improved data collection is important to ensure that there is robust understanding of gender inequality in Australian workplaces. This will implement Recommendation 43 of the Respect at Work report for the Commonwealth public sector. Schedule 7 to the bill will clarify that victimisation can be the basis for a civil action of unlawful discrimination against Commonwealth anti-discrimination law, being the AIDS Discrimination Act, the Disability Discrimination Act and the Racial Discrimination Act. The Respect at Work Act 2021 included an amendment to clarify that victimisation can be the basis of a civil and not just a criminal action of unlawful discrimination under the Sex Discrimination Act. It has always been the intention that the provisions in relation to victimisation in the Sex Discrimination Act and the equivalent provisions in other Commonwealth anti-discrimination acts could form the basis of either a civil or criminal cause of action, but the clarifying amendment in the Respect at Work Act 2021 was made necessary by a number of court decisions which gave rise to uncertainty around whether the relevant provisions achieved their intent. The amendments in Schedule 7 would address the same potential issue in other Commonwealth anti-discrimination acts by ensuring that the victimisation provisions in those acts reflect what has always been the intention, which is that acts of victimisation can form the basis of both civil and criminal causes of action. Schedule 8 to the bill will amend the object clause of the Sex Discrimination Act to state that an object of the Act is to achieve substantive equality between men and women. This will implement recommendation 16A of the Respected Work Report. The bill will also insert a new objects clause to support the operation of the new hostile work environment protection. The addition to the objects clause will state that an object of the Act is to eliminate, so far as is possible, discrimination involving workplace environments that are hostile on the ground of sex. This schedule will also change the time frame for when a complaint under anti-discrimination law may be terminated by the President of the Australian Human Rights Commission from 6 months to 24 months. The Respected Work Act 2021 amended the time frame for complaints made under the Sex Discrimination Act, but not for any other anti-discrimination law. This has led to procedural challenges and complexity for people who are entitled to make a claim under more than one Commonwealth Anti-Discrimination Act. The President retains a discretion to consider complaints beyond the statutory timeframe, but this change will give greater certainty to complainants that intersectional aspects of an anti-discrimination complaint can be considered without procedural obstacles. To conclude, sexual harassment is a serious and pervasive issue that affects all industries and all professions and demands a fundamental rethink in how our laws are shaped to prevent and respond more effectively. The Respected Work Report represents a paradigm shift in how public policy and the legislative framework support people who experience sexual harassment and discrimination in the workplace. This bill takes those steps as set out in the Respected Work Report, makes that paradigm shift and signals to all workers that they deserve to be safe at work. Sexual harassment is by no means inevitable. It is preventable, and this government will continue to work to ensure that it is addressed. I am both pleased and proud that the government is taking this next crucial step in fully implementing the Respected Work Report. The Attorney-General's Department consulted with a number of key stakeholders in relation to the measures contained in this bill, including members of the Respected Work Council. I'd like to thank the unions, business groups and other individuals and organisations that provided constructive feedback to the Attorney-General's Department as part of that process. I expect the bill will be referred to a Senate committee for an inquiry. Given the range of views about how best to implement the recommendations of the Respected Work Report, I have no doubt that the committee will receive a number of thoughtful and constructive suggestions for refinements and improvements to the bill. The government looks forward to engaging through the Attorney-General's Department with that important parliamentary process.
I thank the Attorney-General. The debate must now be adjourned. I call the Shadow Minister.
I move that the debate now be adjourned.
The question is that the resumption of the debate be made an order of the day for the next sitting. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk. I call the honourable member for Newcastle. Call the honourable member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I am very pleased to be able to present the report of the Australian Parliamentary Delegation to the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Association Conference, which was held in Halifax, Canada last month. The delegation was led by the President of the Senate, and the other members of the delegation were Senators.
Order. The member for Newcastle, do you seek leave?
I do seek leave to present this report.
Shadow Minister. Is leave granted?
It's granted.
I thank the Shadow Minister and I call the honourable member for Newcastle.
I am picking up where I left off, Deputy Speaker. The delegation was led by the President of the Senate, and other members of the delegation were Senators Helen Polley and Linda Reynolds, and the member for Fisher and myself. The delegation worked very well together, along with other Australian delegates to the CPA conference from the states and territories, particularly in advancing our region's interests during the conference. The theme of the 2022 conference was inclusive, accessible, accountable and strong parliaments, the cornerstone of democracy and essential for development. The conference encompassed a number of components, including meetings of regional groups of the CPA, the 38th Small Branches Conference of members from small legislatures and meetings of the Executive Committee of the CPA, 10 workshops, the General Assembly of the CPA and the meeting of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians. With other delegates, I attended the meeting of the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, and I represented the Australian region at the CWP Steering Committee and participated as a speaker and panel member in a workshop on effectively combating all forms of abuse and harassment in Parliament. With the strong support of the Australian delegation, the General Assembly agreed to a proposal by the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians that at least 1/3 of delegates to future CPA conferences should be women. Other decisions included a new officer role for the chairperson of the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Network and a change to the rules for future appointments to the role of CPA Secretary-General. On behalf of the delegation, I would like to extend our thanks to the members of the CPA Canadian region and the parliamentary staff who provided such enthusiastic assistance in hosting the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. The delegation was grateful to His Excellency the Honourable Scott Ryan, Australian High Commissioner to Canada, for travelling to Halifax and providing valuable briefing and support to the delegation. And finally, I would like to thank the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade for assistance provided and the staff of the International and Parliamentary Relations Office for coordinating all arrangements for the delegation. I extend special thanks to Alex Cullen, the Director of IPRO, who provided enormous support in the lead-up to and throughout our time in Halifax. Her sound advice, calm approach and professionalism was always appreciated. And likewise, I want to thank Peter Banson, our Deputy Clerk from the House of Representatives, who was especially helpful to me during the Commonwealth Women's Parliamentary Conference and then backed up to support the whole delegation for the CPA conference that followed. Thank you to Peter for your hard work and dedication. Your commitment, good spirits and attention to detail was especially welcome. In summing up, Deputy Speaker, the 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference presented a valuable opportunity to strengthen bonds with the Commonwealth Parliaments, and we were pleased to be able to make useful contributions to debates and discussions and to promote matters of importance to Australia. I commend the report to the House.
I thank the honourable member for Newcastle. Clark.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill 2022, resumption of debate on the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for McPherson.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak on Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill 2022. Deputy Speaker, the threat of terrorism continues to evolve, globally and for Australia. Disruption associated with the pandemic has seen the emergence of new conspiratorial narratives, some of which may provide false justification for violent activities. In 2022, as we continue to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic and once more gather in crowds, we cannot become complacent about the terrorist threat. This bill would extend the sunset date for the following counter-terrorism powers utilised by the Australian Federal Police by 12 months so that they do not sunset on the 7th of December 2022. The stop, search and seizure powers that are contained at Division 3A of Part 1AA of the Crimes Act 1914 to the Crimes Act, the control order regime in Division 104 of the Criminal Code Act 1995, the Criminal Code, and the preventative detention order regime in Division 105 of the Criminal Code. The Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, generally known as the PJSIS, provided a statutory review on the powers central to this bill in October 2021, unanimously recommending that the powers be extended, provided amendments were made, including additional safeguards. I note that the Attorney-General indicated to the House that the government will be looking to draft legislation and consult with the states and territories after providing their response to the PJSIS's report. We look forward to the government also engaging with the opposition on potential legislation in the interests of continuing the tradition of bipartisanism or bipartisanship when it comes to national security in this place. And I do look forward to working closely with the Attorney-General, so it is a very genuine offer made on my behalf and on behalf of the Coalition to work very constructively on matters of national security, particularly in relation to terrorism matters. Australia's counter-terror arrangements include 3 national objectives: countering violent extremism in all its forms by preventing radicalisation of individuals before an attack takes place, and rehabilitating and reintegrating violent extremist offenders. Equipping our law enforcement, security intelligence and other operational agencies with the resources and powers to tackle terrorist threats, and ensuring that our counter-terrorism arrangements are resilient, collaborative, consistent and proportionate, both nationally and internationally. These pillars have guided our response over the past 20 years and will continue to do so over the next 20. Deputy Speaker, we know that we cannot and must not be complacent. The national terrorism threat level remains at probable, where it has been since 2014, and the probable level indicates that we have credible intelligence that there are people with the intent and the capability to do us harm. Individuals, groups and ideologies, both old and new, continue to plot and fantasise about doing us harm. Encrypted communications and global digital networks give these people a secure voice to a worldwide audience. Disruption associated with the pandemic has seen many stay home, alone, with little to do but search the internet for simple answers to complex global questions. The Australian Government needs to protect our community from terrorism and provide our law enforcement and intelligence agencies with the tools and resources they need to protect our community, and this bill is one of those very tools. I note that the Parliament last year worked to pass the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, Sunsetting Review and Other Measures Act 2021, in which the sunset provisions were extended until the 7th of December 2022. That Act also dealt with sunsetting provisions for declared areas relating to foreign fighters under the Criminal Code, amongst other matters which are not under consideration in this bill. The relevant provisions of the Crimes Act 1914 give police the powers required to respond to a terrorist incident or threat swiftly and efficiently. The powers allow police to stop, question and search persons and seize items in a Commonwealth place if they suspect on reasonable grounds that the person may have just committed, might be committing, or might be about to commit a terrorist act, or affect these same powers in the same circumstances but in a prescribed security zone and without reasonable grounds. To enter a premise if they suspect on reasonable grounds that it is necessary to search the premises for a thing and to seize it to prevent it from being used in connection with a terrorism offence, and that it is necessary to do so without a search warrant because there is a serious and imminent threat to a person's life, health or safety. Control orders can be imposed by the courts for the purpose of protecting the public from a terrorist act, as well as preventing the provision of support for or facilitation of a terrorist act or the engagement in a hostile activity in a foreign country. Control orders can impose a combination of different obligations, prohibitions and restrictions, including but not limited to prohibiting the person being in a specified area or from leaving Australia, requiring they wear a tracking device, requiring them to report to specified places at certain times, or even requiring they participate in specified counselling or education. The use of control orders has served our community immensely. I can cite multiple examples of the Australian Federal Police diligently protecting Australians through their use. In one such example, in April 22, so just earlier this year, a convicted terrorist offender was sentenced in New South Wales for breaching a federal court control order. A year earlier, the man pleaded guilty to the offence after contravening conditions of the control order 2 weeks after his release from prison by accessing religious extremist material. The AFP has said, and I quote, "Control orders are among the legislative measures used by authorities to protect the community from terrorism by restricting certain actions and imposing other obligations on those subject to the orders." The AFP's high-risk terrorism offenders teams around Australia work tirelessly with our partner agencies to ensure community safety, and the AFP takes seriously any breach of a control order. Sentencing shows any violation of these orders can attract a jail term. End of quote. Importantly, the need for these powers comes from the AFP's own statistics, showing 70% of convicted terrorist offenders released on control orders since 2019 have been prosecuted for contravening their orders. Preventative detention orders allow a person to be detained for a maximum of 48 hours, where police reasonably suspect an attack capable of being carried out could occur within the next 14 days, or to preserve evidence in relation to a terrorist act. As these powers have not been used to date, this demonstrates that the Australian Federal Police have been appropriately judicious in exercising them. Deputy Speaker, in my time as Home Affairs Minister, the Coalition Government ensured that our actions provided Australia's law enforcement and intelligence agencies with more tools to protect Australians from the threat posed by convicted terrorists who cannot be brought back from the brink. With attacks in recent years in New Zealand and the United Kingdom, we were, and in opposition we remain, committed to doing everything in our power to prevent such a tragedy from occurring here. We know that terrorists seek to create fear and division in our communities. Their ultimate aim is to destroy the ties that bind us together as a nation. That's why there is no greater refutation of their ideology, nor proof of their impotence, than the free, open and transparent debate that empowers our liberal democratic norms. The act of passing legislation through a parliament elected by the Australian people and reflective of their diversity is a direct challenge to terrorist ideology. It's also emblematic of our adherence to the rule of law, a concept alien to terrorists who kill indiscriminately. Taking decisive action to prevent, detect and deter terror attacks should be the priority of any government, as it was under the former government. The coalition government delivered record funding in the fight on terror, including an extra $1.3 billion for the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, and boosting the Australian Federal Police's annual budget to more than $1.7 billion. We strengthened laws to ensure our highest-risk terrorists remain behind bars and that terrorists serve their full sentences, even when weak state laws provide discounts. And we strengthened laws enabling us to cancel the citizenship of dual national terrorists. We listed terrorist organisations under our criminal code, making it illegal to be a member or supporter, including Hezbollah and Hamas in their entirety and other extremist groups such as the Base and the Sonnenkrieg Division. With an emphasis on fighting international terrorism offshore before it reaches Australian homes, the Coalition's counter-terrorism approach included active participation in countering online radicalisation and recruitment, terrorist financing, disrupting terrorist activity before it occurs, and finding terrorists after they strike. The former government proudly co-chaired with Indonesia the Global Counter-Terrorism Forum's working group on countering violent extremism as a direct protective measure. On the matter of countering violent extremism, the Coalition invested an additional $61.7 million into Australia's countering violent extremism programs, keeping Australians safe from the full range of violent extremist ideologies and nearly doubling the total investment in CVE, countering violent extremism, since such initiatives began in 2013. This funding included 5 key measures: $24.5 million to expand intervention programs into rural and regional areas, establishing a $13.8 million national program to rehabilitate and reintegrate violent extremists in custody, providing $8 million to found an international centre of excellence for CVE research, risk assessment and training, a new $10.7 million CVE community grants program, and a $4.7 million boost to strategic communication programs that rebut extremist narratives and provide positive, alternative stories about life in Australia. Ensuring Australia remains a peaceful, tolerant and harmonious country needs to continue to be a government priority, but we cannot be blind to the fact that there are those among us who seek to sow hate, fear and discord. Violent extremists may have a range of ideologies and motivations, but none of them are welcome in this country. And the former government's CVE programs delivered strong results, but these programs had to keep up with changing extremist ideologies, methodologies and narratives. We all know that terrorists can benefit directly from organised crime, particularly being funded by proceeds of crime. The threat of transnational, serious and organised crime, including gangs, is real. It's estimated that serious and organised crime costs hard-working taxpayers up to $60 billion a year. The Coalition government also introduced world-first powers to put high-risk mafia, triad and other gang leaders behind bars. We invested in the Australian Federal Police to boost their capabilities to keep communities safe from criminals and the threat of drugs and violence, including through the use of organised crime strike teams and the Criminal Asset Confiscation Task Force. The Coalition's tough stance on crime meant more detections and seizures, taking drugs, guns and other weapons off our streets. We cracked down on firearms trafficking with new laws, increased penalties and mandatory minimum sentences. We also boosted the resources of the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, the Australian Border Force and AUSTRAC as part of our comprehensive plan to combat transnational serious and organised crime. Indeed, aside from the introduction of continuing detention orders and control orders to keep our highest risk terrorist offenders behind bars and restrict the movement of offenders when released, some of the specific counter-terrorism achievements under the Coalition included 150 people charged as a result of 77 counter-terrorism-related operations since September 2014, when the national terrorism threat level was raised to probable. Laws to ensure terrorists serve their full sentence, even if weak state laws provide a discount. The revocation of the Australian citizenship of 22 former dual nationals under the terrorism-related provisions of the Australian Citizenship Act 2007. $86.7 million to protect the community from the threat of high-risk terrorists, including $19.8 million for a national terrorist register. $61.7 million to prevent radicalisation through programs to counter all forms of violent extremism and promote social cohesion. The listing of 29 groups as proscribed terrorist organisations under the Criminal Code, including the base and the entirety of Hezbollah and Hamas. Criminalising the hosting and streaming of abhorrent violent material online, such as acts of terrorism. The three pillars Australia built our counter-terrorism response on for the past 20 years have served us well and will continue to do so going forward. The government will need to continue to secure Australia and the freedoms that security affords us by collaborating with others, sharing experiences and working together. We need to continue to counter violent extremism in all its forms before an attack takes place, maintaining our social cohesion and celebrating diversity and inclusion, where terrorists try to divide and to sow fear. And we need to continue to give our law enforcement and security agencies the powers and authorities they need to respond to the terrorists and violent extremists who would do us harm. The threat of terrorism and violent extremism has not diminished, but neither has the willingness of those on this side of the House to combat them and to keep Australians safe and secure.
I thank the Honourable Shadow Minister, and I call the Minister.
I move the debate be adjourned.
The question is the debate be adjourned until a later hour. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I call the Leader of the House.
I declare that the Counter-Terrorism Legislation Amendment, AFP Powers and Other Matters Bill 2022 is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
Thank the Leader of the House. Call the Leader of the Greens.
Standing orders be suspended, as would allow the member for Melbourne to give notice for a bill for an act which would have the effect of repealing the Stage 3 tax cuts.
Is leave granted? That was leave is granted? Yes. Sorry. Was that leave is not granted? Leave is not granted. Call the honourable member for Melbourne.
Thank you. Speaker, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended, as would allow the member for Melbourne to give notice for a bill for an act which would have the effect of repealing the Stage 3 tax cuts. This is urgent. This is the last sitting week before the budget. If we don't repeal the stage 3 tax cuts now, then the budget that will happen in just a couple of sitting days is going to lock in inequality in this country, destroy this country's progressive tax system, and bake in $244 billion of handouts to billionaires and politicians and the wealthy at a time that this country is living through a cost of living crisis. Now, this is our chance. This is our chance to ensure that social democracy doesn't head to the chopping block, that instead we ensure that there's $244 billion in the budget that isn't funnelled off to billionaires, isn't given to politicians for a $9,000 a year tax handout that no one deserves or needs, but instead is used to do things that will relieve the pressures that everyday people are facing. This money, if the budget bakes it in, is a huge, huge impost. It is ridiculously expensive. That is one of the biggest expenditures this country has ever committed to. $244 billion, which the government wants to lock in this upcoming budget next sitting week, $244 billion could get dental into Medicare for everyday Australians, it could make childcare free, and it could build affordable housing. Those are the things that people need right now to deal with wages going backwards, incomes going backwards, and the costs of everything else rising. Government can make a real difference to people's lives, but only if government has the courage to stand up to big corporations and to vested interests like billionaires and politicians, and instead use public money for the public good. Now, these stage 3 tax cuts will lock in inequality. We know that the top 1% of income earners will get the same out of these tax cuts as the bottom 65% put together. We know that men will get twice as much as women. At a time when the parliament should be doing everything it can to close the gender pay gap, Labor's stage 3 tax cuts will increase the gender pay gap. We know that the money that is ripped out of the budget is going to rise and rise and rise. Now, we are dealing with a massive expenditure that Labor wants to book and lock in this budget of $244 billion over the next decade. And I want people to just think, when Labor says there's no money for free childcare, or there's no money to get dental into Medicare, or to do all of the things that would make a difference to people's lives, that's because they're spending $244 billion giving tax cuts to politicians and billionaires and people who frankly don't need it. This will also be, this is why it is urgent that we resolve this today before the budget sitting, this will be the first time that I can remember, certainly in this parliament, but potentially in any parliament since Federation, that the government has locked in $244 billion on a program that they can't and won't justify. Not that long ago, my colleague, the member for Brisbane, asked the Treasurer, what are the economic justifications for the stage 3 tax cuts? The Treasurer could not even offer one justification for the stage 3 tax cuts. So you have a Treasurer and a government preparing a budget where perhaps the single biggest item of new expenditure of $244 billion on tax cuts is one that they can't even justify. That is why we need today to have a debate on the Greens bill to repeal the tax cuts for politicians and billionaires and instead spend that money on making everyday people's lives better. We've got to do this today before this expenditure gets locked in. This is extraordinary, Deputy Speaker. This is extraordinary that a government is about to bring a budget to this place and ask it to be passed very swiftly that locks in and includes $244 billion going to the wealthiest people in this country and does not offer a justification for it. I have not seen this in my time in this place, that $244 billion is asked to be approved on a program the government cannot even justify. The government cannot even justify. Why is the public being asked to spend $244 billion on Labor's stage 3 tax cuts when Labor itself cannot even justify them? This will widen inequality. This will increase the cost of living pressure on everyday people because there will be less money available in the budget to spend on things that will make people's lives better. I know the government says that they're concerned about deficits. The government comes in and says we can't do the things that we want to do in the budget because there are now additional pressures on the budget, including, they say, deficits. Now, we've got a different view to the government about the approach that should be taken to deficits, and we don't support an austerity approach that says you hurt everyday people to deal with a deficit. But it's the government who is coming here saying that deficits are the issue. Well, then why are you spending $244 billion on giving tax cuts to the richest people in Australia and going further into deficit to give Clive Palmer $9,000 a year? Don't come into this place and ask us to support cuts to services or to ask people to do it tougher in a cost of living crisis when we know that the government is prepared to borrow more to give Clive Palmer a tax cut. That is priorities the wrong way around. The Greens don't want Clive Palmer to get a $9,000 a year tax cut. We'd rather that money go to putting dental into Medicare so people can afford to fix their teeth. Labor wants Clive Palmer to pay less tax. The Greens want Clive Palmer to pay more tax so that you can get your teeth fixed. That's what this is about, and that's why it is urgent that we debate this bill today. Because once the government comes back here and locks in this spending in the budget, every other decision in the budget will hang off it. Every other decision in the budget will hang off it. Room for spending on getting dental into Medicare, or making childcare free, or wiping student debt, or building affordable housing, all of those things that we know would make a difference to people's lives, there will be less room in the budget to do that because the government, as its centrepiece, is locking in $244 billion of tax cuts to billionaires, politicians and the wealthiest people in this country. By supporting this motion and allowing this bill to come on for debate, everyone in this parliament will have a chance to show where they stand. It is one thing to go back to the electorate and say, oh, actually, I don't support this, or to give drops out to the media and say, oh, we're thinking about doing something different. What matters is the vote. What matters is how you vote in this place, because this is the place that makes laws and this is the place that can change laws, and this is the place that can set the parameters about what is in the budget. So this is the opportunity right here, right now, to say, let's debate, let's have a debate about a bill that we've got drafted that will repeal the stage 3 tax cuts. And the thing to remember, Deputy Speaker, is that this isn't asking everyday people to pay more tax than they're paying at the moment. These tax cuts haven't come into effect yet. This budget will be the first moment that Labor starts to lock them in. We are talking about stopping tax cuts to the wealthiest people in this country before they even get them. Before they even get them. So not only will this not impact on everyday people, they're not going to be asked to pay any more, there's going to be more money in the budget, starting from the accounting period starting now, that will mean the government can do more to make people's lives better. So very simple choice for people when it comes to this vote. Do you want Clive Palmer to get a $9,000 a year tax cut, or do you want to get dental into Medicare instead? The Greens know where we stand. Supporting this motion will make a big difference to the cost of living pressures that people are under.
I thank the honourable member for Melbourne. Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The motion is seconded. One of the things I heard a lot door-knocking during the federal election campaign was, and in fact probably the most common thing, was people are completely fed up with politics. Often they hate it. And one of the primary reasons is because they feel it is completely disconnected from their everyday lives. And the question of urgency today, I think, sums up a lot of the reasons that people hate politics right now. For those pensioners right now having to choose between paying the rent or feeding themselves that night, for the people who've been evicted into their cars, families, single parents, because there isn't enough public housing to go around, for those people skipping seeing the dentist, for those people having to take time out from their jobs because they can't afford childcare. Too often, time and again, this place makes choices about spending priorities that destroy and make those people's lives tougher, while at the same time doing frankly grotesque things like giving $9,000 a year extra to literally every person in this place. I cannot see a more urgent question than right now than repealing the Stage 3 tax cuts, freeing up $244 billion and using that money right now to plan for those people's futures. How often do we go back to elections and you hear people get up in this place and say, we really care about the cost of living crisis. But when it comes to the crunch, when it comes to getting to make a choice between repealing the Stage 3 tax cuts, admitting that it's urgent right now that we contemplate how we spend $244 billion and that maybe it's time to start spending that on dental into Medicare or universal free childcare or scrapping student debt or building enough public housing to solve the housing crisis. And literally right now, the majority of this place thinks that we're better off spending that $244 billion on dishing out $9,000 a year in tax cuts to anyone earning over $200,000 a year, including Clive Palmer, Gina Rinehart, every federal politician in this place. I do not know how you can look anyone in the eye and say you care about the cost of living crisis and know that your policy position right now is to give yourself an extra $9,000 a year. That is so absurd. And I think it's remarkable. There's this entire cottage industry that has been developed around trying to study the reasons why people don't like politics. There must be there's a loss of trust. People just aren't paying attention enough to the good work that we're doing in this place. Well, at the same time, as we're wondering about all of this, we always miss the forest for the trees, right? It couldn't possibly be that actually people know a lot about their own lives and they're fully aware of what goes on in this place. And right now what's going on in this place is we have a majority, both parties, deciding that we're better off spending $244 billion over 10 years, handing out $9,000 a year to anyone earning over $200,000 a year. It couldn't possibly be that leads to people deciding that they don't really like politics that much. Yeah, and I'll take that interjection, and potentially when you door-knock those people, you should lead with, hello, my solution to the housing crisis is handing out $9,000 a year to Clive Palmer. And it is interesting to me, actually, by the way, how tetchy Labor get when we talk about Labor's Stage 3 tax cuts, because down in their hearts they know that what the decision that they're making is less public homes, more people paying for the dentist, more people having to choose between paying the rent or feeding their families that night. And time and again, we get people get upset about the fact that they're being called out for a terrible policy position rather than contemplating the human impact that their policy position has on people's lives. We walk through the chamber in this place and every person you walk past is going to get $9,000, and you can think about more about that than you can think about the fact that your policy decisions right now, the choices you're making in this place, you're saying that it is not urgent to think about how we free up the cash to make sure that we build enough public housing, or make sure that anyone can go see the dentist if they need to, that we make sure that our teachers and nurses right now who are making up for the chronic underfunding of our public health and education, maybe they shouldn't have to make that sacrifice, and maybe we should make that sacrifice here and not pocket that extra $9,000 a year that the Stage 3 tax cuts are going to give every federal politician in this place. I think the message to both major parties is get less angry about the things we're saying here and more angry about the fact that people in your electorate are suffering and your major parties' positions right now are handing out $244 billion to people like Clive Palmer, rather than contemplating how we get that money and we put it towards actually improving the vast majority of people's lives in Australia.
That is why people are fed up with politics. That is why this motion today and why repealing the stage 3 tax cut is so critically urgent. And at the very least, we should be suspending standing orders so that everyone in this place can get up and justify why they think they need an extra $9,000, but we don't deem dental into Medicare. It is a sick joke. And
order. The member's time has expired. The question is that the motion be disagreed to. All of those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no? The ayes have it? Noes have it. Division required? In accordance with Standing Order 133, the division is deferred until after the discussion of the matter of public importance. The debate on this item is therefore adjourned until that time. Clerk.
Government business, order of the day, number 2, social services and other legislation amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize, Bill 2022, resumption of debate in the second reading.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Deakin.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a good opportunity for me to speak on the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment, incentivising pensioners to downsize bill, because, Mr Deputy Speaker, the good news is for those who will benefit from this bill that, to the government's credit, they've adopted a policy announced by the former coalition government, a policy that built on a succession of work, which I'll go into in some detail, which has sought to do a couple of things. Firstly, to support, of course, pensioners in the broadest possible way with respect to their, in most cases, single biggest asset being their home. And one foundational feature of our tax system and social services system has been the way in which we treat the principal place of residence, and indeed the way in which it is treated in a preferential tax sense really gives rise to the view, certainly on this side of the chamber, that that your principal place of residence, your home, which is in most cases your single biggest asset, is one of the foundational parts of your economic well-being. This also was an announcement from the former coalition government that built on a succession of work that we had done to support that cohort of individuals, not just to support their economic well-being, as I said, but also to meet another policy objective. And that other policy objective was trying to free up as much housing stock as possible. And we know that the Australian housing market has had a renaissance, certainly in the latter stages of the coalition government, when we saw residential construction booming, we saw first-home buyers hitting record levels. But nonetheless, our view has always been that where you can free up more stock, in addition to increasing your housing stock by building, that there's a benefit to broader community. And this announcement from the coalition, which has been adopted by the government, as I said, built on work that we had done to encourage particularly older Australians to downsize by removing some of the inherent and structural disincentives that sat within the system to do that. Indeed, one of the very successful measures that we put in place to encourage that freeing up of stock was the downsizer superannuation contribution measure that we introduced when I was Assistant Treasurer, which solved one key problem for senior Australians in seeking to downsize their property, and that was, what do you do with the proceeds of that downsize when it was trapped outside of super, when you couldn't get it back into super without breaching annual contribution caps. And the way we did that through the downsizing measure was to introduce a rule that if you had a principal place of residence that you'd owned for at least 10 years and some other conditions, and you had proceeds from that downsize, you could contribute up to $300,000 into your superannuation account, thereby removing the concessional contribution caps, and that amounted to $600,000 for couples. That measure, I'm very pleased at latest count, has seen nearly $9 billion, $8.9 billion flow into superannuation. So people not having that disincentive any longer of proceeds sitting outside of the tax-preferred environment of superannuation to being entitled to putting those proceeds up to $600,000, as I've said, into their superannuation and therefore supporting their retirement income. We made further changes after it was quite evident that the downsizer measure which we put in place was very successful. We increased or reduced the age from 65 to 60 in which people could take advantage of that, and then in the most recent budget before the election we reduced it even further to 55. So a huge body of work to support senior Australians and the way in which their principal place of residence interacted with the tax and social services system. Really important work for so many individuals, and as I said, proven by the fact that nearly $9 billion has already flowed into superannuation. It's clear that people and Australians were voting with their feet in taking advantage of that. The benefit being, yes, supporting their retirement income, supporting their economic future, but also achieving another policy objective of freeing up more housing stock. And typically, you can't generalise too much, but typically downsizing from that large family home into something somewhat smaller once people get to a certain stage of their life, thereby freeing up those larger, typically family homes for that next generation of families coming through. So removing that incentive was a very important precursor to the bill in front of us today. And as I said, very pleased that the government has adopted coalition policy, and credit where it's due. They've obviously recognised good policy as announced by the former government, and therefore I'm very pleased to be speaking on it now. So this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, amends the Social Security Act and of course the Veterans Entitlement Act to support pensioners even further and some other eligible income support recipients when they sell and ultimately purchase a new home. Now, this bill achieves that objective by doing two things. Broadly speaking, and I'll go into a bit more detail on each of them, but these two things, firstly, extend the existing assets test exemption for the principal home sale proceeds which a person or a couple intends to use to purchase a new principal home from the existing period of 12 months to 24 months, so doubling the period in which an eligible person is able to have those sale proceeds of their principal place of residence exempt for assets test purposes from 12 to 24 months. And that's, we think, a very sensible amendment, which is why we announced it, obviously, to give people that extra time that they need without feeling rushed and hurried into making that further purchase of their new home. Secondly, this bill applies and proposes to only apply the lower below threshold deeming rate to the proceeds of that asset sale, which is the exempt principal home proceeds, when calculating deemed income. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in essence, whilst the law has, or the existing law, enables that 12-month period to use the proceeds of that sale to purchase a new home without effectively being punished for those additional assets that were previously tax-exempt as your principal home but are now liquid, more often than not sitting in a bank account waiting to be spent on the new home. Not only do you get that exempt for a longer period of time, but that corpus of money that is sitting there as the proceeds of the sale will now only have the lower deeming rate applied to it as an imputed rate of return. So in essence, at present, and as it will continue, that imputed rate of return on that income obviously has impacts for pensioners and their pension entitlement, and so reducing that deeming rate from, at present, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, about 2.25%, which is the upper threshold, now to 0.25%, is, we think, a very encouraging change because it will mean that there's a lower imputed income on those sale proceeds. And let's be frank, for most people who are downsizing from one home to another, those funds will be sitting in a bank account, probably in an environment that's not earning them a great deal of return because they're looking to deploy those into a new home. So we think that lower deeming threshold is a really important measure. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the purposes of this bill and for the purposes of the way in which the rules have operated, your principal home's defined, of course, by the home you live in, and there's tests around that, and the first 2 hectares of land that it's on. The home must be on a single title. Currently, an income support recipient's principal home, as I've said, is exempt for social security assets test, and again, an important foundational feature of our tax and social services system is the concept that your principal home is treated that way. As I said, the extension that is allowed for in this bill is important, from 12 to 24 months. It is worth noting that under the existing law, there is, and has been for a long time, a scope to increase that period from 12 to 24 months, available on a case-by-case basis only in extenuating circumstances. So this hardwires into the law a standing ability to have those proceeds exempt for 24 months as opposed to 12, not relying on the extenuating circumstances criteria that are currently there. And those applying on a case-by-case basis have meant that in most cases people have to maintain that 12-month rule when looking to deploy that funding. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said, the home sale proceeds are subject at the moment to deeming provisions, that imputed rate of return that I spoke about. Under the current deeming arrangements, as I said, the lower deeming rate of 0.25 is applied to the value of financial assets up to a deeming threshold of $56,400 for singles and $93,600 for couples. The upper deeming rate, presently at 2.25%, applies to the value of financial assets above those thresholds. Again, in making this announcement prior to the election, we wanted to give seniors who are selling their current property greater confidence to do so. And in order to, again, support people in making that decision to downsize, the best way to do it is to remove the disincentives that existed in the system at that time. And
Not only was the way in which the proceeds of that sale dealt with a challenge for those people, but of course having the certainty that you'll have as long as you need, reasonably, to find that new property, we think is important. So we think 24 months is an appropriate measure, particularly in an environment.
Is interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour, and certainly you will be granted leave to continue speaking when the debate is resumed. Are there any statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Hinkler.
Madam Deputy Speaker, 1,209 days for the Queensland State Labor Government to finally sign a tender for the Bundaberg Port Conveyor Project. 1,209 days. A project that was fully funded by the Commonwealth. Fully funded. A project that will drive jobs and our local economy. And what do we see? We see firstly opposition, secondly delays, and thirdly the member for Bundaberg, the State Labor member, shows up for the sod turning, turns the sod and claims the project. It's quite incredible. Imagine that, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a miracle. There has been an absolute change of heart by State Labor in my local area. They have fought this project. They turned the sod on the 15th of July, and unfortunately I have to inform the people of my electorate that no work has yet started. So we've waited 1,209 days for a project that then cost an additional $7.7 million because of those delays and increases in construction costs. And what have we seen? A stunt by State Labor, claiming a project which they were opposed to, didn't want and then delayed. And now we still haven't seen the work. We need this project to get going. It is linking infrastructure for the Bundaberg Port. It will mean there will be more jobs and more activities. There will be more projects down there. There will be more companies employing more people from our local region. And yet all we see is inactivity, stunts and claims for projects for which they've had absolutely nothing to do with. It is disgraceful. The Queensland State Labor Government needs to get on with it and get on with it now.
Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Macarthur is now the biggest electorate in the country by population and increasing by hundreds every day. Last week I attended Macarthur Performing Arts High School for their annual performance. The performance was fantastic, but the school looks the same as it did when I first went there for a case conference in 1984. We have roads like Appin Road that are in the same condition they were 50 years ago, but lack of infrastructure spending by state and federal Liberal governments has led to really bad deterioration in our infrastructure and really deteriorating quality of life for many of our residents. Every increase in population has not had a consequent increase in infrastructure spending. Appin Road, high schools, lack of a rail link to Western Sydney Airport, lack of investment in our health infrastructure, lack of investment in our new suburbs as our farms become suburbs has led to deterioration in the quality of life of Macarthur residents. It is urgent that we spend money on infrastructure. The Liberal Morrison government and the state Perrottet government did nothing to provide infrastructure for our rapidly increasing population. Our quality of life is deteriorating thanks to lack of infrastructure spending by Liberal governments at a state and federal level. It is a disgrace. Those opposite should be ashamed of themselves. I urge our Labor government to get on with spending, which they will do, of infrastructure in Macarthur. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since the pandemic began, the housing crisis in WA's north is the worst seen in the region's history, leaving pretty ordinary houses in Karratha with a median rental price of $700 a week. And in South Hedland, there's been a growth of 73% in the weekly median rent from $375 to $650. The housing crisis in regional Western Australia is crippling our towns, forcing out our essential workers, our nurses, our childcare workers and in some cases our teachers. WA's Housing Minister John Carey has claimed that those calling for an audit of the number and condition of vacant state houses are out of touch. out of touch. Minister, it is you who is out of touch. The state government is out of touch for not realising that this is urgent and we require urgent action. There is currently close to 2,000 state government houses sitting empty and in need of repairs. Meanwhile, the waiting list for social houses in Western Australia is close to 19,000 people. Minister Carey has boasted that the state government has $12.8 million allocated to repair state houses. Well, that is good news, Madam Deputy Speaker. Get on and spend it. The state Labor government needs to get its head out of the sand, get out of West Perth and start taking seriously the housing needs of regional and remote Western Australia.
Thank you. Member for Robertson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently I was able to lend a hand and support the hard-working people who are Care for Coast. The evening was held at William Street Mall, Gosford, and is one of many that are held to help those who are doing it tough. Care for Coast is a non-for-profit organisation that supports community members by providing weekly hot meals, food hampers, toiletries, snack packs, clothing, haircut, pet food and service referrals. The evening was successful because of the association with excellent, energetic volunteers, Orange Sky Laundry and Dr Khalil from Smiles on the Coast. Care for Coast was established by Carly Powell, a local woman with a big heart. Ms Powell saw the need to support community members who are doing it tough and often sleeping rough. The core objective of this wonderful initiative is to reach and support individuals and families who are experiencing hardship and who are experiencing challenges. This is achieved by mobilising the power of volunteers and the generosity of the local community. Care for Coast do an amazing job in making those who are less fortunate feel like they've been seen. The organisation connects with those who often feel invisible, and it is a wonderful thing when all people in society are cared for. I would like to thank and acknowledge the tireless efforts of Ms Powell and many volunteers who work hard at making this local initiative a success story. I'm proud to be associated with this service, and I know the Central Coast community are proud of the work that they do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member for North Sydney.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the people of North Sydney to call on our Australian government to make a clear statement and condemn the recent attacks by Azerbaijan on Armenian territory. In the past 2 weeks, this current conflict has seen more than 200 Armenian personnel and 4 civilians killed, thousands of children taken out of schools for fear of shelling of their educational facilities, 192 homes damaged and over 7,500 people displaced. Disturbingly, while the ceasefire on the ground appears to be holding, the Azerbaijani forces are now controlling an area which is 7.5 kilometres within Armenia's sovereign borders and at 8 kilometres wide is effectively almost 1.5 times larger than my own federal electorate. Ultimately, the situation remains tense as evidence of human rights violations begin to emerge. As tensions between Russia and the Ukraine escalated, we as a nation did not hesitate to condemn the Putin regime's action, as we should. And in time we've come to provide both financial and material resource. Yet in the case of the invasion of Armenia, we remain silent. With the second largest Armenian Australian community living within the borders of my electorate, it is difficult for me to account for what appears to be a clear inconsistency on our government's behalf. In this context, I urge the government to emphasise Australia's commitment to democracy and condemn the Azerbaijan attack on Armenia. To do anything less would be to fail to play our role as a good global citizen.
Thank you. And Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There is a conversation being led in my community by Wajak Baladong Noongar Elder Emeritus Professor Simon Forrest on the importance of constitutionally enshrined First Nations voice to Parliament. Simon is a community leader, a friend and my neighbour. Simon wanted to meet with me, and I was secretly hoping that we could work together on the Uluru Statement from the Heart. I learned of Simon's commitment to the statement and was astounded to learn that he has been working tirelessly to raise awareness in our community. Between the election of the Albanese Labor government and now, I was astounded to learn that Simon has spoken to more than 25,000 people about constitutional recognition. To take from the beautiful campaign video from the Uluru Statement released yesterday, this is about having a conversation as a nation, walking side by side to change this country for the better. But as noted by Simon, the decision to change our constitution is ultimately up to you, the non-Aboriginal population of Australia, to give us a voice. This will be an important journey, and we have the opportunity to change lives for the better and be on the right side of history. This is an important step for Australia to become a more mature country, and I can't wait to see this happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Braddon.
Braddon?
Yes.
Today I'm proud to report that Rosebery District High School has received the national recognition as part of the Anzac Day Schools Award for 2022. This year we celebrate 75 years of Australia's involvement in international peacekeeping operations. Now, this year, Deputy Speaker, the judges were looking for schools to produce creative projects honouring our Australian peacekeepers. Rosebery District High School was the national winner of the Remote Schools category. Now, this school's entry was created by the boys from Years 7 to 10 as part of their Boys Wellbeing Week activities. They worked with the Study Hub West Coast manager Nikki Bolt to research peacekeepers veterans in Tasmania. That's when the boys were introduced to Clive Starkey, a local peacekeeper from Zeehan on the remote west coast of Tasmania. Now, Clive has served in the Australian Army's 17 Construction Squadron and was deployed to Namibia as part of the United Nations Transition Assistance Group. It was a great privilege to be in Rosebery with the students, the teachers, Nikki and Clive, for the official announcement to celebrate this outstanding achievement. In presenting those kids their award, I couldn't help but notice, Deputy Speaker, the incredibly positive rapport that Clive and those boys shared. No doubt that rapport is what contributed to the award-winning outcome. Congratulations to all those involved, and thank you to our nation's peacekeepers.
Thank you. And I give a call to Member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Minister for Veteran Affairs tabled the government's response to the interim report into the Royal Commission to Defence and Veteran Suicide. Australia has lost more serving and former serving personnel to suicide over the last 20 years than it has in active service in the same period. And in the Minister's words, the interim report makes clear that while there have been improvements in defence and veteran affairs processes, with a greater recognition of the importance of mental health as well as physical health, some systems and approaches across defence and DVA are not sufficient. I've met with a number of veterans and RSLs across Boothby, and time again I've heard of stories of veterans who submitted claims a year and a half earlier and had heard nothing. They'd often suffered for years before finally deciding to put in a claim, and to then have to wait for so long for a response was distressing and disrespectful of their service. I am pleased that this government has started to fix what is a truly broken veteran support system. By removing the DVA staffing level cap and recruiting 500 additional staff, claims will be processed faster. And I'd like to thank the veterans and current serving personnel in Boothby and assure them this government will be there for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Griffith.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We hear a lot of talk about the need for the Brisbane 2032 Olympics to leave a positive legacy. Well, if the federal government progresses with helping to fund 50% of the Queensland government's now potentially $2.5 billion plan to demolish and rebuild the Gabba Stadium as the main athletics track for the 2032 Olympics, then the biggest legacy could be the loss of the much-loved East Brisbane State School, which sits next to the stadium, and Raymond Park, which has been touted as the warm-up track. With chronically underfunded schools and hospitals across the country, the idea that the government would spend $2.5 billion on a stadium for a 2-week sporting event while destroying a school and a park in the process is disgraceful. East Brisbane State School now has over 311 students, having grown by more than 38% in the last few years. The school is incredibly diverse, with students from 39 different language groups and a specialised English program for refugee children. Meanwhile, Raymond Park is home to a wonderful community garden, local footy club, playground, basketball courts and old established fig trees. I'm calling on the federal government to make it a condition of any federal funding that the Queensland government drop the Gabba Stadium project and help save our school and park. The member for South Brisbane, Amy McMahon, and I are supporting the school PNC to hold a rally outside the school at 8:20 a.m. on the 20th of October. I also hope that the Ministers for Education, Infrastructure and Sport will accept my invitation to visit the school and hear from parents, residents and students before they make a decision that could affect this community forever.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I am deeply saddened by the passing of an elder in our community, Mr Jape Kongsu AM. He passed away last night at 97 years of age and is survived by his wife, Lay Min Ha, and my condolences to her and their many friends and family, including their children, Julia, Ian, Kenny, Alan, Wendy, Tony, Connie, Danny and Pamela, their 29 grandchildren and their 35 great-grandchildren. Kong Su will now be reunited with his daughter Vicky. Kong Su founded the Jape Group of companies in the Northern Territory in 1976, which remains family-owned. From successful property projects in the Darwin City Centre in the 1980s, the Jape Group has continued to prosper. Kong Su's vision, dedication and hard work have been recognised by the award of a Member of the Order of Australia for contributing to both Australian and Timor-Leste businesses, Timor-Leste's Order of Merit and the Order of Malta's Cross of Grand Officer Pro Merito Militensi for donating to a free medical clinic in Timor-Leste. A memorial service will be held at the Darwin Convention Centre on the 2nd of October before his final journey home to Rai, Timor-Leste, Vale, Jape Kong Su.
Thank you. Member for Hume.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to highlight a significant program funded under the Coalition Government which has provided major infrastructure improvements in my electorate of Hume, the Building Better Regions Fund. Mayors and councillors and community members are deeply concerned about the future of this program. The Golden Mile Council used BBRF funding to build an irrigation scheme using treated effluent to green our local playing fields, parks and gardens, in turn saving water and protecting these green spaces during droughts. BBRF delivered the upgrade of a new museum and car park at Rocky Hill. A new sporting pavilion at Seaford Oval contributed to Phase 2 of the Wallandilly Walkway and has funded the build of a new accommodation facility to meet the needs of people with disabilities in the local community. Through BBRF, the historic Picton Post Office got a new lease on life, revamped into a smart work hub, and it provided much-needed additional investment in our rural road network, including down to the Wombian Caves, that beautiful, beautiful part of Australia. These are projects that have helped our community grow and thrive, and all regional MPs on this side of this place want to continue to see this kind of investment in our regions, this focus on the crucial part of Australia in our regions. This fund is helping to build the kinds of regional communities we are proud of, we know our kids and grandkids will want to come back to, and it's supporting new jobs, additional jobs in regional Australia.
Thank you. Member for Ben.
Deputy Speaker, for a decade I had the privilege of representing staff at the Canberra Deep Space Communication Complex down in Tidbinbilla, one of 3 stations that make up NASA's Deep Space Network and responsible for supporting critical missions for decades. And this morning, with the Minister for Science, Ed Husic, I had the privilege to witness the great work of the CDSCC staff supporting the world's first full-scale planetary defence test. We witnessed NASA's double asteroid redirection test, the first deliberate action in our human history to change the motion of a celestial body in our solar system, the goal of which is to see if a larger asteroid colliding with Earth could be diverted, with the CDSC's staff receiving data and footage as it followed the impact. The 570-kilogram spacecraft collided with the asteroid Dimorphos at the speed of approximately 6.44 kilometres per second. The asteroid was 160 metres in diameter, roughly the size of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and was a staggering 11 million kilometres away from Earth. This ensured the demonstration posed no risk to Earth. This is an extraordinary technical feat by the teams around the world that designed and brought this project to this result, and a great example of the capacity of CSIRO and the CDSC's team in supporting international space missions.
Thank you. And I'm having a complete blank on your seat. Deakin, thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Labor government's shameful decision to abolish the cashless debit card we know will lead to a tsunami of drugs and alcohol. And yesterday we saw finally the Labor government concede that the decision to abolish the cashless debit card will just see more alcohol and more drugs pour into vulnerable communities. We even saw from the Labor Party an attempt to try and repurpose $49 million committed by the former government as additional funding for drug and alcohol services. Well, we know more drug and alcohol services will be required in these communities because Labor's shameful decision is going to unleash a torrent of violence in these communities. The people who will suffer the most, Madam Deputy Speaker, are the women and children in these communities. And the leaders of these communities, including the Indigenous leaders, have been pleading with the Labor Party to walk away from this ill-conceived idea to abolish the cashless debit card, because they're the ones that will have to pick up the pieces for the mess that you will create for them. The Labor Party say they are opposed to income management, but on the same day they want to abolish the cashless debit card, they want to extend the inferior basics card to even more people in the Northern Territory. So the Labor Party need to answer to the communities who have seen the benefits of the CDC and walk away from this shameful policy.
Member for Spence.
Deputy Speaker, today I arise to acknowledge some very important people from my electorate of Spence that just so happened to have been in this building yesterday and again today. We are lucky in my seat of Spence to have many good schools, many of which I've had the pleasure to visit during my short time as both a candidate and now the member for Spence. Today I acknowledge those students from the Trinity College who made the trip from South Australia on the same flight as I on Sunday to come and visit Parliament House. Yesterday I was lucky enough to speak with students from the Blakeview campus and answer some of their thoughtful questions prior to giving them a wave from the chamber shortly thereafter. Later today, students from the Gawler Evanston campus will be in the gallery. Unfortunately, I'm on duty and unable to meet with you today, but I'll be sure to give you a big wave. And I can't wait to meet with you soon back in our electorate to speak about all things Canberra and Parliament House. Civics education is a vitally important process to ensuring the ongoing integrity of our democratic framework in this country. For that, I acknowledge the great work being undertaken by the Speaker of the House and the great team from the Parliamentary Education Office. I look forward to many more visits from students within my electorate of Spence to this place over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Sunday just past, it was my pleasure, as it always is, to attend the Madonna di Montevergine Festa at the St Francis of Assisi Church in Newton in my electorate, and I thank firstly Father de Souza for as always, very touching and solemn service in Italian language, and also congratulate Domenico Zollo, John De Fede and the other leaders amongst the Montevergine Festa Association. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in the evening for the main formalities because, of course, this sitting week was scheduled and I had to fly here to Canberra. But as always, they did a fantastic job on the 67th anniversary of the feast. Regrettably, the last 2 years it has been very difficult for these important community events, worship such as the Montevergine Festa, to go ahead. And they've done a great job through difficult times, but this year they were back as strong as ever. I look forward to continuing to attend this very important event for my local Italian community and the Catholic community in my seat of Sturt well into the future. I congratulate everyone associated with the sensational event once again, and I wish them all the best into the future.
Member for Bennelong.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to give a shout-out to the incredible Eastwood Chinese Senior Citizen Club from my electorate in Bennelong. Just last week, President Hugh Lee and members met to celebrate their continuing 30th anniversary celebrations under the arbour in the bustling Eastwood Town Centre, where Sandy and Vera from his team at Noble House treated us to a spectacular banquet. Over 30 years ago, the Eastwood Chinese Senior Citizens Club was formed by a group of 9 migrants from Hong Kong. One of the members, Mrs Khan, couldn't read, write or speak English when she moved to Eastwood. This encouraged the late Mr Yu to borrow a minibus from Ryde Council and take the group on short excursions around Sydney once a week. This happened every Wednesday. After enjoying these weekly excursions, the founders decided to form the club, and they still meet regularly on Wednesday over 30 years later. Since then, the club has grown from 9 members to now over 1,000 300 members. The club has made a significant effort to make people feel at home, more supported, ensure everyone feels connected to Australian society and live a better life. They organise activities such as health talks, arts to craft lessons, excursions, Tai Chi, birthday parties, English classes, poetry classes and computer classes. They're a fantastic community organisation in my electorate. Dao Chao, Hunbang, you are all amazing.
Thank you. Member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 130 days of inaction, 130 days of blame and 130 days of the people of Townsville still waiting for the Assistant Treasurer to come up and explain what he's doing with the reinsurance pool. The last time the Assistant Treasurer came to Townsville, he stood there with the Labor Mayor and said how bad everything was, doom and gloom. He didn't tell the truth. He did not tell the truth to the people of Townsville. He did not tell the people of Townsville that they would be getting an average of 28% savings on their home premiums. Insurance is the #1 issue in the north, but we've seen inaction from this lazy Assistant Treasurer. 28% savings on home premiums. But what does the Assistant Treasurer do? He calls a meeting and everyone from North Queensland shows up, and he gets shown that he hasn't been telling the truth. He came up to fear and smear. This is a good policy that the now government, the Labor Party, voted with us on. But instead of explaining this policy and what he's going to be doing, we have seen inaction. Nothing to see here. Another lazy minister for 130 days been doing nothing. The people of Townsville deserve to have affordable insurance. The people of Townsville deserves a minister to stand up and support them.
Member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Speaker. The Australian music industry study released this month, Raising Their Voices, revealed high rates of sexual harassment, sexual harm and bullying, and called for an industry-wide approach to respond to the findings. Musicians I know were not shocked or surprised, but feel the report validates their fears and experiences of some terrible workplaces and sexism. The data backs calls that brave people have made for change within the industry, and I thank all of those who've spoken out and shared some truly awful stories. Everyone should have a safe workplace, whether it's an office or a music festival, no matter the time of day or night, no matter their gender, whether they're young or of diverse backgrounds. One of the biggest challenges in the report is that perpetrators are rarely held to account, and people fear speaking out because they're worried about their career. 82% didn't report incidents of sexual harm or harassment, and only 3% made a formal complaint. More than half of those who did were dissatisfied with the outcome. The positive in the report is that there is a strong appetite for widespread and sustainable cultural change. Our Respect at Work legislation that was introduced today will help, and our national cultural policy may well play a significant role, and I'll be supporting change in any way I can.
Thank you. Member for Aston.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Coalition has a proud record in relation to childcare. We doubled spending on childcare to over $10 billion per annum. We supported 280,000 more children in childcare per annum than when we first came to office, and women's workforce participation reached record high levels. But most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, we did so through targeted approaches which reduced inflationary pressures on childcare. In fact, in the last financial year, childcare out-of-pocket costs came down by 4.6%. And this is in contrast to Labor's last time in office, when fees skyrocketed by 53% in just 6 years. Labor's childcare plan, introduced today, will inevitably see fees skyrocket again and erode most of the promised benefits for families. And this is because the package will add to demand but does not address the wait list for services, the workforce shortages or the significant regional gaps. Mr Speaker, when introducing the childcare bill today, the minister promised that Labor's plan would not add to inflation. Australian families will be holding him to this promise.
Give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 3rd of September, I was really pleased to attend the opening of a new community hub at Phillip Park in the suburb of Lernea. It is a suburb where I've lived for all my life. I've played cricket on the Oval, and thankfully now, due to federal funding and state government funding, other members of the community will be able to use it. There are already 2 community groups, an NDIS group and a cafe, which is providing excellent infrastructure and services for our part of the community. The new facilities are giving opportunities to young kids to find somewhere to be. There's basketball courts, there's playgrounds, and there's other things that we really deserve in these older communities. And I thank the federal government for their funding for this on this occasion.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded. We give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I inform the House that the member for Hotham will be absent from question time today and tomorrow, and questions relating to the Home Affairs portfolio will be answered by the member for Isaacs.
Questions without notice. And I give the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. Yesterday, the Treasurer refused to rule out changes to franking credits and negative gearing. Will the Treasurer rule out changes to taxes on superannuation?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question. And I'm pleased to inform the House that on the question that they've asked me today and yesterday, our position hasn't changed on the matter of taxes. Our priority is to do something meaningful about multinational taxes. We've said that for some time now, and that's our agenda when it comes to tax. But it's a good opportunity, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about tax policy. It's a good opportunity to inform the House that today the member for Hume gave a little speech about tax. He gave a little speech about tax at the Centre for Independent Studies, and I'm asked about tax.
Hume.
And what I notice, or what I'm told, from this steaming little pile of Thatcherite rubbish, plucked straight from the yellowing pages of a Young Liberal newsletter in the 1980s, was that the member for Hume and the question about tax, they want to give us a lecture on tax. Well, Mr Speaker,
Order. Treasurer
have a seat.
Treasurer resume his seat. When the House comes to order, I'll ask the manager to rise on a point of order.
Well, Mr Speaker, on relevance, I would ask that you follow the tradition of Speaker Jenkins, well-respected Labor Speaker Jenkins, and direct the minister to relate his material to the question at hand. If he said all he's going to say on the question, he should sit down, Mr Speaker.
The Treasurer was asked about tax policy regarding franking credits, negative gearing and superannuation. I draw him to the last part of the question and give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. So we got a lecture on taxes today from the mob, who were the second highest taxing government in the last 30 years, the highest taxing government since John Howard's government, from a party that just voted against a tax cut on cars in this place in the last couple of weeks. We didn't just get a lecture on taxes, Mr Speaker, we got a lecture on the cost of living from the mob that kept wages deliberately low for a decade, and from a shadow treasurer who tried to keep secret a 20% increase in electricity prices. We got a lecture on debt from the mob that doubled the debt even before the pandemic and left us with rising interest costs on the $1 trillion in debt that they left behind. And we got a lecture on productivity from the same people who gave us the worst decade of productivity in the last 50 years, Mr Speaker. Now, I don't know what's more concerning, Mr Speaker, that the shadow treasurer might not be the sharpest tool in the Liberal Party's shed, or that he might be the sharpest tool in the Liberal Party's shed. Only in a Liberal Party this bereft of ideas and talent would the member for Hume even get a look in a serious economic portfolio. So we won't be copying lectures, Mr Speaker, from the leftovers of the last government, not on tax, not on spending, not on borrowing, not on the cost of living, not from the dregs of a government which presided over a wasted decade of missed opportunities and messed up priorities, and which left us a mess that will take more than one budget to clean up.
Order. The member for Groom. Give the call to the member for Tangney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What is the outlook for the global economy, and what impact does this have on Australia's economy and on our budget?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the member for Tangney, not just for the question, but really for the quite remarkable spirit that he brings to this place. And I know that I speak for everyone on this side when I say what an honour it is to serve with the member for Tangney, and I appreciate his question today. In between the Parliament rising at the end of this week and it returning at the end of October, I'll be heading to Washington DC for a short trip to confer with my international counterparts about the difficult and dark days that lie ahead for the global economy. And last night the OECD showed in pretty stark detail the downturn that they are anticipating in the world economy, with substantial downgrades to the growth outlook for almost all of the world's major economies and almost all of our major trading partners as well. Now, for the benefit of the House, the OECD has wiped 0.6 percentage points off the global growth projection for 2023. It's predicting no growth at all for the UK next year, negligible growth in the United States and slower growth in China than previously expected. Now, the factors contributing to this aren't a secret to anyone: intensifying inflationary pressures, escalating energy security shocks, Russia's illegal war becoming more entrenched, and extreme uncertainty over the future. And here in Australia we do have things going for us that will help us withstand the worst of what we're confronting in the global economy. But these global challenges are deepening, not disappearing, and there's no use pretending that they won't be felt here in some form, and the OECD has touched on that too. And there's no avoiding the reality that the economy we inherited isn't as resilient as it could be to help us through these shocks, nor is the budget as well placed as it needs to be either. Now, these are the costs and consequences of that wasted decade that Australians are paying the price for now, with falling real wages and flatlining productivity, a budget heaving with $1 trillion of debt without an economic dividend to show for it. And this combination of challenges is the backdrop for the budget that we will hand down from this place at the end of next month. We will provide cost-of-living relief in that budget, which is responsible, which isn't counterproductive, in areas like cheaper childcare, which those opposite have still not told us whether they support or not. We need to start investing in the potential of our people and the capacity of our economy, fee-free TAFE, cheaper and cleaner energy and a future made in Australia. And we will begin trimming some of the waste that was a hallmark of the budgets handed down by the previous government. Now, this is just the beginning, Mr Speaker, not the end of our work to build the better future that Australians deserve. It will take multiple budgets and it will involve some hard choices. But despite everything that's been thrown at us, Australians have every reason to be optimistic about the long-term prospects of our economy and our country, but we've got some tricky terrain to navigate together in the meantime.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. Since the government was elected, Australians are paying an extra $700 a month on an average mortgage. Record inflation is forcing them to pay more for less at the supermarket, and desperate families are still waiting for a $275 cut to their power bills, a promise Labor repeated 97 times before the election, but not once since. Acting Prime Minister, when Labor talks about bread and butter budgets, is it because that's all Australians are going to be able to afford this Christmas?
Order. There is far too much noise on my right. I give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. We do understand that rising interest rates are putting real pressure on the budgets of Australian households, and this government sees as its first priority doing everything we can to ease that pressure. It's why we sought an increase in the minimum wage. It's why during this week we are introducing legislation which will reduce the cost of medicines, which will make childcare more affordable. It's why last week we saw the biggest increase in the pension in more than 10 years. So on this side of the House, we are completely focused on the effort to improve the household budgets of every Australian. But the issues that we face today are fundamentally a function of a lost decade of government offered by those opposite. I mean, we had insipid productivity growth which defined the last 10 years. We had the greatest period of wage stagnation in our country's history. And that's a direct result of the fact that what we had opposite was a bunch of economic bystanders. It was a lost decade of economic activity when it came from those opposite. We are different. We are the ones who are economic managers, and government under Labor will see economic management be a part of what we are about, and we will do that in a way which will improve the budgets of households as a result.
I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, seeking to table a document.
I seek leave to table a document.
Proceed.
I seek leave to table a document titled The Economic Impact of the ALP's Powering Australia Plan, authored by Reputex Energy, modelling the Prime Minister's claims to stand by his promise of a $275 cut to power bills.
Is leave granted?
Yes. You can't table the internet. It's already publicly available.
The Leader will resume his seat. I give the call. Order. Members on my left, when the House comes to order, we'll hear a question from the member for Reid.
My question is to the Acting Prime Minister. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its promise to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission?
The call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, can I thank the member for Reid for her question, and can I congratulate her on her victory at the election, her wonderful first speech. We are so much the better for having her as a member of our team. Social media and the internet has completely changed our lives. We've seen information spread around the world today in a way we would barely have been able to imagine 30 years ago. But so has misinformation. And what that has done has undermined a sense of the objective truth, which in turn has put unprecedented pressure on democracies. And so there has never been a more important time for measures which build public confidence in government, in what we do, and in the standards of probity and ethics which guide our behaviour. Tomorrow, the Albanese government will introduce into this parliament a bill to establish an anti-corruption commission at a federal level. It's a long time coming. It should be bipartisan. Those opposite promised to deliver it. But in the last 3 years of their government, not a word of legislation was presented to this House. Now, the bill that we will introduce tomorrow will provide for a commission with teeth, with independent powers of investigation. It will require the commission to act with due process, but in the process it will increase the standards of ethics and probity for all public officials at a federal level. And as we all know, the Commonwealth is the only jurisdiction in the country which does not have an anti-corruption commission, despite the fact that the Commonwealth is the largest and most consequential jurisdiction in the Federation. Now, this legislation is going to provide an opportunity for every member of this House to pin their colours to the mast as to where they stand on the question of probity and ethics in government. And can I say, on the Labor side, we really look forward to that opportunity, because tomorrow will be the culmination of 4 years of campaigning. And I know that for members on the government side, and indeed those on the front bench, this issue goes to the very heart of the compact of trust that they have with their own constituency. Labor understands that to defend democracy around the world, we need to start by building the resilience of our democracy at home. And the establishment of an anti-corruption commission will do exactly that.
Order. I give the call to the member for Mackellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Attorney-General.
Is the Attorney-General able to give confidence to the Australian people that the National Anti-Corruption Commission will be set up to succeed by including a strong statutory oversight mechanism that is not government-dominated in order to protect its independence?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Mackellar for her question, and as the Parliament has just heard from the Acting Prime Minister, there will be legislation in the House tomorrow to establish a National Anti-Corruption Commission. It is a major piece of reform to Australia's integrity framework, and as I'd hope everyone's aware, I've consulted across the Parliament, including with the opposition and the crossbench in both houses, on the formation of this legislation. The Australian people believe in integrity. The Australian people voted for a government which will deliver a powerful, transparent and independent National Anti-Corruption Commission. On the specific question of oversight of the Commission, when the bill is introduced tomorrow, members will see that it will have a joint statutory committee with senators and members of this House who will act as an oversight committee for the activities of the National Anti-Corruption Commission. Members will also see, when the bill is introduced tomorrow, that there will be an inspector of the Commission who will perform a similar role to the role that's performed by inspectors in the states and territories which have included that aspect in their anti-corruption arrangements.
Give the call to the member for order. Give the call to the member for Wills.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs. The cyber attack on Optus and theft of personally identifiable Australian customer data is of great concern. Can the Minister update the House on the breach and the steps being taken to protect the privacy of Australians' data?
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs and Minister for Cyber Security, the Attorney-General.
So I thank the member for Wills for his question. Australians expect that when they hand over their personal data, every effort will be made to keep it safe from harm. We know that millions of Australians have been impacted by the Optus data breach, and it is a data breach which should never have happened. It involved the release of Australian citizens' names, date of birth, phone numbers, email addresses, residential addresses and, for some customers, passport numbers and driver's licence numbers being apparently for sale on the dark web. We were concerned this morning about reports that personal information from the Optus data breach apparently also includes Medicare numbers. Medicare numbers were never notified as forming part of the breach. And I can say that Optus has a clear obligation to notify affected customers, affected individuals, which of course includes both past customers of Optus and present customers of Optus. Optus has a clear obligation to notify both the affected individuals and the Australian Information Commissioner when a data breach involving personal information is likely to result in serious harm. Consumers have also got a right to know exactly what individual personal information has been compromised in Optus's communications to them. While we will, of course, not go into the technical assistance and cyber security advice that is being provided to Optus, we can reassure Australians that the whole of the Australian government is working to address the consequences of this breach. In particular, the Australian Federal Police is devoting huge effort with a large number of officers working on this. The Australian Federal Police is working with industry, working with state and territory police forces and also working with the FBI to address the consequences of this breach.
Give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Treasurer. I refer to the confirmation that the Parliamentary Budget Office from the Parliamentary Budget Office that Labor is committed to an additional $18 billion of spending over the estimates and $45 billion of additional balance sheet spending. What new taxes will the Treasurer introduce in order to pay for this and other new spending?
Member for Hume will resume his seat. There is far too much noise. I could not hear the question from the member for Hume. I'll ask him to read the question again. Oh, no. I couldn't hear the question, and the House will come to order, and the member for Hume will be heard in silence.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. I refer to the confirmation from the Parliamentary Budget Office that Labor has committed to additional spending of over $18 billion over the forward estimates and $45 billion of additional balance sheet spending. What new taxes will the Treasurer introduce in order to pay for this and other new spending?
Give the call to the Treasurer.
Well, thanks very much, Mr Speaker. The member for Hume must have been listening to the answer I provided a few minutes ago in response to his colleague at the outset of question time. Now, if the member for Hume, the Shadow Treasurer, is just now, after 4 months in office, getting a head around the commitments that we took to the Australian people in May of this year and won the election on, then he's even slower on the uptake than we feared, Mr Speaker, because we took a whole bunch of commitments to the election. And many of the commitments that we took to the election are all about making up for the fact that over this wasted decade of missed opportunities and messed up priorities, there hasn't been the investment that we need to see in training, and that's why we've got these rampant labour and skills shortages holding back the economy. There hasn't been the investment that we wanted to see in working parents, and that's why we've needed to introduce today the childcare legislation that those opposite can't support, even though it will be a game-changer for Australian parents and for Australian families and the Australian economy more broadly. Now, we're proud of the commitments that we took to the election. We're proud of the responsible investments that we proposed to the Australian people for cleaner and cheaper energy and a better trained workforce and cheaper childcare, and all of the things that have made necessary by the economic failures of those opposite over the best part of a decade that they spent trying to push people's wages down and making it harder and harder to make ends meet. Now, our position on the economy, our position on taxes, our position on the commitments we took to the election haven't changed. We will tally them up in the budget next month in the usual way, and we'll present it from this place. And in that budget that I will be proud to hand down on behalf of the Albanese government, we will make some of the investments that the economy has been crying out for some time. We will make responsible changes to the spending, to the money that they sprayed around en route to delivering $1 trillion in debt with nowhere near enough to show for it. And I tell you, I hope, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that the author of that steaming little pile of Thatcherite platitudes today, I hope he continues to ask me questions about the cost of living, they having chased down wages for a decade, about tax. On their watch, Mr. Speaker, their tax record was to hand down more taxes. He asked me about taxes, Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Their record over 10 years in office.
Treasurer will resume his seat. The member for Hume will raise a point of order and then resume his seat.
Relevance, Mr. Speaker. The question was, what new taxes—
Resume your seat. The Treasurer is completely in order. It was a broad-ranging question regarding taxes and additional spending. I call the Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, I think that camera must have a mirror in it, the way that the member for— he's always looking down the barrel of that mirror, Mr. Speaker, which is not a surprise to anyone in this place. Now, if he wants to ask me about tax, Mr. Speaker, he should come to the dispatch box and he should fess up to a decade of the second highest taxing government in the last 30 years, the highest since Howard, where taxes were higher under them per capita, in total, per year, every way you want to cut the tax record of those opposite. He can deliver speech after speech after speech plagiarised from a Liberal Party newsletter in the 1980s all he likes. That won't change that basic fact.
Give the call to the member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Early Childhood Education. How will the Albanese Labor government's cheaper childcare plan improve access to affordable early childhood education and care and ease cost of living pressures?
I give the call to the Minister for Early Childhood Education and the Minister for Youth.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Jagga Jagga for her question. I know that the member has a very strong focus on cost of living pressures for families in Jagga Jagga and a very strong interest in early childhood education. And rightly so, Mr Speaker, because early childhood education and care plays a vital role in supporting families and improves the education and wellbeing outcomes for Australian children. And boosting access to early childhood education and care ensures that more children are able to access the benefits of foundational learning during those most formative years, preparing them for a life of exploration and learning. And this morning, Mr Speaker, I had the absolute pleasure of visiting Mocha Childcare Centre in Manuka with the member for Canberra, Alicia Payne, and with the Minister for Education, Jason Clare. And we got to meet some of the most adorable little children you will ever meet in your life, like little Amara and little Anna. And we got to see for ourselves and watch these children as they learned through play, which is what early childhood education is all about. But we also got to speak to parents like Sam, Anna's dad, who told us how the cost of early childhood education is putting that early childhood education, that vital education in those early years, out of reach for a lot of parents, and is acting as a disincentive for primary caregivers, who are mostly women, to take on more hours of work if they want to, or to get back to work if they want to. And that's why the Labor government took to the election a plan for cheaper childcare, and why today we have acted on our election commitment and introduced a bill in parliament to reduce out-of-pocket costs for parents for early childhood education and care. And this reform, Mr Speaker, will benefit over 1 million families across Australia, over 1 million families in electorates like Jagga Jagga, in electorates like Cowan, right across every state and territory in this country. A part of our commitment is to address the cost of living and make early childhood education and care more accessible and affordable, and we'll be tasking the ACCC with looking at pricing. These reforms aren't just about affordability. They're about our most precious asset, our children, and providing our children with the care and the education that they need in their formative years to set them up for life.
Order. I give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Acting Prime Minister, and it concerns the Optus data breach. On ABC 7:30 last night, the Minister for Home Affairs said, "What is of concern for us is how what is quite a basic attack was undertaken on Optus." The Optus CEO this morning said, "It's not as portrayed. Our data was encrypted and we have multiple layers of protection." Does your government maintain that the Optus breach was quite a basic attack?
I give the call to the Acting Prime Minister. Members on my right will cease interjecting. I give the call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Well, I thank the member for her question on what is a very serious matter and one that is causing anxiety for millions of Optus customers today. And the truth is that what has occurred over the last week has been a wake-up call for corporate Australia. From the moment last Wednesday that it became clear that a breach had occurred, the government, through the Australian Cyber Security Centre and the Australian Signals Directorate, has been working hand in glove with Optus, with a view to minimising the impact of the breach but maximising the protection of the customers who have found their privacy breached as a result of what has occurred. And we continue to work with Optus to make sure that that protection can be maximised. The Australian Federal Police right now are doing everything within their power to pursue the criminal investigation. But what's really important for those Optus customers is the steps that they take now in terms of their own security. It is really important that people do not click on links. It is really important that people check the sources of websites. And it's really important that in having phone conversations, people do not divulge their personal information unless they are 100% confident about the circumstances in which that conversation is happening. Now, we will be continuing to work very closely with Optus and indeed other companies in the telecommunications sector and other sectors within the economy, including the banks, to make sure that we can do everything to minimise the impact of what has been a very concerning event. But it has been a wake-up call for corporate Australia, and I know now that cybersecurity is right there in the top echelon of issues which face corporate Australia, as it does government, of course. And we need to be doing everything we can to make sure that protection is in place, and that will be the entire focus of this government.
Give the call to the member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Affairs. How will the Albanese Labor government's cheaper childcare plan get more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children into early education and help to close the gap?
Give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to thank the member for Reid for his question, and it's an honour to serve with the member for Reid. I worked for many years as a school teacher. I've also been a member of the board of an Aboriginal preschool called Marawina in Mount Druitt. And I know how important it is for children to be ready for school. It is crucial in helping them thrive in the classroom and beyond. Yesterday, at an international conference on education, there were 2,500 people in Adelaide. I had the great pleasure of announcing that all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children will be able to access 36 hours of subsidised childcare a fortnight from July 2023. That's 3 to 4 days of preschool. These changes will benefit over 6,000 families. 6,000. Importantly, they will encourage more Indigenous families to access early education and care, which is a desperate and important need in this country. It will improve Djadjam's readiness for school. The term Djadjams is a very significant word in North Coast Aboriginal languages for babies and young people, and that's what I intend to use. School readiness is an important closing the gap target, and it's an area where we went backwards last year. This target is going backwards, and this measure will address that closing the gap target. And it's an area where we went backwards, as I said. We know that Djadjams are underrepresented in early childhood education, and high-quality early childhood education and care is critical to supporting children's development and future success. I am not telling anyone in this chamber anything. Our plan is good for children, it's good for families, and it's good for the economy, and it's good for education in Australia. Of course, it's essential all governments work together, and we will. There's also the announcement yesterday of a $10.2 million support to support a new early childhood education, care and development policy partnership. This is in partnership with SNAIC, and it is going to close one of those important gaps. This will put Aboriginal children on the path to a life of choice and chance.
Give the call to the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories. Can the minister guarantee that the government will not cut $143 million out of regional education infrastructure funded in the 2022 budget? Specifically, will the government support the $27.5 million in regional development funding for the Southern Cross University Coffs Harbour Health Services Precinct?
The call to the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you very much for the question.
As you're aware, we are doing a secondary budget, which isn't something that's normal as part of the government process. But when we came into government, there was $1 trillion in debt and a range of programs.
Order.
A range of programs.
The minister will resume her seat. Order. With 11 seconds into the answer, I call the member for Kalpa on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. Relevance. It was a very specific question.
Resume your seat. You just need to simply state the point of order. I call the minister 11 seconds in. I'll be listening closely to her answer to make sure she is relevant, but I'll allow her 11 seconds in to get on with her answer. I call the minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, we have come into government after a decade of those opposite and are reviewing the processes that the previous government went through, including announcing a range of projects that weren't contracted, sometimes where money wasn't asked for, and we are in that process of reviewing that at this point in time. We will put forward our own proposals going forward, and that project may form part of that. But there is a budget coming up in October, and I ask the member to pay close attention to what that budget says.
Order. I give the call to the honourable member for Patterson.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Regional Development. What are the Albanese Labor government's plans to support our regions, and how does this differ from what we inherited
Members
from the
on
former
my
government?
left. Order. Members on my left. I give the call to the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, and I'm delighted to answer that question from the member for Patterson, a fantastic regional member. On this side of the House, we're deeply committed to the economic productivity of our regions, and of course, in the lead-up to the election, we announced a range of policies across government that we will be investing in our regions. In my own portfolio, $200 million for the Kennedy Highway, roads for the Tanami, funding for the Tanami, Stewart and Augusta highways, $80 million for roadside facilities to support interstate truck drivers, $200 million for the Bruce Highway between Rockhampton and Gladstone, the Narra Bypass, Shoalhaven Roads, a new university campus in Cairns, a hangar so that the Royal Flying Doctor Service can respond across all of northern Tasmania, funding for Stage 2 of the Gippsland Logistics Precinct, Muswellbrook Civic Precinct upgrade and the Mackay Electric Vehicle and Energy Training Centre. More broadly across government, Minister Bowen has the Powering the Regions Fund to help our regional economies and our regional industries actually take up the opportunities of renewable energy. Housing, we have the Housing Minister with the Regional First Home Buyer Scheme investing in helping young Australians in our regions get their first homes. Our Central Australia Plan, investing in roads, digital connectivity, the environment, cultural heritage, skills training, health and crime prevention in the very heart of our nation. $250 million top-up to the local community roads and infrastructure program, specifically for regional and rural roads, which complements our ongoing commitments for programs like Roads to Recovery, the Bridges Renewal Program and the Black Spots Program. It stands in stark contrast to what these people did opposite when they were in government. They took a very different approach. From reports today, we see the incredible lack of transparency, the pork barrelling that actually happened out of the community development grants. We saw one project is a $25 million grant to a company that's 70% owned in the Cayman Islands. We've been left to clean up this absolute mess of pork-barrel rules. We've seen 9 projects that date back to 2016, 6 projects where there's no proponent, over $18 million of projects where there's no actual location for a project. We've had the member for New England, the previous minister, write to the Treasurer about 2 projects that he awarded to himself, of which there is no actual record of any decision being made. This is the mess that you've left for us. I am very proud of our record in regional Australia on this side. We are investing in the regions. We'll continue to do so instead of the pork barrelling that was actually categorised by the last government, and we're going to clean up this mess.
Order. When the House comes to order, I'll give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. My question is for the Attorney-General. Public hearings are an essential part of a credible anti-corruption commission to rebuild trust in government. You've indicated that public hearings will only be held in exceptional circumstances. Why is the government setting the bar this high instead of whenever it's in the public interest, and what are exceptional circumstances?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for Curtin for her question, and I thank her for her interest, along with the rest of the crossbench and indeed the whole of the parliament, in this very important piece of legislation that we're going to be introducing tomorrow. The particular question that has been asked by the member for Curtin goes to the circumstances in which the Commission will be able to hold public hearings. The most important part of this is that the Commission will have power to hold public hearings. That will be when there are exceptional circumstances in the opinion of the Commission and where it's in the public interest to do so, in the opinion of the Commission. There are a number of factors outlined in the bill which the Commission may consider before deciding to hold a public hearing, and it is appropriate, in the view of the government, that the discretion sits with the Commission. We are not going to be directing the Commission as to when it should hold private hearings and when it should hold public hearings, but I think all of those in this House would be aware that there will be a number of circumstances which will dictate against holding a public hearing. It might be that the subject matter of the investigation is concerned with national security information, or it might be that the subject matter of the investigation deals with matters that are either the subject of a current criminal trial or a projected criminal trial. Now, all of those are going to be matters that would suggest to the Commission that no public hearing should be held at a particular time, but a time may come later in the investigation when a public hearing is going to be appropriate. But at all times, we think that this matter should be left to the discretion of the Commission.
Give the call to the member for Fraser.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Women. How will the Albanese Labor government's commitment to implement all of the Respect at Work recommendations support women's economic equality?
Good question.
Give the call to the Minister representing the Minister for Women and the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the member for Fraser for asking this extremely important question, and I know that you have a deep commitment to respectful relationships and respectful workplaces, so thank you. I want to say also that the Albanese Labor government takes this issue, as we all do, extremely seriously. It is without question that everyone has a right to be safe and respected in their workplace, a commitment we should all have. The fact that some workplaces have not been safe or respectful for so many Australians, particularly women, is completely, absolutely unacceptable. And it seems as outrageous both inside and outside of this place. The Respect at Work report found that 2 in 5 women had experienced sexual harassment in the past 5 years. It is not a laughing matter. It is not. And that's why that in the last 5 years, an absolutely appalling high number, and we all know that that must change. That is why we as a government will be introducing a bill to this House to implement 7 legislative changes recommended by the Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Kate Jenkins, and it will have proper oversight. This is a key part of our election commitment to implement the recommendations of the Respect at Work report, and we will do it in full. The passage of this bill will move Australia forward in our efforts to prevent workplace sexual harassment from happening in the first place. Ending workplace sexual harassment isn't just a safety issue. It's an economic one, and it is all of our business. The social and emotional cost of doing nothing costs the Australian economy not $3.8 million, but $3.8 billion a year. Loss of productivity, staff turnover and absenteeism. This legislation means that workplaces must take responsible and proportionate measures to eliminate sex discrimination, sexual harassment and victimisation as far as possible. I am proud to be a member of this government that will be bringing this legislation forward, and it builds on the things like reintroducing gender-responsive budgeting, developing a national strategy to achieve gender equality, and is what the Albanese Labor government stands for.
On indulgence, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I want to join the opposition to the fine words of the Minister in her contribution then. This is a bipartisan piece of work, and I want to thank the government for the engagement with us, in particular with Senator Payne in Birmingham and others. This is a body of work that's gone on for a period of time and will continue to provide that support. There is zero tolerance for workplaces where people can't be treated with respect and where sexual harassment might take place. It's true in this building and it's true across the country, and we will work as a parliament together in a bipartisan way to make sure that we do have a safer and more respectful workplace so that people can enjoy the rights that they should enjoy without any hesitation or any condition whatsoever. And we've had this discussion with the government ongoing for a number of months now, and we will continue that work because it's important, as I say, for this parliament but across the broader society.
I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Indigenous Australians. Labor's decision to scrap the cashless debit card will unleash an avalanche of drugs and alcohol into the most vulnerable communities. Mr Truss, Executive Chair of the Woonan Foundation in the East Kimberley, says he fears the extra cash on the streets would lead to a spike in alcohol-related harm. He says, "I think it could be chaos." Will the government take full responsibility for any spike in domestic violence or child neglect in Indigenous communities as a consequence of abolishing the cashless debit card?
Order. I give the call to the Minister for Indigenous Australians.
Can I just say up front that this commitment was an election policy, and it was an election policy that we took extremely seriously and done an enormous amount of consultation about, including with Mr Truss, who is in, of course, Western Australia. The cashless debit card diminishes people's self-worth. It is discriminatory and it's arbitrary. It is also very important to understand. If you want to hear this, then be quiet. It is also a piece of infrastructure policy that has been reviewed and reviewed and reviewed. It was a piece of technology that was used by a private organisation for profit. That is the truth of it. And the other part of it is that mandatory income management across the board has been a failure. You seem to all forget
Order. The member for Forrest will withdraw that comment.
The
Minister will resume her seat. The member for Forrest will withdraw that comment.
Speaker.
The Minister will continue with her answer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The other point is this, and this is very, very important, that this measure is voluntary. If people want to stay on the cashless debit card or income management, that is their decision. we have made sure that within this piece of legislation there is a voluntary component. There is also a component to the member for wherever you're from, that there is also there is also within this legislation the component where people will be placed on income management if there is a court order against them, including child abuse, including domestic violence. So get to know what the legislation is about before you start asking those sort of questions. We do not believe in mandatory income management. It is voluntary, and there will be situations where there will be people placed on income management because of the particular circumstances they find themselves in. That is this legislation. We have listened to the voices, we have consulted, and we will be going forward on this.
Order. Member for Page. I give the call to the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. After almost a decade of neglect in aged care, how is the Albanese Labor government reforming this sector and building a workforce to deliver the care that older Australians deserve?
Give the call to the Minister for Aged Care and Sport.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for her question and take this opportunity to thank her for her continued efforts to look after the welfare and well-being of every single constituent in the electorate of Werriwa, and also her unquestioned, well-tested capability as a fellow twin mum. Now, this question is about what the Labor government is doing with respect to the aged care workforce, because we are committed to restoring humanity, to restoring dignity, to restoring quality and to restoring security to aged care, and that starts with restoring the value of the aged care workforce. Now, to this end, I was able to go visit the Bernie Brace Centre in Chermside recently. They have won the National Excellence Aged Service Award, and I think it's worth noting that they have managed to do that despite the fact that they were one of the many community organisations affected by the floods in Brisbane in February this year. They were able to do that despite things like floods affecting them, and they were able to do that despite 10 years of neglect from the previous federal government, who were deaf to the cries for help from residential facilities, from nursing homes, from home care workers and from the residents and families themselves. Residents need more carers with more time to care, and that is why the Albanese Labor government is bringing in 24/7 nurses. That is why the Albanese Labor government is bringing in more care minutes. That is why we are addressing the workforce shortages left by 10 years of neglect from this government. The previous government had these workforce shortages build year upon year upon year, did nothing about them, and then in the first week of the new parliament walked in and said, well, this seems to be a bit of a problem. What are you going to do about it? Every single person on the other side of the House should have done something with your time in government, and yet you didn't. You didn't. In fact, the first thing they did when they got their hands on the keys to power in late 2013 was cut the Aged Care Workforce Compact. They were so hungry to cut the pay of aged care workers, they suspended standing orders to do it. That's what they did. They were so hungry they suspended standing orders to cut pay of aged care workers. But here on this side of the House, one of the first things we did was make a submission to Fair Work to give them a pay rise. And in the first 100 days, we have committed not only to that work but to fully funding any decision of the Commission. We have held an aged care workforce round force where we got constructive ideas from the stakeholders ignored by the government for so many years, and we fed that directly into the Jobs Summit. And the initiatives that came out of the Jobs Summit will include measures to help aged care workforce shortages. We're going to increase permanent migration program ceiling. We're going to add an additional $1 billion in joint funding for fee-free TAFE, extend visas, enable people who are on the aged and veterans pension to earn an additional $4,000. Active ageing in action.
Has expired. I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. The government has seen a $50 billion windfall, mainly from Australian mineral and energy export royalties, and yet they are now asking ordinary, hard-working Australians to pay more in fuel with the increase in excise taxes this week. My constituents of Fowler want details on how part of that money will go towards fixing Australia's cost of living crisis that's hitting everyone, from students to pensioners and families, especially those in low socioeconomic and in regional areas.
Call to the Treasurer.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Fowler for her question and for the conversations that we've been able to have about some of these important issues and some of these difficult issues in the Commonwealth budget. The final budget outcome, which will be released for last year tomorrow in this place by myself and the Finance Minister, Senator Gallagher, will show a welcome temporary improvement in the tax receipts for last year. And part of that— and
members on my left.
Yeah.
Members on my left will cease interjecting. The Treasurer will be heard in silence.
And a big part of the improvement in the bottom line for last financial year is an increase in the tax take. And part of that, we should acknowledge, is the fact that the increase in world energy prices has meant that there's been an increase in taxes collected. So, for example, for the benefit of honourable members and especially the member for Fowler, the last budget papers, including forecasts for the PRRT, for example, showed that receipts from the PRRT will increase 110% from $786 million in 2021 to $1.65 billion in 21-22, and a further 45% increase in 22-23. And so the premise of the member's question about an improvement in the budget for last year and the contribution made by world energy prices and some of our energy companies, I agree with. Those are some of the issues that we've made clear, including in the course of the last couple of weeks. And as the member for Fowler and I have discussed with colleagues on this side of the House as well and publicly, in my own community and communities around Australia, is that the reason that the fuel excise relief will come off tomorrow night is because it would cost about $3 billion for every 6 months of extension, so $6 billion a year, to extend the fuel excise relief that those opposite legislated to end tomorrow night. And we're being upfront with people about that. We know that's a difficult decision. We know it impacts people who drive further. But our commitment to them all along is to manage the budget as responsibly as we can, to provide cost of living relief where we can, where there's an economic dividend in areas like childcare, cheaper TAFE, cheaper medicines and getting wages moving again. But nobody is pretending that the end of the fuel excise relief won't make things more difficult. We understand that. We appreciate that. And we're being upfront with people the reason why that's ending on the timetable set by those opposite and why we're not able to extend it. But we are providing cost of living relief to the member for Fowler's constituents and to Australians all around the country. We'll do that in an affordable and responsible way that's right for the budget and right for the economy.
Give the call to the member for Lawler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Government Services. How will the commencement today of the Royal Commission into Robodebt help to bring justice to the victims of Robodebt?
The call to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme and the Minister for Government Services.
I thank the member for Lawler for her question and her advocacy on behalf of Robodebt victims. For the information of the House, I was privileged to be in Brisbane this morning for the opening of the Robodebt Royal Commission. I was in the audience with Kath Madgwick and Jennifer Miller. Kath's son Jared took his own life after an argument with the previous government about the debt collection of a debt. Jennifer's son Reece took his own life. I congratulate the Royal Commission for starting this process in the course of 5 weeks. It's a remarkable effort. And what I thought I might do is take this opportunity to inform the member of Lawler and other members who are interested in Robodebt matters, including some of those on the opposition front bench, of the opening remarks by Her Honour, the Royal Commissioner. She said the premise for the scheme was unsound. because it treated average earnings as though they were actual earnings. But that was most unlikely to be true, she said, unless the recipient earned the same amount every fortnight. The very circumstances which caused people to need benefits meant it was very improbable that many did. She went on at another point in her opening remarks and said that a good deal is known of how the robo-debt scheme operated, but not much has been revealed about why, about what advice or consultation or reasoning or response to criticism was occurring behind the scenes at any stage. She's made the point about people likely to be called as witnesses, that the focus appropriately and in accordance with the terms of reference will be those in senior positions who had or should have had oversight of it. Counsel Assisting Michael Gregory KC has given us some further understanding of who's likely to be called. Those involved in the design and implementation of the scheme. Those who are made aware of its risks, complaints, legal challenges and their responses. And I'll take that interjection from the opposition, where they try and say that everyone was doing it, so what was the problem? In fact, Her Honour went to this Liberal speaking points. She didn't call them that. She said what changed was the implementation of the robo-debt scheme in 2016 was that the Department of Human Services used an automated process to demand information from current and former recipients on a scale not previously attempted. And it further says that they sought the information going back years, and the department proceeded to use debt recovery powers without any further attempt to substantiate the alleged debt. This Royal Commission is important. It is about justice for people who are unlawfully treated by the then government. I have no doubt that this Royal Commission will make sure that the shame never happens again and those responsible will be held to account.
I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
My question is to the Attorney-General. I refer to comments by the Chief Executive of Omni Bridgeway, Andrew Saker, who told the online industry magazine Law.com on 8 September that the Attorney-General's decision to relax restrictions on litigation funders would, quotes, provide us with more opportunities, close quotes. Does the Attorney-General agree that his decision will create more opportunities for litigation funders like Omni Bridgeway?
I give the call to the Attorney-General. Order, members on my left.
I thank the honourable member for his question. And as I told the House yesterday, I have complied with the Ministerial Code of Conduct at all times. I suggest that if the honourable member has questions for Omni Bridgeway, he should direct questions to that company.
Order. I give the call to the member for Boothby.
My question is to the Minister for Science. What was Australia's involvement in NASA's Project DART, which collided a spacecraft with an asteroid this morning? How does it showcase Australian scientists? And what are our Albanese Labor government's plans to leverage our scientific know-how?
The call to the Minister for Industry and Science.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and thanks to the member for Boothby, not only for the question, but I had the pleasure of visiting the Tonsley Innovation Precinct at Flinders Uni and look forward to visiting there again. And, Mr Speaker, what occurred this morning at the, when I visited the Canberra Deep Space Communication Complex in Tidbinbilla. It's a NASA facility managed by the CSIRO. We witnessed the historic double asteroid redirection test, or DART for short. And what happened was a literal world first, humankind's first test of planetary defence. An incredible feat. Just imagine flinging an object the size of a fridge at the speed of 6.6 kilometres a second at an asteroid the size of a pyramid to slow it down or change its orbit, and doing it from 11 million kilometres away, which is just what happened at 9:14 a.m. our time. A mammoth achievement, and full and hearty congratulations to the global effort led by NASA. But across the chamber, can we congratulate the CSIRO team at Tidbinbilla, who played such a crucial role in the mission? They received the final signals from the DART spacecraft as it approached and impacted the asteroid. The The CSIRO is rightly proud of the 85 people that work there, the scientific, engineering and tech nous, as we all are, and it was a great pleasure to visit it with the member for Bean, David Smith. What we saw today is a great example of how Australian know-how brought to life by skill is making a valuable contribution on the world stage, a testament to our strong scientific relationship with the US. And now the Albanese Labor government wants to rekindle our faith in Australian know-how. We're a smart people. We need to apply those smarts to drive national prosperity and well-being. And that's why I announced earlier today we'll be revitalising our national science priorities. We're a government that believes in the value of science and will act on science. Our national science priorities haven't been refreshed since 2015. A lot's happened in the world since that time, and we need a modernised framework. We want these refreshed priorities to reflect what the nation values, and we've identified 3 new priorities as a starting point: supporting stronger action on climate change, elevating and investing in First Nations knowledge, harnessing the potential of emerging technologies, not only for economic growth but Australian well-being. Now, we've published the terms of reference for this work, which will be led by our Chief Scientist, Dr Cathy Foley. We expect a new set of priorities and a statement within the next year. And importantly, I want to invite and listen to the advice and views of our nation's tremendous science and research community. We thank everyone at the CSIRO who contributed to today's great effort.
Give the call to the member for Bonner. Order.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Small Business. Can the minister inform the House how much a typical small business electricity bill is and whether electricity bills are becoming more expensive for small businesses?
I give the call to the Minister for Small Business, Housing and Homelessness.
Thank you, and I thank the member for his question. As, of course, I've said in this place before, we do understand that small businesses across Australia have had a tough time. We know that they've had a tough time, and we know that energy bills are increasing. What we also know, of course, is that side of the House didn't do anything about energy policy for more than a decade. We had a decade of denial and delay that caused energy prices to increase. We also, of course, had the former minister here who hid energy price increases from small businesses right across the country because they wouldn't tell small businesses before the election what their plans were for energy prices. We, of course, know—
I'll just allow the minister to resume her seat. I'll call the member for Bonner on the point of order.
A point of order on relevance, Mr Speaker. The first question was, can she inform us on the price of electricity for small businesses?
I'll bring the minister back to the question. It was about order, a specific question about how much an electricity bill will, and also energy prices becoming more expensive. So ask the minister to return back to the question. She's had a preamble.
And of course, we do know that small businesses are facing challenges and energy prices are one of them, which is why we're working with small businesses and we're busy implementing our election commitments to small business.
Order. Order. I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, my question is to the Minister for the Environment and Water. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering on its commitment to protect our rivers and support our precious water resources?
Give the call to the Minister for the Environment and Water.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I want to thank the member for Macon for his question. I know that he, like all of our South Australian colleagues here, is absolutely committed to seeing the delivery of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan in full, because it matters. It matters for the communities along the river system. It matters for the businesses that depend on the river system, the farmers, the tourism operators, the other businesses, and of course it matters for the environment as well. Australia is already the driest inhabited continent on earth, and we know that as climate change takes hold, this will only get worse. Of course, it's hard to remember at a time like this, when so much of the East Coast in particular is suffering too much water, but we know in Australia, as sure as night follows day, that these wet periods will be followed once again by drought. And that's why I was so very disappointed to read in today's paper that the member for Maranoa believes that the Murray-Darling Basin Plan is impossible to deliver. That's actually a bit rich from someone who was in charge of the Murray-Darling Basin Plan for so many years. It would have been good to hear him say that when he was the actual minister. It's not that it's impossible to deliver, it's that those opposite have sabotaged the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. They've tied it up in brown tape because they never wanted to deliver it. And it's not just the Murray-Darling Basin Plan that they are determined not to deliver, despite the fact that there was $1.3 billion set aside for water efficiency. They haven't spent that, they haven't delivered it. It's also their damn promises.
Leader of the Opposition will
it
cease
was
interjecting.
incredible, wasn't it, that the member for Maranoa, the member for New England, who I spend some very delightful times with at 6 a.m. on a Monday morning, went right around the country promising 100
Leader
dams.
of the Nationals will cease
100
interjecting.
dams they promised. They promised Hells Gate, they promised Dungowan Dam, they promised Paradise Dam, they promised Urana Dam, they promised Wyangala Dam, they promised Manton Dam, they promised Anu Swamp Dam, they promised 100 dams. Guess how many they delivered? Two. So the 450 gigalitres of additional environmental water, they delivered 2. Of the 100 dams they promised, they delivered 2. This mob are great at circling the country and making big promises to regional communities, but they're all hat and no cattle.
Call to the Acting Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask that further questions be placed on the notice board.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to honourable members earlier today. Full details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
Give the call to the Leader of the House.
And I declare that the Social Services and Other Legislation Amendment incentivising pensioners to downsize bill is referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration.
I received a letter from the honourable member for Hume proposing a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the cost of living crisis and this government's lack of plan to deal with it. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places. And I give the call to the member for Hume.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, I'm pleased to speak on this issue, and I'm pleased that there's support to get on and talk about this MPI, because cost of living is one of the issues that Australians are feeling very deeply right now. Mr Speaker, when it comes to what Australians are talking about on the street, out in my electorate and elsewhere, it's cost of living, because rising inflation and interest rates are extremely painful in the suburbs, in the regions and in the cities, Mr Speaker. Now, we're seeing what's changed about this in the last few months is we're not just seeing this at the fuel bowser, we're seeing it at the grocery checkout, we're seeing it when people buy furniture, we're seeing it when people buy services. We are seeing it across the board, Mr Speaker. But most of all, what we're going to see in the next few months is we're going to see it in the mortgage bills. Because we know for a typical house of $750,000 in my electorate, in places like Elderslie and Spring Farm, Mr Speaker, between Campbelltown and Camden, we are seeing for a $750,000 house, the average Australian is going to be very soon paying an extra $900 a month on their mortgage payments, Mr Speaker. $900 a month. That's well over $10,000 a year, Mr Speaker, that the average Australian is going to be the average Australian on a mortgage is going to be paying. We know a third of Australians have a mortgage. And they are the people working hard, raising families, Mr Speaker, raising families in so many of our electorates. And as I look around, I see thank you, Deputy Speaker. I see, well, Deputy Speaker, has changed, and I appreciate that she is now in the chair. But, Deputy Speaker, what we are seeing in those suburbs is this increase in mortgage payments. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, Deputy Speaker. It is not over yet. We are seeing an increase in interest rates that continues to flow through. The Reserve Bank has just raised interest rates by 50 basis points. The expectation in the marketplace is they're going to raise interest rates another 50 basis points next week. Remains to be seen what the outcome is, but that's the expectation, and that it will continue on beyond that. And indeed, we're seeing in the marketplace an expectation that cash rates will reach over 4.3% by mid-next year, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, the truth of the matter is that will result in mortgages of 6.5% or 7% for a typical Australian mortgage, as we see the flexible rates flowing through, people moving from fixed rates to flexible rates. And that is a pain that Australians are going to feel of a scale that we haven't seen yet, and we need to be ready to deal with it. Now, what we've seen from those opposite, most of all, is no plan. No plan at all, Deputy Speaker. What we see is Grim Chalmers as the commentator, not the Treasurer, the forecaster, not the leader, who's failed time and time again to take the opportunity, as interest rates have continued to go up, to lay out a plan whereby Australians are going to feel relief from these pressures. Now, Deputy Speaker, the question is, of course, what should be in that plan? Ultimately, it'll have to be the government's plan. But there's three things I'd like to point out that they could do right here and now to make a real difference. And the first is to release some of the supply chain bottlenecks we are seeing in the economy. Now, we put forward a proposal to double the work bonus to help pensioners and veterans, to increase the amount of work they do, to give more incentive for them through the changes in the tax and welfare system that we have proposed. What this effectively does is reduce their effective marginal tax rate so that they can get on and do more work without being taxed. Right now, if you are a pensioner or a veteran, you're paying at least 50 cents in the dollar for every extra dollar you earn, and quite likely significantly more. So it makes perfect sense to give them the incentive to get out there and work. Now, most of all, we want to see more Australians working, and that will not only relieve their cost of living pressures, but it will also relieve cost of living pressures for all other Australians. The second thing, Deputy Speaker, is to make sure we don't kick off a price-wage spiral. Now, we all want to see higher real wages in this place. We all want to see higher real wages in this place. What we don't need is a race between prices and wages. The last time we saw this was in the 1970s. And we know who lost. Workers lost. That's what happened, Deputy Speaker. When you start a race like this, real wages will lose. Now, the third thing, Deputy Speaker, that those opposite can focus on is making sure they're not throwing fuel on the fire of these inflationary and interest rate pressures. Not throwing fuel on the fire. The truth of the matter is they took to the last election $45 billion of additional off-budget spending, sneaky spending, off the budget, $45 billion, which will just throw more fuel on this fire. $18 billion of on-budget spending, but we know this is only the beginning. We know this is only the beginning, because Grim Jim told us just earlier this week that.
Give the call to the Minister. Point of
Treasurer
order.
to refer to members by their official titles.
Indeed you should. Member for Hume, please refer to members by official titles.
Deputy Speaker, we heard earlier this week that the Treasurer has found $50 billion. Now, I've never seen a Treasurer look so miserable about finding $50 billion. Has anyone else seen a Treasurer look so miserable about finding $50 billion? Oh, it's $50 billion we delivered him.
It came from our time in government, Deputy Speaker. It came from our time in government. And the truth of the matter is that the Treasurer didn't want to see the $50 billion. Now that he's got it, what we know is he wants to spend it. He's already telling us that. He wants to spend it. He wants to spend it, and that's exactly what he will do. We know that's what Labor does. When they see a little bit of money, the first thing they do is want to spend it. He's also making sure he spends it on the things he wants. He's trying to tell others around him, no, not your gift. It's a gift for the people I want. But $50 billion windfall that has come from the hard work that we did to make sure that as we came out of the pandemic, that we saw a bounce back, a reversion to the balanced budget that we had in 2019. And in fact, in a remarkable situation, we saw that from November through to May, through to the election, in fact, we ran a cumulative surplus over those months, through to the end of May, through to the election, Deputy Speaker. And what we know is that those opposite just want to spend the money. Now, meanwhile, when it comes to cost of living, what we know is that they are experts in breaking promises. $275. The commitment was made back in November last year. And they have refused steadfastly to say they're going to deliver it. And we know they're not. We know they're not. This is a broken promise. They've had the opportunity at the dispatch box time and time again to commit to that promise. But when it comes to cost of living, it's all broken promises. When it comes to productivity, Deputy Speaker, they've decided to give up on it. They've dropped their productivity forecast because they say, you know what, that's not something we're going to deliver. And when it comes to real wages, I hear the member behind me talking about real wages. Well, the reality of real wages is the Treasurer has decided that in this term of the parliament, on his forecast, not ours, on his forecast, there will be no gains in real wages, no material gains in real wages. So they've given up on their promise on electricity prices, they've given up on their promise on productivity, and they've given up on their promise on real wages. And we know what they're giving up on next, and that is tax cuts, Deputy Speaker, because the one thing Labor really hates most of all is to give Australians a tax break, to reduce taxes on small businesses in Australia, to reduce taxes on the hard-working Australians who want to get on and have a crack out there, to want to have a go in their small businesses and in their careers. We want to see them succeed. We want lower taxes. We want better managed cost of living, a plan from those opposites.
Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It is a true pleasure to rise on this matter of public importance, because if you need any evidence of the agility of those opposite, consider what happened at noon today. At noon today, the Education Minister was at this dispatch box announcing the government's cheaper childcare bill. That bill will cut childcare costs for more than 1 million families. We've seen childcare costs go up 41% in the last 8 years, and for a family on $80,000 with a child in care 3 days a week, the government's support will be $14,000 a year as a result of the bill announced today. And what was the Shadow Treasurer doing at the very same time? He was tabling a matter of public importance, claiming that the government didn't have a plan for cost of living. As you might say, or as he said himself, fantastic, great move. Well done, Angus. Because those on this side of the House are always happy to have a debate on cost of living. Under them, we saw wages stagnate as a deliberate design feature of their economic architecture. Under us, the very first decision of the Albanese cabinet was to support a Fair Work decision giving a 5.2% pay rise to minimum wage workers. And we've also backed in a pay rise for aged care workers and made clear the government would pay its fair share. Under them, we had scare campaigns about electric vehicles and claims that electric vehicles will end the weekend. Under us, we're cutting the tax rate on electric vehicles. You'd think that side of the parliament would like a tax cut for electric vehicles, but no, they're voting against it, despite the fact that for every 10 kilometres you drive an electric vehicle, you save $1 compared to a petrol vehicle. Under them, we had a renewables strike. Under us, we've just seen the Climate Change Minister sign a key agreement with John Kerry, which will unlock up to $2.9 billion of new renewables investment. Under them, we saw the economy stagnate. We saw the start-up rate go down. We saw the rate of people starting a new job go down. We saw market concentration go up. We saw markups go up. And under us, we're taking those issues of economic dynamism and competition absolutely seriously. I'm going to be introducing a bill in this place tomorrow that is going to raise the penalties on firms that engage in anti-competitive conduct, and is going to ban unfair contract terms, those sort of contract terms that currently let large businesses get away with clauses such as unilateral termination or unilateral price increases. Because those of us on this side of the House, we stand on the side of small businesses and consumers. Under them, we've seen home ownership fall to its lowest level in 2 generations. And for regional Australians, we've seen them taking now more than a decade to save for the deposit. Under us, we've announced the Housing Australian Future Fund and the Help to Buy program, which is going to ensure that young Australians are able to achieve the dream of a home of their own. And we've seen under them paid pandemic leave due to expire. Under us, we've extended it. We've extended the pensioner work bonus from $7,800 to $11,800. We're fast-tracking fee-free TAFE places. And we're tackling the rorts and waste, including that $20 billion of JobKeeper that went to firms with rising revenues, and tripled the debt under the Liberals. We recognise that it's critical for government to do its part in ensuring that we tackle that cost of living crisis. And that's just the beginning of what our government is doing to help Australians deal with the cost of living challenges. We've seen under them the notion of conflict and division become a deliberate feature of the way in which they ran the economy. And then under us, we had a Jobs and Skills Summit that brought together business, unions and the social sector and saw historic agreements, such as that between the ACTU and the BCA and the ACTU and COSBOA. We are acting on multinational tax dodging. We are cracking down. In this budget, one of the key aspects is going to be a crackdown on the use of debt deductions by multinational firms to reduce their revenues. Now, to give you those present a specific example of how debt deductions might be a problem, let me take the House to the company called Eastern Australia Agriculture, co-founded by the Shadow Treasurer, which made millions of dollars in water licences. In 2018, Eastern Australian Agriculture paid its Caymans-registered subsidiary, Eastern Australia Irrigation, some $14 million in interest. Why do you pay an interest bill to an overseas subsidiary in the Caymans? Well, so you can reduce your tax bill here by profit shifting to the Caymans. The interest rate paid on that debt? Apparently some 20%. And that's the sort of boondoggle that we're going to be looking to crack down on with our crackdown on debt deductions, ensuring that firms like Eastern Australia Agriculture can't minimise their tax bill at the expense of regular Australian taxpayers. Our measures in this government are focused on the supply side, tackling the supply side as we look to bring down inflation. And that's working in concert with the Reserve Bank, that's focused on the demand side of the economy. We've got monetary policy and fiscal policy working in concert to bring down inflation. Now, Deputy Speaker, we've had a historic event today. We've got NASA crashing a spacecraft into an asteroid which didn't pose any threat to Earth, just to show how it could be done. And you've got to think to yourself that NASA's really drawn inspiration from the opposition in this measure. You know, this is the very same opposition that said that the Job Summit should be cancelled and then that they really needed an invitation. And then when they got the invitation,
they decided that this was washing the hair day, so they wouldn't be able to go along. Credit to the Leader of the Nationals, who showed up and made a constructive contribution, unlike the Leader of the Opposition or the Shadow Treasurer. And next month we're going to have the Leader of the Opposition delivering a budget reply, which is somewhat at odds with Senator Hume's suggestion that oppositions don't have policies. And we've got the Shadow Treasurer giving an economic speech which has all the credibility of his forged claim that Clover Moore spent $16 million on travel. Those dodgy documents had more credibility than the economic ideas that the Shadow Treasurer is bringing forward. Deputy Speaker, we may be introducing legislation to make childcare cheaper, but we didn't sign up to babysit the Shadow Treasurer. The very fact is, this is a bloke who is fundamentally unserious about economic policy, who doesn't have ideas in order to ensure that Australia moves to a high-wage, high-productivity economy. Those opposite, the idea of lower wages is baked into their DNA. They're like the short-sighted business who'd like to have high-paid consumers and low-paid workers. We instead recognise, as did so many of the far-sighted business leaders at the Jobs Summit, that businesses benefit when workers have wages to buy those products. Those opposite do a great line in bellowing, but have no substantive ideas for strengthening the Australian economy. We on this side of the House understand that the drivers of productivity include investing in education, which is why the Education Minister is so committed to ensuring that our schools attract and retain great teachers, that we have more opportunities for apprenticeships and TAFE places through those hundreds of thousands of fee-free TAFE places. We're expanding the number of places at university because we understand that a knowledge economy requires workers to skill up to meet the demands of the future. We're investing in infrastructure based on cost-benefit analysis, not political calculus, as saw so much of the so-called investment under those opposite. The sports rorts, the car park rorts, the wasted resources that should have been going into improving the productive capacity of the economy rather than trying to pad the margins in Liberal Party seats. We on this side of the House understand the core role that competition policy plays in driving a more dynamic economy, and we will have more to say about the important role of competition policy in spurring growth and reform in the future. We just invite the opposition to be part of that important conversation rather than shouting from the sidelines.
Thank you. Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, that's 10 minutes none of us will get back. I mean, what the government needs to learn is you're not in opposition anymore. The minister then, Deputy Speaker, just spent, I think, 4 minutes just making cheap shots at the Shadow Treasurer. And what the government now has to learn to do is the fact that they need to have a plan about what they're doing, not just be critical like they obviously were in opposition. They need to work out they're now in government. But anyway, look, this is an exceptionally important motion of the MPI that we're talking about today, Deputy Speaker, in the sense of cost of living. Household budgets we know are under pressure, small business budgets are under pressure, and what they are looking for from the new government, is not just critical analysis of the now opposition. They're looking for what is the plan of the new government with cost of living pressures, because these are real pressures. We have inflation rate going up. We have interest rates going up. We know that the new government as well has. They say it's going to be the bread and butter budget. It's certainly not the petrol budget, because petrol prices, as we know, will go up 20 cents a litre on Thursday or the few days after that as people refuel their Bowsers. So, that's certainly going to be a hit again to household budgets, Deputy Speaker. And look, I'll come back to some of the things I think the new government would want to do, but I want to concentrate for a moment on what the now government said in opposition, and not just in opposition, actually, Deputy Speaker, what they were saying while they were in government about what they were going to do with energy prices. And I quote the now Prime Minister on the 29th of April, said, Mr Albanese says, I maintain that Labor can bring power prices down $275 per year by 2025. The now Treasurer, Dr Chalmers, said on 25th of May, which is after the election, on 2GB Breakfast with Ben Fordham, vowed that the Albanese-led government had a climate and energy plan to produce cheaper renewable energy available to all Australian households, saying what we've said in our policy, in our economic modelling of our policy, is $275 a year by 2025. The Senior Minister Tony Burke said in a newspaper article on the 19th of June, again after the budget, insists Labor's promise to reduce household energy bills by $275 a year over five years is still intact. Water and Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek on Sky News. We've got plans to bring down the cost of electricity $275 a year cheaper, and these are the sort of difference that we can make to everyday lives if Labor's elected. Katie Gallagher, now Finance Minister, Canberra Times, 18th of May, 2 days before the election. There's a once-in-a-century opportunity to reinvent our economy, build a better future, end the climate wars, invest in renewables and cut power bills by, I think you'll be able to guess, $275 over 5 years. Minister for Defence, as part of Labor policy, Labor anticipates power bills to be $275 cheaper by 2025. And Mr Miles went on to say rigorous modelling. Said it was one of the most extensive modelling that any opposition had ever done. Senator Penny Wong is quoted by saying Labor's Power in Australia will cut power bills, reduce emissions and bring renewable energy to Australian homes and save families $275 a year. But then, Deputy Speaker, what happened on the 28th of July? What happened on the 28th of July? An article in the Daily Mail states Labor has dumped its election policy to reduce power bills by $275 a year by 2025 after just 6 weeks in power. The article states that Minister Bowen, asked if he still stands by Labor's $275 figure, didn't really say yes or no. He said, of course, figures will move around. So there is the hoax of those opposite. One of the major policies they took to the Australian public in the last election was to lower power bills to $275 by 2025. And, Deputy Speaker, you know this, they will not commit to that now they are in government and have never done that in this chamber since. But let's go to other solutions, Deputy Speaker. The Shadow Treasurer also said one of the big things for cost of living that you can do is to block supply chain blockages. We know that every industry around this country right now is there's a shortage of labour. We gave a great suggestion to the new government to double what pensioners could earn before they started to lose their pension. Government picked up a little bit of that, but not all of it. Again, the Ag Visa, Deputy Speaker, very important. We had great plans to extend the Ag Visa to get more workers, to make sure our fruit and vegetables got picked up and not rotted to the ground. Again, good.
Member for Pearce.
Deputy Speaker, I'm actually a reasonable person. I listen, I care and I'm considerate. However, whether I have 5 seconds, 5 minutes or 5 hours, I am on my feet as I'm incensed by the sarcasm, the comments and the attitude by those comments, who seemingly seem to be rather forgetful about the last decade and the situation that they have put our country in. So, Deputy Speaker, I am on my feet to speak about that, and if I can read my notes, because I have just scribbled in absolute haste, it will be a miracle. However, I'm catapulted on my feet because I have got something to say, and I've got to say this on behalf of my community. My first speech stated, I thank the community who supported me and who clearly articulated that the Albanese government's plan for our future is the reason we are in government. Without a voice, the community cannot be heard, and I'm grateful for the opportunity that they have granted me to be their voice and partner in Canberra. Supporting strategic economic growth, fiscal responsibility and integrity, something those opposite don't seem to be able to do. We've got 3 words, 3 simple words: cost of living. However, the impact of these words on families around Australia is absolutely significant. We, on this side, clearly understand that the rising cost of living is hurting many Australians. While this is a result of global factors, we cannot ignore the price that we are paying for a wasted decade by the previous government, despite what they are saying on the other side. Australians understand that we did not create these cost of living challenges, and clearly Australians have elected us to take responsibility to address them, and we are doing so. We have hit the ground running. Our economic plan is carefully considered and is a direct and deliberate response to the challenges facing the economy. One of our very first acts of the Albanese government was to successfully argue for the minimum wage to keep pace with inflation, an outcome that will help many Australians. Significant work and attention to detail in relation to the October budget will be focused on responsible and carefully considered cost of living relief. This includes our cheaper childcare bill that was introduced into Parliament today, which will result in being one step closer to a more affordable early childhood education for more Australian families, enabling more people to increase their hours of paid work. I recently visited the West Coast TAFE in my electorate of Pearce. The vocational education training has been the foundation of Australia's strong and vibrant economy, in which the Albanese Labor government understands the importance of investing in the skills sector and why we are fast-tracking and investing in fee-free TAFE places. I saw those kids, those pre-university or those pre-TAFE places, going to have a look at the TAFE to see if they want to be a brickie, a tiler, a carpenter, a plasterer or a sparky. They are given the opportunity, and they know and they are embracing that. In addition, our pensions, allowances and rent assistance have increased in line with inflation. I know that our budget to cut the cost of medicines will help many members in our local communities. We are bringing in a new pensioner work bonus so older Australians can keep more of what they earn without affecting their pension, providing them with an opportunity to make decisions if they wish to participate in paid work. Many within the electorate of Pearce live in the outer metropolitan growth areas. Some of them have to travel long distances to work. And with this comes choices, whether they enrol their kids in sport, whether they entertain, whether they go on holidays, or whether they put food on the table and whether they pay their bills. I understand their challenges. That's why I'm in this place making these decisions to help them. The Albanese Labor government understands these challenges. We are making carefully informed decisions in which to help them. And I know that we are committed to looking after the welfare and well-being of those within our community. And I implore those opposite to sit and listen and take heed of what we are doing to try and support our communities based on the disgraceful situation that we've inherited with $1 trillion worth of debt. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Petrie.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, maybe the new member should talk to the member for McEwen in front of her and the member for Blair and Caldwell and Macon, who racked up $250 billion in debt during the Rudd-Gillard-Rudd years. We can't blame these guys. They're all innocent. They're all new. But you four, you racked up a quarter of it. And then you come in here and say there's $1 trillion in debt. Don't forget you, the member for Fenner. Madam Deputy Speaker, or Deputy Speaker, all they do is tax and spend. Look, the reality is the Australian people know that there is a cost of living crisis, and this Labor government's lack of planning, zero plan to deal with it. There is no plan. It's all a thought bubble. Interest rates up, rents up, more people homeless, mortgage repayments up, electricity bills through the roof, petrol up, diesel up, food all increasing quickly under the Albanese Labor government. Earlier this year we had a federal election and Labor won. A few newbies over here that came in. Well, on the 8th of May, some of them might have posted, as many Labor members did, that the cost of living is up. This is on the 8th of May, and interest rates are up. And what that would mean is that by Christmas, on their little Labor tiles that they put on their social media, is that mortgage repayments would be $400 a month higher. $400 a month higher. Well, post-election, we had an interest rate rise on the 7th of June, up 50 basis points. 5th of July, up another 50 basis points. 2nd of August, up another 50 basis points. 6th of September, up another 50 basis points. So if you've got a $500,000 loan at 2%, you're up $833 a month since the Albanese Labor government was elected. And here they were before the election, $400 a month for the rest of the year. Since the election, since Labor's been elected, for those in the gallery, it's $833 a month. And if you've got a home loan of $600,000 for those in the gallery at 2%, that'd be an extra $1,000 a month under the Albanese Labor government, or $12,000 a year. Or you might live in a southern state, you've got a higher mortgage, $900,000 mortgage at 2%, $1,500 a month or $18,000 a year since the Albanese Labor government and all of these new members were elected. So whilst this is happening, by the way, we have the extreme Greens coming in here wanting Labor to abandon their election commitment on income tax cuts, and well done to Labor for not giving in to them. We know that lower income taxes encourage people to work harder, to do overtime, encourage less tax evasion, and it eliminates bracket creep. And the Greens come in here and want Labor to abandon their election commitment. They want the Liberals to abandon their election commitment. They want the ETU, who promised stage 3 tax cuts, to abandon their election commitment, all at the same time while the Greens are too obsessed with everything else that's happening. And the reality is that this cost of living crisis under the Albanese Labor government is continuing to build. We have fuel prices which are going up this week. So the member for Fenner says, well, Labor was able to keep the pandemic lead payments. They were able to reverse that. But when it comes to the fuel excise, oh no, it's all going up. This week we'll see fuel increase across the country. Whether you're buying diesel, whether you're buying unleaded, it'll continue to go up. And what that'll mean is an extra $13.20 per tank on a 60-litre tank, or $686 a year for those people on Job Seeker that can least afford it. We've seen homelessness go up. We've seen rents go up through the roof. And what do those opposite do? Oh, no, it's all fine. We're doing something about childcare. Forget fuel, forget rent, forget electricity. And talking about electricity, they promised 100 times pre-election. 100 times the Prime Minister got up and said, we're going to lower your bills by $275 a week. Yet the Minister for Small Business today, in question, $275 a year, sorry. I'll take that interjection, $275 a year, yet the Minister for Small Business comes into question time today and says, yes, small and medium enterprise businesses are doing it tough, we accept that. They are facing challenges and their bills are going up. And I'm sure everyone in the gallery, if you look back at your electricity bills over the last few months, they'll go up. And if you live in a state like mine, where you've got a Labor state government, a Labor federal government, it's only going to get worse.
I remind the House to direct their comments through the chair and to— Could I have a bit of order in the House, please? I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Well, Deputy Speaker, you can imagine there would have been a few conversations this morning with the members opposite and their diary managers saying, look, what are we going to be doing at around 4:45? I've got the MPI on. Who's doing the MPI? The Shadow Treasurer. Organise something else. Organise something else. I'm not going in to support the member for Hume's MPI. Look at the support that the member for Hume has got for his MPI. They are lining up to come into the House. Poor old Angus, lining up to come in to support the member for Hume's
I remind
MPI.
the member for
I'll refer to him
McNamara.
by his correct title, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you.
And the member for Hume comes in talking about the cost of living. And I'm very pleased to rise on this opportunity to talk about the economic management of the previous 10 years. These people, they set the gold standard of economic management. They were the best of the best. They did things like the Regional Development Fund, building a pool underneath the Sydney Harbour Bridge for the Regional Development Fund. Nothing screams regional development than doing a few laps outside the Opera House. You know, watching the P&O cruise just go by in the harbour. Yeah, this is regional Australia at its best, isn't it? The Ruby Princess just sailing by, and you think this is regional Australia at its absolute best. No, the member for Hume obviously was the shadow. He was the Minister for Energy, the famous Minister for Energy in his previous capacity. And he comes into this place talking about cost of living. And we know on this side of the House, we know that the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy. It's something that the CSIRO and the AEMO have said consistently, that the cheapest form of energy is renewable energy backed up by some form of dispatchable energy. And yet, what has the member for Hume and all of his geniuses on that side of the House, what is their answer post the election to try and answer the cheapest form of energy in Australia? Not the cheapest form of energy, Deputy Speaker, the most expensive form of energy. Radioactive, man, that's what they want. They want the most expensive form of energy in this House. And for the millions of Australians watching this MPI at home, supporting the member for Hume, unlike his colleagues over there, thank you. His colleagues weren't interested in watching, but there's, I'm sure, millions of Australians watching this. The member for Hume doesn't want your power bills to go up by double. He doesn't want you to triple them. He wants it to go up by 4 or 5 times, because that would be the repercussions of, if the member for Hume had his way, of building a nuclear power plant or a couple of nuclear power plants in this country. Now, as we came into government, one of the first things that we did on this side of the House, one of the proudest things that we do as members of a Labor government, was we do everything we can to lift the wages of those in our country, and especially those on the minimum wage. And unlike those opposite, well, we all remember the former finance minister, who said that low wages are a deliberate design feature of their economic management. Well, that changed at the election. And under this government, one of the first things we did was make a submission to the Fair Work Commission to lift the wages of those on the minimum wage, and that is exactly what happened. There was also a submission made to lift the wages of our aged care workers, some of the hardest working Australians who went to work during the pandemic, who literally put their lives on the lines to support our senior Australians. Today, of all days, when we introduced a historic bill to introduce and to make childcare and early childhood more affordable for Australians, the member for Hume comes in and tries to lecture us about the cost of living. Well, let's see if those opposites support the measures to make childcare more affordable. They like to rattle on about tax cuts in this country, and yet the one bill that's in this place or in the parliament being considered right now that's going to lower taxes for electric vehicles, they cannot bring themselves to support tax cuts when it comes to electric vehicles. They're all for tax cuts, apparently. They're all for tax cuts. Now, I hear the interjections. I'll tell you what would be more convincing than some interjections is if you actually voted for the bill, mate. If you actually voted for the bill and were willing to reduce taxes on electric vehicles. So we on this side of the House, we're going to do things like free TAFE. We're going to make medicine cheaper. We're going to bring down the cost of childcare. We're going to invest in renewable energy, not the most expensive form of energy, the cheapest form of energy. And while those opposite are building regional pools underneath the Sydney Harbour Bridge, we're going to get on and address the cost of living for Australians.
Well done.
There we go.
I give the call to member for Hughes.
Speaker, I rise on this matter of public importance, the cost of living crisis, and this government's lack of plan to deal with it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the rapidly accelerating cost of living is something that Australians are really struggling with. Interest rates are going up, the price of food and groceries is skyrocketing, and the reduction to the fuel excise is set to expire in only 48 hours. We have seen 5 interest rate increases over the past 5 months. Morgan Stanley is currently forecasting interest rates to reach as high as 3.6% by only February of next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, even for now, the current cash rate of 2.35% is the highest official interest rate since 2014, with the rate of increase the highest since 1994. For the 3.5 million Australians with a mortgage, successive interest rate rises and uncontrolled inflation are crushing the quality of life for these Australians. With the current median house price in my electorate of Hughes sitting at around $1.5 million, the latest census data shows that 15% of these mortgagors have mortgage repayments comprising more than 30% of their household income. This constitutes significant mortgage stress. Deputy Speaker, however, this government has not brought forward any plan to address cost of living pressures on families or on small businesses. With these increasing pressures on Australian households, the government must rule out tax cuts and must commit to the tax cuts previously provided by the coalition government in its upcoming budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been visiting local businesses across the electorate of Hughes since being elected. These business owners are crying out for action from this government. There is no plan by this government to address supply chain issues. There is no plan by this government to bring down power prices, and there is no plan by this government to increase consumer confidence and encourage local spending. Madam Deputy Speaker, I call upon this government to act decisively as cash rate increases are progressively passed on to homeowners by the banks. Those with variable home loans will be feeling the crunch, particularly as we're coming into Christmas. When Australians are doing their Christmas grocery shopping this year and when they're buying gifts for their loved ones, they are going to feel real financial pain. When Australians this year are buying and paying for their holidays over the Christmas break, they'll be feeling real financial pain. This is real financial pain that this government, if it had a plan, could address for these Australians. We have heard the Treasurer of this government calling his October budget a bread and butter budget. We know that Labor's bread and butter is big spending and big taxing. The Treasurer and this government only has plans to spend more, and the only way to do this is to tax hard-working Australians who are battling the rising cost of living. So far, the government has refused to rule out bringing back changes to franking credits and changes to negative gearing. In 2019, we saw Australians emphatically reject Labor's past attempts to make changes to franking credits and negative gearing. Yet still, this has not been ruled out by this current government. Any Labor plan to scrap full tax refunds will cause misery and suffering to low-income earners and modest retirees who have worked, saved and invested under a fair system that should be respected and safeguarded. Madam Deputy Speaker, the previous coalition government created 1.9 million new jobs, with over 1.1 million of these jobs filled by women. The unemployment rate under the coalition government was at 3.9%, the lowest in decades, and the number of trade apprentices in training had risen to 220,000, the highest level since records began in 1963. From 1 July this year, Madam Deputy Speaker, low and middle income earners began receiving the coalition's tax offset. Personal income tax were legislated by the coalition government, meaning that around 95% of Australians will pay a marginal rate of no more than 30 cents in the dollar in 2 years' time. The previous coalition government also reduced the company tax rate to only 25%. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I call upon this government to release its plan to reduce cost of living pressures.
Thank you. Give the call to member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this is my first opportunity to contribute to debate in this parliament. I've been sitting here diligently and patiently watching those opposite at these very important matters of public importance raise issues which are important to the nation. And when I saw today's subject, Deputy Speaker, I couldn't help, like the member for Pearce, to get up and have my say. Because I think, and it's really important that the member for Petrie, who mentioned the election, it was only a few months ago, but there seems to be like a collective amnesia from those opposite about what happened prior to that election, right? Because cost of living was something that was an issue in Pearce prior to the election. Cost of living was an issue in the Hunter prior to the election. And this is a discussion that this country has been having for months and years, Deputy Speaker. And at the election, I mean, I love elections. I'm one of those MPs that loves getting out there, having a chat to local constituents, and people have been talking about cost of living for a long time. And at the election, the electors in Bennelong and Hunter and Ngyari and Pearce and Reid made a choice to elect a government that had a plan to deal with it, because those opposite for the last decade have done nothing about cost of living. They left us with $1 trillion worth of debt. They left us with high and rising inflation. They left us with rising interest rates, deliberate wage suppression. Remember when the Prime Minister, the now Prime Minister, came out and said, we want to back a wage rise for minimum workers? Remember the reaction of those opposite? $1, and they said the economy would fall to pieces. The cost of living crisis are a consequence of years of mismanagement by our predecessors. Deputy Speaker, I'm here today, I'm on this side of the House because this government was elected because we have a plan to deal with cost of living pressures. We've got a plan to deal with it. And I'd like to focus on a lot of the members here today on this side have spoken about the long list, long as my arm, and I've got long arms, Deputy Speaker, a long list of things, but I'd like to focus on two that those opposite know we've done. We've committed to reducing the cost of medicines. The first time in 75 years that a government will reduce the cost of medicine. And we'll be debating this legislation very soon. I can't imagine those opposite opposing it, but this is, newsflash, this is a cost of living measure, that we're reducing the cost of living. We're going to reduce the cost of medicines by 30% from $42.50 down to $30. I went and visited one of the local pharmacists. They were telling me people now go to the counter, ask the pharmacist, they've got multiple scripts, and they say, which medicine can I afford to miss out on this week? Reducing the cost of medicines will mean that they can get the scripts they need and get both those medicines to help them with their health, Deputy Speaker. Someone taking one medicine a month will save $150 every year. A family with 2 or 3 medications will save $300 to $450 a year, money back in people's pockets, reducing the cost of living. And those opposite dare to come in here and say that this government doesn't have a plan to deal with the cost of living. I find that extraordinary. And I encourage those opposite who are here now to listen to this next point. Maybe get on your WhatsApp channel and type some of these figures in. We introduced legislation today to reduce the cost of childcare. Now, this is life-changing and will make an absolute huge difference to family budgets. 10,000 families in my seat of Bennelong will have cheaper childcare because of the legislation introduced today by this government, a cost-of-living measure that those opposite claim we're ignoring, that we don't have a plan to deal with cost of living. Here we go. Read this. Type this out. This legislation is life-changing. A family earning $120,000 with one child in centre-based daycare for 3 days a week will be more than $1,700 a year better off. $1,700 a year better off. How is that no plan, Deputy Speaker? How is that no plan? I'll just sum it up for those opposite. You might want to take a note, pass it on to the Shadow Treasurer. We've successfully argued for a minimum wage rise. We've extended pandemic leave payment. We've introduced legislation that will drive down power prices. We're fast-tracking free TAFE. And we've got cheaper childcare and we've got cheaper medicines. For those to say we don't have a plan, opposite, is just extraordinary. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. And I will call for a little bit of order. The member deserves to be heard, and I'm giving the call to the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australians are struggling with cost of living pressures. Australians can rightfully feel duped by this government. My constituents in Flinders are rightfully feeling misled. They were promised the world in terms of cost of living redress, and they have received none. I think you call this, in the common vernacular, bait and switch. They thought they'd bought one thing and they've got something quite different in return. This month we saw the 5th consecutive cash rate increase from the Reserve Bank. At 2.35%, this is Australia's highest official interest rate since the mid-2010s. The rate is rising at the fastest pace since 1994, almost 3 decades ago. For an Australian household with an average new mortgage of around $600,000, that will mean monthly repayments that have increased over those 5 interest rate increases by about $760 a month. These people want to know that there is a plan that makes sense for them and supports the challenges they're facing in their everyday living and meeting their everyday costs, but we have not yet seen any of that from this Albanese government. Earlier this year, the price of oil skyrocketed to almost $120 US a barrel, with prices at the pump reaching stratospheric levels. The coalition government took action and halved the fuel excise to 22.1 cents a litre back in March. This was a sensible solution to inflationary pressures, the war in Ukraine and supply chain issues caused by the COVID pandemic. Despite the fact that the price in oil has dropped to less than $80 US per barrel, prices remain high and it is hitting Australian families and businesses hard. Just last week in the southern Mornington Peninsula, we saw prices of fuel by a litre go up from about $1.50 to about $1.95 yet again. And then tomorrow night we will see the excise reimposed and it will get much harder for families to meet the weekly fuel bill. The Treasurer's words have been, "We're under no illusions this will be difficult for people." It's a difficult decision for us to take as well. But this brings very little comfort to those who are trying to work out how they're going to pay their weekly fuel bill. Some may say there is a solution. Take the public transport, take the bus, take the train. Well, that is not an option for my constituents in Flinders. Every single workday, roughly 50,000 people get in their car to go to work. Even more get in the car to go to the school drop, visit friends or family, or head out and do their local shopping. And even though the Mornington Peninsula is technically metropolitan Melbourne, 82% of our landmass has absolutely no access to public transport whatsoever, meaning the car is the only way to get things done. My constituents don't really have a choice. They need to get to work, they need to get to school, and they need to get to the shops, and the car is how we do it. Alongside fuel prices, we are seeing wholesale energy prices go up, causing additional stress in the average household. We all remember those opposite saying to anyone who would listen through the campaign that they were going to reduce their power bills. In fact, the Prime Minister promised to cut the power bills by $275, and I've heard from someone today, $275. I am waiting for my cut too, exactly. Maybe he said it 97 times, somebody else said today he said it 100 times. Was it 97, 98, 99 or 100? Whatever it is, I haven't seen it exactly. And while they now say, look, we meant that over the long term, in fact I heard an interjection earlier saying by 2025, it's of little solace to the parents opening their power bills when they get home at night, the pensioners who thought they had saved enough for a comfortable retirement, now wondering what they will have to do to keep the lights on. What Australians need from this new government is a clear and comprehensive plan to deal with the cost of living. We do not need more bland commentary from the Treasurer or the new Prime Minister. We need to see some real action. The Australian Competition Consumer Commission will be keeping a close eye on this. That is indeed their role. A letter from the Treasurer reminding them of this is not government policy and should not be treated as such. The Treasurer says he'll be handing down a bread and butter budget. We all know what Labor's real bread and butter looks like: big spending and higher taxes. These issues will continue to flow through to each household budget over some time. This country cannot afford for Labor to make this worse. Australians need to see a clear, comprehensive and whole-of-economy plan from the government to deal with inflation, rising interest rates and cost-of-living pressures. We cannot afford Labor to be asleep at the wheel or dig deeper into Australian savings.
Member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it's a bit odd that the opposition would like to talk about a lack of policy to deal with the rising cost of living. Just 2 days ago, the Shadow Minister for Finance, Senator Hume, on an ABC Breakfast TV, explained that the coalition doesn't have policies. The pandemic was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stop and imagine a better future for Australia and to step up and implement policies to increase the resilience of the nation and prepare for an uncertain future. The previous government had 30 attempts to create a coherent energy policy. The number of successful policies implemented? 0. That inaction has a cost. The so-called gas-led recovery was indeed an oxymoron. Over $2.7 billion was allocated towards the recovery, and how much was contractually committed? $0.8 billion. That's $1.9 billion that was not formally committed. When the opposition claimed to have a plan for economic growth, what they actually had was an announcement. The lack of decent energy policy has meant that the national energy market was horribly exposed by energy price shocks caused by the war in Ukraine and the pandemic. It meant that those prices rose were borne by businesses and households. We have a plan to reduce people's power bills by increasing renewables in the grid by 82% by 2030. This will help insulate electricity prices against supply shocks. Like the Minister for Energy and Climate said, while the sun shines and the wind blows, it won't be sending us a separate invoice. Also, the sunshine and the wind doesn't care if there's a dictator on an unjustified power trip. Today, Labor has introduced a bill that is truly transformative, an early childhood education policy. In my electorate of Swan, almost 7,000 families will be better off under our increases to the childcare subsidy. A family on a combined income of $120,000 with one child in early childhood education could be $1,700 better off under our policy. This will mean more money for families and a greater ability for lead parents, which are often women, to increase their time in the paid workforce. Where was the opposition's policy on women re-entering the workforce? Now, I know in the past the Coalition has had a woman problem. I recall a previous Prime Minister, the former member for Warringah, remarking that it was the housewives of Australia who were doing the ironing. Maybe that is still the view held by those opposite, and that's why we have had a lack of policies at reducing the cost of early childhood education and to assist women increase their hours in the paid workforce. In case the Coalition didn't get the memo, women want more, and this is why we see so many women on the crossbench. To credit Senator Hume, the Coalition had some policies. They had a deliberate policy of keeping wages low. I quote the former Finance Minister, Senator Matthias Cormann, "Low wages is a deliberate design feature of our economic architecture. In our first week, this government acted to raise the minimum wage. It rose by 5.2%. After listening to the feedback at the Jobs and Skills Summit, we introduced the pensioner work bonus to ensure that older Australians can keep more of what they earn without it affecting their pension. Our government will also ensure that wage growth will be improved through productivity. We're fast-tracking fee-free paces at TAFE to improve skills of our workforce. Central to our Jobs and Skills Summit is a plan to process our nation's productivity to benefit all. After 9 years of a do-nothing government, 3 Prime Ministers and a Prime Minister with 5 secret ministries, productivity wasn't really a part of their agenda. They didn't know A, how to be a productive government, or B, how to make our nation more productive. So, of course, under the last government, we saw a deep decline in productivity. We know that when productivity rises, so should wages. The Labor government has a plan to address the cost of living pressures. I know this because every day I'm in this place and seeing bills being introduced and passed that will make a real-world difference for millions of Australians and tens of thousands of people in the constituency of Swan.
Thank you. The discussion has now concluded and I call on the clerk.
Next item, suspension of standing orders moved by the member for Melbourne Deferred Division.
Thank you. So, in accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved earlier today by the honourable member for Melbourne, on which a division was called for and deferred in accordance with the standing order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now ring.
Out of whack for you, I think so.
What's that? Lock the doors. The matter before the House is the motion moved by the honourable member for Melbourne. The question is that the motion be disagreed. Those of the opinion say aye. Those pass to the right of the chair, those to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Parkes as tellers for the ayes, and the members for Brisbane and Melbourne as tellers for the noes. Are the members for Brisbane and Kooyong? Order. The result of the division is ayes 51, noes 15. The question is there resolved in the affirmative. And I call the Assistant Minister.
I move that business intervening before order of the day number 7, government business, be postponed until a later hour this day.
I'll put the question. All of those opinions say aye. Against noes. I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 7, Governor-General's opening speech, resumption of debate on the proposed address and reply.
The question is that the address be agreed to. Before I call the honourable member for Hunter, I remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. I give the call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm extremely grateful to be standing here in this place to represent the people of the Hunter electorate. It is my privilege to stand on the lands of the Ngunnawal and Ngambri people, the traditional owners of this place, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I also want to pay my respects to the traditional owners of the lands of the Hunter electorate, the Wonnarua, the Awabakal and the Darkinjung people, and I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. Anikan Yanteen, Wantakalawa, Yama, which is hello and welcome in the language of Wonnarua, Awabakal and Darkinjung people. Mr Speaker, I'm not your average person. I'm certainly not the average person you would expect to be in Canberra, in this place. I'm not the guy that's came through the usual path to politics. I was born in Carlton, Victoria, and spent my early years growing up in Melton South, in a newly formed seat of Hawke. My mother was a nurse and my father was a quarantine officer. I definitely feel that Mum had the harder job. My older brother Jason and younger brother Stephen and I had what you would call a normal upbringing. Days are spent out with our mates, on our bikes, outdoors. We had to be home when the street lights came on. If we were late or did something wrong, Mum would get the wooden spoon out. And if we were really bad, she'd just tell us, wait till your father gets home. When I was 26, I found out that I had an older half-sister, Karen, and I'm glad that you found us, and it's been an absolute pleasure getting to know you and your family over the last 14 years. Melton was where I found my love for shooting. I attended the Melton Pistol Club from as early as I can remember. Mum worked nights and weekends, so the old boy had no choice but to take me and my younger brother to the Pistol Club. We were known as the Gruesome Twosome. I attended Melton South Primary School and Wilson Park Secondary College, now called Staunton College. But let's be honest, I wasn't the greatest student and couldn't wait to leave. After leaving school at 15, I started my apprenticeship as a fitter and turner at D&H Rodwell Tooling. I spent 10 years working for Don and Heather, learning my trade with a small team of dedicated workers, many that I'm still friends with today, like Dennis, John, Chris, Steve and my older brother Jason. It wasn't easy work with my older brother. I was a pretty lippy apprentice from what I can remember. I copped it from all the tradies. I probably deserved everything I got. It was a hard, old-school workplace that really taught me well. Thanks, Don and Heather, for taking a chance on me. It's odd that we have 3 tradies in the family, especially given the old boy doesn't even know which end of a screwdriver to use. Mr Speaker, it's fair to say that there were plenty of people involved in shaping me into the person I am today, from my first shooting coach John Correll to my first sponsor Daryl Beavis, most of the members of the Melton Pistol Club, Norman Margaret Edwards, Alan and Julie Evans, Judy and Terry Kennedy, Uncle John and Auntie Ann Alsbury, my mates and, of course, my mum and dad. I wouldn't have achieved the milestones in my life without the sacrifices that you both made for me. Thank you. I played many sports growing up, with the main focus being on basketball and shooting. Unfortunately, I was better at the sport that wasn't very appealing financially. Mr Speaker, representing Australia on the world stage is an incredible honour, and I feel very privileged to have represented Australia since 1998. I've competed in World Championships, World Cups, Oceania Championships and National Championships, where I've won over 50 national titles. I've represented Australia at 5 Olympics and 4 Commonwealth Games. I have 3 Commonwealth Games gold medals and 3 bronze medals, or as my girls and I call them, the brown ones. Mr Speaker, can I tell you there is no better feeling than winning the gold medal at the 2018 Commonwealth Games in front of my wife, Alex, my daughters Zoe and Asha, and a large group of my family and friends. Turning around to see the excitement on their faces is something that I will never forget. Mr Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sorry. I started work in the mining industry in 2009. I began working as a line borer, travelling around the state before landing a full-time position at Mount Thorley Warkworth. It was an opportunity to drive something I really could say was bigger than me. I spent 7 years working at Mount Thorley Warkworth. I was a union delegate, a dispatch officer, a trainer and an operator. I began being an operator is the best job in the pit, where the biggest concern you have for a 12.5-hour shift is what setting the aircon is on, 1, 2 or 3. At the end of 2017, I was headhunted by Rusty Russell at RR to manage a new engineering shop in Singleton. Our focus was working on the mining industry and trying to grow the business to around 15 people. Fast forward 4 years, we had grown the business to 70+ employees working around the Hunter and beyond, specialising in tractors, ag equipment, parts sales, as well as our core business in repairs and heavy engineering. I had some amazing times both professionally and personally whilst I was working at RR, and I still feel it is by far the best team I've ever been part of. I know me ending up in this place wasn't in our 10-year plan, Rusty, but you know you have to take every opportunity that life throws at you. Thank you to Kate, Rusty and the RR team. It was an amazing ride. Deputy Speaker, I've been lucky to travel the world doing the sport that I love, and it's given me some of the most amazing experience of my life. But there is nothing better than coming home to the best country in the world, Australia, and especially my home in the Hunter Valley, the gateway to paradise. The Hunter is such a dynamic electorate, stretching from Waihee Point at the tip of Western Lake Macquarie, Australia's largest coastal saltwater lake, working its way around the back of the Wollombi State Forest, all the way to Sandy Hollow, across to Muswellbrook and down to Cameron Park, Edgeworth, Glendale, and taking in major towns such as Morisset, Toronto, Cessnock and Singleton. The electorate is 10,640 square kilometres, and I currently have 128,759 bosses that reside in the Hunter electorate. Now, Deputy Speaker, some would argue that we have the best wine in Australia coming out of the Hunter. There certainly is no argument for me. We do have the best wines in Australia, and in fact we have the best wines in the world. From having Australia's oldest and first vineyard, Wyndham Estate, planted in 1828, to some of the most iconic wine brands in Australia, like Tyrrell's, Scarborough Wine Co, Mount Pleasant Wines, Ernest Hill and many others. To the new winemakers in the industry really making their mark, like Usher Tinkler Wines, Mercer Wines and John Wallace Wines, just to name a few. Tourism is a massive part of the Hunter economy, from regattas and families holidaying around the beautiful lake, Macquarie, to the world-famous golf courses, restaurants, boutique breweries scattered throughout the Hunter, to our world-renowned horse studs in the Upper Hunter, home to champions like Winks, Home Affairs and So You Think. Deputy Speaker, the Hunter has been a powerhouse of the New South Wales energy and export market for well over a century, and we will continue to be for centuries to come. There is no doubt about that. At the moment, our traditional industries such as mining, energy, horse studs, farming and tourism are doing well. My position and Labor's position is clear. Coal will continue to play a role for many years to come in powering the world. Whilst ever there is an export market for coal, the Hunter and its workforce will continue to fill that market. I'm proud to be a former coal miner, and I'm bloody proud in my electorate's mining history. And I'm proud to be mates with many people who work in the pits. We need jobs that are well paid, secure and aren't dominated by dodgy labour hire arrangements. Put simply, whenever you work, if you're doing the same job as the person next to you, you should be paid the same. Same job, same pay. It's simple. The difference between us on this side and those that play dress-ups on the other side is we back mining and we back our miners. And we say the same thing in my electorate as we do in my friend Michelle Ananda Raj's electorate of Higgins. As I stand here today, the export market for coal is as strong as it's ever been. For as long as that continues, and it will continue for years to come, I will make sure Hunter remains at the forefront of supplying coal to the world. My message to every Hunter mining family and the whole of the Hunter electorate in a changing world: I will always be up front with you and I will always have your back. Deputy Speaker, the Hunter is about to go through one of the biggest booms in decades, not just in our booming traditional industries, but with the next phase of powering our nation through hydrogen, biomethane, battery storage, wind and solar farms and a range of innovative new projects. Now that the Labor government has committed to a 43% reduction in emissions by 2030, we have just firmed up a solid stance that will invite business and private investment into the Hunter with certainty. And I plan to use my big voice to make sure the Hunter gets its fair share. It's an exciting time for the Hunter electorate. Deputy Speaker, I know that I didn't become the candidate for the seat of Hunter through the normal process. And to the branch members around the Hunter, I'm sorry for the process that was undertaken. The seat was on a 2.9% margin when we started the campaign, and we ended up with a 1.1% swing to us. With 3 more years of hard work, we will make sure this margin is even bigger. I thank you all for the help and time that you all put into this campaign. I'm looking forward to working with you into the future. And I thank the branch members that have taken the time to be in the gallery today. Thank you. I've always had strong Labor values and have seen what great hope the Labor Party gives to Australians when we are in government. I believe that everybody should be entitled to the same healthcare services, whether you earn $5 or whether you earn $5 million. Now, I know this is something that those sitting opposite us certainly don't agree with. And after 9 long years of cuts to Medicare and health services, it's time for us to stand up for the everyday Australian again. This is what an Anthony Albanese-led government gives to Australia: hope, after nearly a decade of cuts, neglect and aimless drift. We now have a government that cares not only for the everyday Australian, but for every Australian. I want to thank the Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, and all of the now ministers for all their help in the Hunter campaign. It really made a difference. I particularly want to thank the Prime Minister for supporting a big unit like me from day one. This won't be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, as I campaigned around the Hunter electorate, a common theme and discussions from blue-collar workers was that politicians are all dodgy, are on the take, are on the gravy train and are only in it for themselves. Despite repeated promises from those opposite us, we now have a government that will actually bring in a National Anti-Corruption Commission, an independent authority with some teeth. So once again, the people of Australia can look at politicians with respect and pride, knowing that we are doing the very best for their communities and Australia. Deputy Speaker, for too long, the original custodians of this land have been without a voice in our parliament. But now, with a Labor government, we are one step closer to changing this. I can't wait to be part of history when the Australian people own, support, enshrine the Uluru Statement from the Heart in full and give the oldest known civilisation in the world a voice to Parliament, and what a loud voice that'll be. This is something that every Australian should be proud of. Now, Deputy Speaker, I couldn't deliver this speech and not touch on my predecessor, the Honourable Joel Fitzgibbon. Where do I start? The previous member for Hunter has been etched in the history of this fine building. There is not much that Joel hasn't done in the Labor Party. Joel, thank you. Thank you for your tireless work that you have put into the Hunter over the last 26 years. Without you and your hard work, we would not have the Hunter Expressway, a vital piece of infrastructure that has opened the Hunter up to better tourism and business opportunities and helped families like mine and many others get home safely. The third rail line into the Newcastle port that has enabled the Hunter to thrive and become the largest coal port in the world. This has created tens and thousands of jobs in the Hunter and surrounds. Without your vision for Hunter, we would not be where we are today. Thank you. From not only myself, but all the constituents of the Hunter electorate. There has been a Fitzgibbon representing the Hunter since 1984, so I certainly have massive shoes to fill. Lucky I have big feet. Thanks, mate. I'm proud to call you a friend. Deputy Speaker, those on the other side of the chamber don't seem to, or just don't want to, understand how much blue-collar workers in Australia need the mighty trade union movement.
Yeah.
From keeping our workplaces safe to ensuring that we're all getting a fair go. We have so much to thank unions for. And I want to thank Tony Marr, Graham Kelly, Peter Jordan, Robin Williams, Shane Thompson and every member of the Mining and Energy Union for their constant support of me since 2012, when you helped me get to the London Olympics, and especially for all the support that you have given me throughout this campaign. The officials and members of the SDA Newcastle and Northern, MUA Newcastle, AMWU, Tony Callanan and the AWU, the USU, the IEU, the CPSU, the CFMEU and, of course, my mate Lee Shears at Hunter Workers. Thank you. I appreciate the work, the resources and the time that you all put in to this successful campaign. A special shout-out to Michelle Myers and Barbara Niebart for their constant support and friendship. And, Deputy Speaker, what a campaign it was. I was lucky enough to be surrounded by literally hundreds of incredible workers and volunteers to keep me on the straight and narrow. I want to thank all the wonderful volunteers that I had throughout the campaign. Without the help from you all, I would not be standing here right now giving my first speech. I especially want to thank George Simon and Josh Lloyd for the hard work that you both put into me at the start of this process. Without the coaching and mentoring that you both provided me, I know I wouldn't be standing here today. And I'm sure that you both thought at some stage, how do we get stuck with Dan? To Bob Nanva, Oliver Plunkett, Alex Costello, Dom Offner, Liam Rankin from the head office, thank you. Your guidance and wise counsel helped me win this seat. To Chris Northam, my constant companion during the campaign. What a ride it was, buddy. 6 months of early starts in Upper Hunter, late-night visits to coal mines and, of course, our daily visits to the fine eating establishments around the Hunter Valley. I couldn't have done this without you, mate, and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Your dedication and support to help me win this seat will never be forgotten. A special mention must go out to the rest of my amazing campaign team. James Connor, Mel Comber, Luca Harrison, Isabel Marshall, Chad Griffith, Mackenzie Robson, Phil Johnson, Xavier Minter and Summer Johns. Thank you. Now, Mr Speaker, I want to thank my wife and daughters. Alex, you are the strongest, most loving and caring woman that I know. And I'm so proud and lucky that you came into my life when you did. There is no doubt it's been a wild ride since we first met in early 2009. From you Googling me when I told you I was an Olympian because you thought I was trying to pick you up, to us building a life that we have today. You have put up with a lot, from me travelling around the world, training and competing, to working long hours, being away from home on a regular basis, and now representing Hunter in Canberra. I bet you didn't see any of this in our future when we first met. To my beautiful girls, Zoe and Asher, you are both amazing kids, and I cannot wait to see how you both continue to grow into the future. Zozo, you are a great athlete already, and the world is at your feet. You will achieve anything in life that you want if you put your mind to it. And Ashy, you are one of the most caring, lovable and interesting souls I've ever met. Please don't change this. It will take you a long way in life. As your mother and I already know, you both are very strong-willed kids, and that will become even stronger into the future. I cannot wait to see the strong, independent women that you both grow up to be. Girls, I want you to have the same opportunities as anyone else in this country, and I promise, in this place, I will fight every day to make sure we have a more equal and fairer society to pass on to future generations. Yeah. I'm sorry in advance for all the birthdays, dinners and important events that I will miss with this new role, but I promise that I will always make it up when I come back home. The three of you are the most amazing women, and I love you all. Deputy Speaker, finally, I look forward to getting to know the members of this place from the Liberal Party, from the National Party and the Independents, but what I really look forward to most is working with this amazingly diverse Australian Labor Party and delivering hope and certainty to the Australian public again. I stand here ready to work hard and ready to look after the hard-working people of the Hunter electorate. Thank you, and thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. And before I call the honourable member for Parramatta, I do want to remind the House that this is the honourable member's first speech, and I ask the House to extend to them the usual courtesies. And on that note, I give the call to the member for Parramatta.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I acknowledge the First Nations people here today, as well as the traditional owners of the land on which we meet. I thank our First Nations brothers and sisters for showing us that the pathway of truth, treaty and voice will lead to a more unified future for all Australians. And I acknowledge the presence of so many people who have travelled to Canberra to be here today. Some of my oldest friends are in the gallery. Some of you have been looking out for me since I was 3 feet tall, and it means a lot to me that you are here today, up there in the gallery, still looking out for me. High in my thoughts are all the members of the Parramatta Labor Party who are here in the gallery. My predecessor, Julie Owens, who gave nearly 2 decades of service to the Parramatta community and set a high standard that I aspire to emulate. And councillors from Parramatta and Cumberland councils, thank you for being here. Most important, I acknowledge all of the Parramatta branch members, volunteers and supporters. I am deeply grateful to you. You welcomed me, you door-knocked, street-stalled and phone-banked for me. I am here standing in this chamber because of you. And I assure you that I'll work hard every day to repay your trust. I want to point out my mother and father and parents-in-law, my brother Kim and his family. Like any child, I don't know the half of what my parents did for us kids, but I always felt happy and secure around them. Kim and I could not have asked for a more supportive and loving family. I also want to acknowledge my friends and former colleagues from Alpha Beta. I'm so proud of the business we built together, starting from humble beginnings with 2 employees in my attic and growing to more than 70 people across 5 offices. I learned so much about building teams and managing change along the journey with you. Most importantly, I want to acknowledge my talented and beautiful wife, Phoebe. I always feel so lucky to be with you. We've shared a raft through life's rapids and had a lot of fun along the journey. With typical generosity, you encouraged me to take this leap into politics. And while it's a great honour to be here to make a contribution to our nation, it's a greater honour to be your husband. The most difficult thing about my new job is being away from you and our 3 gorgeous children, Angus, Ruth and Ingrid. I want you to know that I miss you so much when I'm away. I also acknowledge my friends and colleagues in the Labor movement. I joined the Labor Party nearly 20 years ago. I joined the Labor Party because I was inspired by the core ideals of social justice, by the notion that we should be judged as a society by the way we treat our most vulnerable citizens, and by the simple principle that every kid deserves the best chance. But I also joined because of the people I met in Labor. From the senior politicians, to the union officials, to the staffers and the branch members, young and old, I didn't agree with everything each one of them believed, but I knew that their beliefs came from a good place, a place of optimism and compassion, a place that I wanted to be. And 20 years later, I'm still just as inspired by the ideals and the people in the Labor movement. And looking around this chamber, I recognise so many colleagues who spent the last decade of opposition building a vision for Australia's future that inspired not just me, but the whole nation. As new members, we come to this place recognising the debt that we owe to experienced legislators and officials who've come before us, and how much we have to learn from them. Thank you in particular to the members for McMahon, Greenway, Watson, Blaxland, Rankin, Fraser, Sydney, Moreton, Fenner, Chifley, Hotham and Kingsford Smith for their advice and support. To these I add the state members for Rockdale, Granville, Auburn, the Leader of New South Wales Labor, Chris Minns, Senator Tim Ayres, Lisa Lake, Kate Pounder, the awesome New South Wales ALP Secretaries Bob Nanver, Dom Offner and George Simon. I also acknowledge the support I receive from unions, in particular Dan Walton, Mel Gatfield and David Dobson. I'm grateful to my campaign team, Liam Rankin, James Callow, Ange Humphreys, Gail McDade, Lachlan Harris, Amit Singh, Damien Kasabji, Rebecca Colebrook, Matt Connolly, Riz Chowdhury, Harish Velji and Aisha Amjad. To you and all the branch members and all the volunteers, I say a heartfelt thank you. I also owe a great debt to former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd, both for the opportunities he gave me and for inspiring me as I watched him use his intellect and energy to make Australia and the world a better place. Thank you to Bob Easton, former chairman of Accenture, for showing me that the most important quality of any leader is humility and empathy. And finally, thank you to my new team, Lorna, Eleanor, Mariam, Kai and Paul. It is an honour to work with such talented and committed people. Now, I come to this place as a proud representative of Parramatta. And in case you hadn't noticed, Parramatta today is a city full of excitement. And it's not just the success of the mighty Eels. Parramatta is blossoming as the geographic heart of Greater Sydney and the gateway to the new Western Sydney powerhouse of growth. Parramatta is the most dynamic and fastest growing CBD in Australia, with 1 million square metres of prime office space already laid down and 1 million more to be built in the next 5 years. 9 university campuses have flocked to Parramatta to take advantage of the extraordinary pool of talent across Western Sydney. And dozens of companies have moved to Parramatta to be part of its stellar growth. My message to businesses across our state is simple. If you are not in Parramatta, you are missing out on the future of Sydney. Parramatta is also a place of culture and heritage. Its foundations were set 30,000 years ago by the Burmadigal clan of the Darug people, on land rich in meaning and resources, where the fresh water of the Darling Mills and Toongabbie Creeks meets the salt water of the Parramatta River. After Sydney, Parramatta is the second oldest city in Australia. But as any proud Parramatta resident will point out, much of what we commonly take to be the history of Sydney is in fact the history of Parramatta. Old Government House, James Roos's Experiment Farm, John and Elizabeth MacArthur's Merino Sheepholding, the Female Factory, the Girls' Home were all in Parramatta. Parramatta is the site of Australia's first permanent church building, the first brewery and the first licensed pub. Much of the rich history of Australia is in Parramatta, waiting to be acknowledged, protected and celebrated. The most remarkable feature of Parramatta is its people. The city has been built by successive waves of newcomers seeking a better life for themselves and their families. Whether it's the strong Lebanese community around Harris Park or the Greek community raising a new church on the banks of the Parramatta River, or the Chinese and Koreans who've moved to Carlingford, or the Indians and Sri Lankans in Wentworthville, Westmead, and the jewel of business and culture that is Little India, or the Muslims, Afghanis, Hazaras and other communities now growing their presence. These communities are the true genius of Parramatta, a place that attracts people to come here for a better life for themselves, and in doing so creates a better city for everyone. Parramatta is a great city, an aspirational city, and it's my intention to help its citizens make it a global city. I've spent my life as an economist and business owner building stronger economies and stronger communities. And I'm standing in this chamber because I believe in the power of government to make a difference in people's lives. I've been fortunate to work as an economist around the world and witness how politics shapes the success and the failure of nations. In the United Kingdom, I worked at the London School of Economics on ideas to drive productivity and growth. In New York, at the United Nations Development Programme, I studied the factors that keep millions of people around the world in desperate poverty. I worked with Joseph Stiglitz to show how fair trade agreements can build countries up, but unfair deals can perpetuate inequality and stifle opportunity. And after 6 years working in different countries, I thought more and more about Australia. How remarkable our national story is. How lucky we are. Australia isn't perfect, but our journey to become one of the most prosperous nations in the world, full of promise and opportunity, is an extraordinary achievement. And many countries have not been so successful. And Australia's success is not an accident. It's the product of good management, of tough decisions and strong institutions. And I'm proud of Labor's contribution to Australia's economic journey. Labor governments opened up Australia's economy in the 80s and 90s. We kept our country out of recession in the 2000s. And now, the question we have to ask ourselves is what is next for Australia? How do we keep the arc of Australian prosperity rising? How high can we aspire? The answer starts with acknowledging that despite the remarkable success of the Australian project, there is much more to do. And there are many people who've been left out of our national prosperity. At the Rheem factory in Parramatta recently, I met Rebecca. Rebecca is a generous, warm-hearted person. She's been at Rheem for 20 years. She works hard. She's devoted to her family. She contributes to the community as the secretary of the local Baptist church. She volunteers on the weekends to feed the homeless. I thought about all this woman has contributed to our country. She is everything any of us would want in a neighbour, a workmate or a friend. But as a nation, we have to ask, are we supporting Rebecca as well as she is supporting us? Over the last 10 years, Australia has lost sight of the fact that good economic policy is fundamentally about people. What is the point of a strong economy if most workers have zero wages growth for a decade? What is the point of near full employment if millions of people are in insecure work? What is the point of rising education levels if hundreds of thousands of migrants find themselves in jobs that don't even use their qualifications? What is the point of rising incomes if the gender pay gap is getting worse, not better? When my dad worked at that same Rheem factory as a young engineer in the 1970s and 80s, Parramatta's manufacturing industry produced good local jobs, jobs that could give families security and opportunity. And I'm in Parliament today because I'm committed to making sure that the people who work hard for Australia are rewarded, and the people who need caring for are not left behind. Every day of my working life to date has been about this, whether it was fighting against unfair trade deals, supporting unions in their wage cases before the Industrial Relations Commission, or advocating for small businesses during the global financial crisis and pandemic. I'm also in Parliament today because I believe that we have a job to do, to remake the Australian economy and set it up for another generation of prosperity. I believe that the next wave of prosperity requires us to harness the new technologies that are transforming our homes and workplaces. Most of us have smartphones in our pockets that contain more computing power than the Apollo spaceship that landed on the moon. Every day, the world generates more new data than all the information in every Australian library combined. These technologies create new opportunities for progressive governments. Imagine a progressive health system that uses new data to make an early diagnosis before a child gets chronically sick. Imagine a progressive school system that uses technology to track the students who might be struggling and give them a little extra help before they fall behind. If we harness them for good, new technologies might give us the tools to address social injustice before it ruins lives, before it creates dissoluble inequities. Just as the Hawke and Keating governments set Australia up for prosperity by managing our transition to the global economy in the 80s and 90s, so we now have an opportunity to set up the next generation of prosperity by managing the transition to the digital economy. And this work has already started. Under the economic leadership of my friend, the Treasurer, and his strong economic team, this government is facing into our economic challenges and bringing Australians together to solve them. Under the leadership of the Minister for Industry and the Minister for Climate Change and Energy, this government is backing Australia's success in the industries of the future. Under the leadership of the Minister for Home Affairs, the Minister for Immigration, the Minister for Education, this government is recognising the immense contribution that new migrants make to Australia and ensuring that they fully participate in our economy. Now, as this is the last speech of the 47th Parliament, I want to finish with some words to my fellow new members, the incoming class of 2022. It is an honour to be among you. You are individually so impressive and collectively so representative. Your first speeches have been beautiful statements of vision and hope. And I share your optimism for the possibilities of Australia's future. I share your determination to use every second of this opportunity to make a difference. Like me, many of you grew up in the 80s and 90s. Our grandparents had lived through the horror of the Second World War. Our parents had lived through the anxiety of the Cold War. But as we reached adulthood in the late 1990s, the world seemed relatively peaceful. Democracy was on the march. Global poverty was in retreat. I remember at university our political science professors ventured to predict that we were experiencing what Francis Fukuyama called the end of history, in which every country would adopt democracy and freedom. Our generation came of age in this sunlit optimism of the new century. But now, a few decades later, we arrive in politics at a darker moment. In many nations, liberal democracy is in retreat. Autocrats, tyrants and despots are on the march. Putin, Erdogan, Bolsonaro, Trump. It's as if the shadows of the 20th century are coming back to haunt us once more. Australia's democracy doesn't harbour such autocrats, but it is evident that faith in our democracy is down, and belief in the power of politics is falling. Maybe, like me, you've experienced this firsthand, knocking on constituents' doors, expecting to engage in another lively conversation about policies and ideas, only to find the blank look of disillusion from an unenrolled young person, or very occasionally to be shouted down by an angry conspiracy theorist. It's our overriding responsibility to fight against disillusionment and build faith in government. And I want to thank the Prime Minister and all of my colleagues for what they have already done to restore faith in our politics. By putting forward an Integrity Commission, by ending the pork barrelling, by leading through unity rather than division, and by proving that, yes, our democracy is strong enough to tackle our biggest challenges like climate change. This is the leadership that will build faith in our politics. These actions are the antidote to disillusionment and the bulwark against encroaching autocracy. So, finally, as the class of 22, our job is to take this forward. As John F. Kennedy said to our parents' generation, in the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. Our generation is one of them, and we have to rise to the moment. Thank you.
Mr. Hall.
I thank the honourable member of Parramatta for his contribution. A member's first speech in this House is a memorable occasion. I remind those members in the chamber that if you're leaving the chamber, please do so, and I give the call to the minister.
Move that the debate be adjourned.
All of that opinion say aye. Those against, no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 3, Treasury Laws Amendment 2022, Measures number 3, Bill 2022. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fadden.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Lovely to be here and wonderful to hear the final first speech of the 47th Parliament. Can I congratulate the member for Parramatta for a fine speech. I was walking down here, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's my son's 17th birthday, and he just called me to say that he got his driver's licence, just passed it. So everyone's kicked a goal today. Well done, Caleb. But I rise now, Mr Deputy Speaker, to speak to the Treasury Law Amendment 2022 Measures No. 3 Bill, which of course is a collation of a number of miscellaneous Treasury measures, as TLABs are wont to be. Schedule 1 of the bill amends the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Act to double the maximum financial penalties for contraventions of provisions that relate only to residential land. Schedule 1 to the bill amends the FATA, the Foreign Acquisition and Takeover Act, to double those penalties for contraventions that relate only again to residential land. Foreign investment, as we know, plays a very important part and a beneficial role in the Australian economy. However, it's necessary to regulate certain kinds of foreign investment to ensure that proposed investments are not contrary to Australia's national interest. The FATA provides that a foreign person must seek foreign investment approval before acquiring an interest in Australian residential land, and imposes obligations on a foreign person who acquires an interest in residential land. Residential land in Australia, where there is at least one dwelling on the land, or the number of dwellings that could reasonably be built on the land is less than 10, and does not include land that is used wholly and exclusively for a primary production business, or on which the only dwellings are commercial residential premises. When considering an application for a foreign person to foreign acquisitions and takeovers penalties acquire an interest in residential land, the overarching principle is that the proposed acquisition should add to Australia's housing stock. The FATA contains specific penalties for contraventions of these residential land provisions. The amendments double the maximum financial penalties in the FATA for contraventions of residential land provisions. The purpose of this increase to financial penalties is to ensure that these penalties effectively deter foreign persons from contravening the residential land provisions in the FATA. Non-compliance with the provisions may have a significant impact on Australia's housing stock and housing affordability, and foreign persons can make a significant financial gain by obtaining an interest in land. Foreign investors that break the law absolutely should face the consequences of the law, and it's appropriate that the costs of administering our foreign investment scheme be borne by foreign investors. To the extent that this measure boosts housing supply and supports Australians getting into a home, the Coalition welcomes it. Coalition, Mr Deputy Speaker, as you and others in the House would know, has a very strong record in delivering more housing and more Australians into homes. We have a very strong track record of helping first home buyers into the markets, while we support this schedule. 60,000 Australians have purchased a home or reserved a place under the previous Coalition's home guarantee schemes. To support even more Australians into home ownership, the Coalition more than doubled the home guarantee scheme to make available up to 50,000 places each year. As part of the 2022-23 budget, the Coalition promised to expand the first home guarantee by providing 35,000 places from 1 July, up from 10,000. Expand the family home guarantee with 5,000 guarantees made available each year, enabling single parents with dependents to purchase a home sooner with a deposit of 2%, and establishing a new regional home guarantee with 10,000 guarantees available each year to support eligible home buyers in regional areas. These measures follow the successful Home Builder program, which supported over $33 billion of residential construction activity through the pandemic by providing grants for new homes and substantial renovations. Over 137,000 Home Builder applications had been received as of the last budget. Over 80% of these, 113,000, are new builds. Denita Warren, CEO of the Master Builders Australia, said, "Without Home Builder, thousands of small builder and tradie businesses would have gone under, and hundreds of thousands of jobs would have been lost." In the last term of parliament, the Coalition supported more than 300,000 Australians into homes. The Coalition also recognised the importance of access to social and affordable housing for vulnerable Australians. The Coalition announced in government additional low-cost financing for community housing providers to support social and affordable housing by increasing the guarantee of the liabilities of the National Housing Finance and Investment Corporation by some $500 million. This is expected to allow NIFIC to support another 2,500 social and affordable dwellings, in addition to the 14,000 dwellings they have already supported in just 3 years. So while the Coalition do not oppose this change, we do note the impact of this policy does appear to be on the modest side. Schedule 2 of the bill amends the Tax Administration Act 1953 to allow protected information to be disclosed to Australian government agencies for the purposes of administering major disaster support payments and programs approved by the Minister. This is a weakness that is good to see being resolved. Schedule 3 of the bill amends Schedule 5 of the Coronavirus Measures No. 2 Act. This amendment will extend a temporary mechanism for responsible ministers to make alternative arrangements for meeting information and documentary requirements under Commonwealth legislation, including requirements to give information and to produce witness and signed documents in response to challenges provided by COVID. The amendment extends the date that this mechanism sunsets to 31 December. This schedule is a general instrument-making power that enables responsible ministers to make a determination adjusting arrangements for meeting information and documenting requirements under Commonwealth legislation in response to COVID-19. This mechanism has been included in Schedule 5 to the Coronavirus Measures No. 2 Act as a temporary terminating measure. In light of the ongoing nature of COVID-19, both in Australia and globally, and its effects on the ability of individuals to move freely, the power to amend arrangements for meeting information and documentary requirements still remains necessary. The Coalition implemented this measure as part of our response to COVID-19. The Coalition will continue to support sensible and measured responses to manage the risk that COVID-19 provides, whilst noting that the environment we are operating in today is drastically different to that which we faced as a government 2 years ago. When COVID-19 first broke, there was no vaccine, there was no knowledge of the risks of the virus, and around the world we saw hospitals overwhelmed as the disease spread rapidly and mortality and morbidity rates were high. In Australia, it was estimated that deaths could be in the tens of thousands, and the economic activity and impacts could be severe. Unemployment was estimated by Treasury to reach 15%. When we left, it was 3.4%, testimony to what the Coalition delivered. The Coalition's pandemic response put Australia in good stead for today. It saved tens of thousands of lives and supported hundreds of thousands of livelihoods. Measures like this played a crucial role in keeping government going through uncertain times. Measures like this worked alongside our economic support to keep our country moving forward despite the pandemic. Our economic support through COVID kept Australians in jobs. Australian households and businesses have been supported by a range of measures since the beginning of the pandemic, all of which have led us to the times we are now, with the highest terms of trade, a $50 billion turnaround in the economic fortunes of the nation. And on that note, I look forward to seeing the end result of the last financial year being delivered tomorrow. The JobKeeper payment, for example, provided $89 billion in support to businesses and their employees, keeping businesses in business and individuals connected to their employer. Small and medium-sized businesses and not-for-profit employers received over $35.8 billion in cash flow boost payments, which have provided direct support, allowing them to stay open, pay bills and retain staff. The Coalition temporarily expanded eligibility for income support payments and established a new time-limited coronavirus supplement. $20.5 billion in supplements was paid to eligible recipients. $11.9 billion in economic support payments have been paid to eligible pensioners, social security veterans and other income support recipients and concession card holders. The Coalition allowed eligible individuals in financial stress to access up to $10,000 in their superannuation in 1920 and a further $10,000 in 2021 if eligibility continued. Under the SME Guarantee Scheme, the Coalition provided a guarantee of 50% for new short-term unsecured debt to SMEs written until the 30th of June 2021, guaranteeing up to $40 billion of new lending to small and medium enterprises. Building on the SME Guarantee Scheme, the Coalition's SME Recovery Loan Scheme is designed to provide continued assistance to firms that need that support. Temporary full expensing was brought in, allowing businesses to deduct the full cost of eligible assets of any value purchased from the 6th of October 2020 and first used or installed for use by 30th of June this year. It was announced in the 2021 budget that this measure would be extended by 1 year to 30 June 2023. Legislation was introduced in 27 October last year to give effect to this extension. The temporary loss carryback allowed companies with turnover below $5 billion to recoup tax paid on prior year profits as far back as the 18-19 financial year, using 19-20, 2021 or 21-22 tax losses. It was announced in the 21-22 budget that this measure would be extended to the 22-23 financial year. Legislation was introduced on the 25th of November last year to give this effect. HomeBuilder provided eligible home occupiers with a grant of $25,000 to build a new home or substantially renovate an existing home where the contract was signed before 4th of June 20 and 31 December inclusive, or $15,000 for contracts between 1 January 21 and 31 March 21. We continue to support apprentices and trainees through boosting apprenticeship commencement wage subsidy, which provided eligible employers with a 50% of the first-year apprentice or trainee's wage up to a cap of $7,000 per quarter. All of these measures build into the current measure that we're seeing in this schedule today. The Coalition provided support for the aviation sector, personal income tax plans, permanent changes to our continuous disclosure regimes. All of these continue to build in to the Schedule 3 of the bill we're looking at today. So the Coalition welcomes this measure by the government. Schedule 4 of this bill and the Income Tax Amendment Labour Mobility Program make amendments to reduce the tax rate of certain income earned by foreign resident workers participating in the Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Scheme from marginal rates starting at 32.5% to a flat 15%. This is Coalition policy and we welcome it, giving the opportunity for our family across the Pacific to come in and work in Australia at a flat 15% tax rate will add value to our tight labour market. And finally, Schedule 5 of the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, amends the Superannuation Act, the SIS Act, to provide for an alternative annual performance test for faith-based products. APRA may determine that a product is faith-based if a trustee for the product provides APRA with a valid application. Now, this bill contains a number of worthwhile measures that continue the trend of the new Labor government's legislative agenda being remarkably similar to the previous government's agenda. Indeed, the most important part of this bill, I believe, the income tax amendments to facilitate the Pacific Australian Labour Mobility Scheme, is indeed a coalition initiative that I think the House is all proud of. However, there are substantial concerns with Schedule 5 of this bill, understanding that Labor is seeking to implement an election promise to exempt faith-based superannuation products from Your Future, Your Super performance test. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've circulated 2 amendments in my name which I propose to move in consideration in detail. One of these amendments is to remove Schedule 5 from this bill. We should always be striving for the best when it comes to Australians' hard-earned money. This is money that is compulsorily taken from their pay and put aside so it grows to pay for their retirement. I think all Australians agree with that. There is a key word here, compulsory. Australians, by law, if they're working, have to have that money put aside for their future, and that is excellent. We are as one when it comes to the compulsory side of super and indeed building superannuation for Australians. Today, over 530,000 Australians' primary source of income is from superannuation, and as a country we should be proud of that. A compulsory saving by ordinary Australians that has seen the growth of a super industry to over $3.4 trillion of March this year. Again, this is excellent. The initial intent of super was to take the financial pressure off the government or taxpayers by ensuring Australians can pay or even eventually pay their way through retirement with their own money. And it is their own money, compulsory set aside. It's compulsory. It will remain compulsory under any future coalition governments. There are no plans to change any of that. But we all have to strive to have the best system that delivers the best outcomes for ordinary Australians and their money. There are 3 key pillars or principles the coalition will adhere to when it comes to super. Number 1, it's the members' money. Number 2, performance is important and members expect performance. And number 3, transparency and integrity of how members' money is spent is also important. These principles are the bedrock of what we believe delivers the best super outcome. The Your Future, Your Super reforms were some of the most significant reforms delivered in the last decade. They were certainly the most significant reforms to super seen since the introduction of compulsory super in 1992. The reforms ensure super works in the best financial interest of all Australians by removing unnecessary waste, increasing accountability and transparency, and providing more flexibility for families and individuals. The reforms increased transparency and accountability. They strengthened obligations to ensure trustees only act in the very best financial interest of members and to provide better information regarding how they manage and spend members' money in advance of annual members' meetings and through enhanced portfolio holding disclosures. Now, these reforms, unfortunately, are under attack. Transparency and integrity of super this week alone, when the Transparency and Integrity Bill is coming through, is somewhat extraordinary. Unbeknownst to everyone before the election, the new Labor government went ahead and dismantled some of the fundamental transparency and accountability reforms for super by seeking or putting through amendments to the regulations on annual members' meeting. The second amendment I'll put forward today will seek to reintroduce that transparency and accountability and take it from the regulation and enshrine it in primary law. The Your Future, Your Super reforms hold funds to account for underperformance, to lower fees and protect members from poor outcomes. The Parliament required superannuation products to meet an annual objective performance test. Those that failed that are required to inform members, and persistently underperforming products are prevented from taking on new members. We've already seen this in action, and it is 100% in the interest of members. And those 13 underperforming funds have already folded or taken action. This performance needs to hold for all funds and all Australians, regardless of age, sex or faith. Allowing faith-based funds to deliver inferior returns because they are faith-based funds cannot be in the best interests of Australians. For the Coalition to agree to this, in fact, for any Australian to agree to this, a fundamental question has to be answered. Why should Australians of faith retire with a lower balance than Australians of no faith? And unless that question can be answered, the Coalition cannot support Schedule 5 of the bill. My meeting with APRA indicated that of listed ASX entities, you would expect no more than 2 to 3% not to be able to be invested in by a faith-based fund if they exercise that faith, and prohibition against such things as weapons, gambling, alcohol and the like. 2 to 3%. If a fund cannot meet a benchmark, an ASX-listed S&P 200, I'll give you the S&P 300 if you like, benchmark, with access to 97 to 98%, then I think that fund has a problem. This bill and the explanatory memorandum does not answer this fundamental question. Why should Australians of faith retire with a lower balance than Australians of no faith? It is a huge question, and it's a question that must be answered before this parliament provides a carve-out. A faith-based super product that fails the performance test under this proposed bill from Labor will be reassessed by APRA through a secondary test that is adjusted to reflect the faith-based investment strategy. If the fund fails the secondary test, yet unknown what it is, because it's based on whatever that super fund's strategy may be, it's subject to the same processes as any other fund under the Your Future, Your Super performance tests. If it passes the secondary test, it has no further obligation to disclose its performance to its customers. I can understand what the Labor government is trying to do, and I think they're coming at this from a good faith perspective. And I think they're coming at this from a perspective of giving faith funds opportunities. But my discussions with APRA have solidified the view that excluding 2 or 3% of the market does not prohibit faith-based funds from meeting a basic index of the S&P 200 or the S&P 300. Australia's $3.4 trillion super system is the fourth largest in the world and is responsible for managing the retirement savings of 16 million Australians. We should be all proud of that. Our Your Future, Your Super measures were about modernising and improving the superannuation system to ensure it is working harder for Australians. This included the performance test measures designed to ensure that all super funds are held to account for underperformance and to protect customers from poor outcomes. The performance test holds funds accountable for the outcomes they're delivering members. It measures a fund's net investment performance against an objective benchmark tailored to their investment strategy and measures their administration fees against their peers. To give an example, Mr Deputy Speaker, the performance test, and whilst there are a number of them across different asset classes, because our super industry, fourth in the world, invests right across different asset classes, from bonds to equities in Australia, overseas equities and unlisted assets, and for the most part they do that exceptionally well. The base benchmark is, if you went into an index fund, and Vanguard was the leader of index funds, where you put your money into an index fund that just tracked the top 300 companies, the top S&P 300, and that index fund had the same value and percentages of money as per the top 300 companies in the market. If you did nothing, no active trading, you just put your money to track the index, that's the benchmark. So the benchmark is if you did nothing. That's the benchmark. That's all the benchmark test under Your Future, Your Super is asking super funds to meet. Please meet a benchmark that is set at if you do nothing. Now, it's quite simple. Unfortunately, 75% of actively traded mutual funds in Australia don't meet that benchmark, and that is a disgrace. That if Australians outside of super just put their money into a basic index fund and did nothing, and the index fund managers are doing nothing because all they're doing is tracking the market, yet 75% of Australian fund managers can't even meet that, and yet they charge Australians fees and clip the ticket on buy and sells. That's outrageous. By the way, I'm informed that in Great Britain the number of active fund managers that fail to meet the index rise to 88%. That is outrageous. Now, Australia's top-performing super fund, to look at the top three now, give or take from the last review by the regulator, was Australian Super, Hostplus and Cbus, performing exceptionally well, way above the indexes and way above the averages. That is a good thing. But the question we have to ask ourselves in this parliament, is it acceptable for a faith-based super not to even track the average? Because that's what this schedule is asking this parliament to do. That if faith-based super did nothing but track the average, now super funds are bigger than the S&P 300. There's 12 indices across. I'm just picking one. But if you can't meet a Bloomberg bond index, which just tracks the average return of bonds, you're doing something really stupid, or buying bonds at some inflated rate on the secondary market. If you can't meet the S&P 300 by doing nothing, then I think there is a serious problem, or the fees are high. Therefore, the Coalition will move an amendment in consideration in detail that will strike Schedule 5 because of these reasons. And I'm looking at the Leader of the Government Business in the House, who's been here longer than me and who taught me that you should always make a substantive argument and present the argument to the House. So the purpose of today is for me to present the argument very clearly to the House as to why the Coalition won't be supporting it. It's not ideological, it is straight index-based benchmarks of return. There is a slippery slope here, Mr Deputy Speaker. If you carve out wrong, if the government carves out special treatment for faith-based funds, what's next? Why should faith-based funds have a special treatment? Why not an ESG-based fund? Why not another fund that seeks to do good somewhere else? Why wouldn't they have the same carve-out? Or could we just agree in this place that all people are created equal, and everyone should be equal under the law, and they should all be equal under the superannuation benchmarks and the rules? The second amendment, as I foreshadowed, that will move in consideration in detail, is to return the annual member meeting transparency measures that were in regulation, that were removed by this government as the first act of Treasury, to hard encode them and enshrine them back into law. When we moved the Your Future, Your Super measures in government previously, there was an opportunity which the previous government did not take to decide to outlaw or make illegal co-sponsoring payments and other non-political donations to political entities. The AFR has reported through Freedom of Information that over the last 5 years, super funds have provided $85 million in non-disclosed, non-debate, non-donation-based payments to political entities. And it's mostly that side of the House. That's just a statement of fact from an FOI. We could have decided to outlaw that, but that's not democratic. What's democratic is disclosing it, that super funds should have to disclose to members what their payments are. If I look, for example, at 2 annual member meeting notices that came out, and I spoke about this in the House yesterday, Commonwealth Superannuation Corporation, and I thank the Minister for Finance, has reported fully on all of their payments, some $600,000+ in sponsorships and support payments and marketing and the like, itemised in detail, as you'd expect from a government agency, and a substantial super fund. Australian Super, as Australia's biggest super fund, a well-run super fund and a good returning super fund, and there's no criticism of them. But my criticism of them comes on their annual member meeting statement. They had aggregate payment for sponsorship and marketing of $30 million. Just aggregate. That's it. And associated payments of some $109 million, give or take, which is probably fees and charges for investments. They have to aggregate it up, therefore there's no problem providing it in detail. And this is what our amendment will do. The last thing I'll draw the attention of the House to as to why it's important that the annual member notices are transparent and why this amendment is being moved in line with this bill. I take colleagues in the House to agenda item number 10 of the Hayne Royal Commission, an Audit and Risk Management Committee report from the 20th of May 2015. This is a public document I'm reading for, which was an item that was tabled in the Hayne Royal Commission. It is a KPMG report into review of payments made to CBUS sponsoring organisations. It's a very good report, and CBUS's response to the report is also very good. The report makes it very clear this is the purpose of CBUS, a very large fund, a well-performing fund, no argument with that. But the KPMG's statement is the sponsorship payments made by CBUS are governed by CBUS's sponsorship policy and are made subject to an evaluation. Good to see. The benefit obtained by CBUS from sponsoring payment is recognised as the acquisition and retention of members and super contributions, together with an estimated increase in the brand value. That's it. They get invoices and they pay marketing payments, marketing and service payments. There's a whole list of them here on page 13 and 14, and all it says is advertising and sponsorship, nothing else. Doesn't list what it's for, just advertising and sponsorship. The invoices come in, CBUS pays it out of members' money, and it's for acquisition and retention of members. It's that vague. And let's look at the payments that are made to a number of sponsoring organisations. And those sponsoring organisations are the Australian Council of Trade Unions, the CFMEU, Communications Electrical Plumbing Union, Australian Workers Union, Australian Manufacturing Workers Union and the Master Builders Australia. They're the sponsoring unions. 2010, $1.3 million, just for marketing and services, nothing else, $1.3 million. No question, great performing fund, but you'll like this, Immigration Minister. 2011, $1.5 million in sponsoring payments. 2012, $1.5 million. Oh, my Lord. 2013, it rises to $2.7 million. What happened in 2013? I'm looking at the Shadow Minister beside me. Oh, there was an election. Who would have thought? 2014 drops down to $1.8 million again. And then 2014, $1.8 million. The Hayne Royal Commission looked at this. There's no issue that it is not appropriately declared and not appropriately invoiced, and there's no criticism in that respect. The issue is is none of it is disclosed for members to see and for members to have a say, and I think members should hear that. Otherwise, I look forward to moving the amendments in consideration in detail, and I thank the House for their indulgence.
I understand that it is the wish of the House to debate this order of the day concurrently with the Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Fees Imposition Amendment Bill 2022 and the Income Tax Amendment Labour Mobility Programme Bill of 2022. Are there any objections? There being no objections, the Chair will allow that course to be followed. I call the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Leader of the House, sorry.
That's a really bad outcome for me, if that's what you're
Sorry, the Leader of the House.
I second that motion and reserve my right to speak. Is that appropriate?
As Leader of the House, can I also get the call?
Yes,
yep.
I call the Leader of the
on
House.
that basis, having agreed that we debate them concurrently, I'll now move that the debate be adjourned.
I put the question that the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for a later hour. All that opinion say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it.
Deputy Speaker, I declare that the following bills are referred to the Federation Chamber for further consideration. Treasury Laws Amendment 2022, Measures No. 3 Bill 2022, Foreign Acquisitions and Takeovers Fees Imposition Amendment Bill 2022 and Income Tax Amendment Labour Mobility Program Bill 2022.
Thank you. I call the clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 6, National Health Amendment, General Co-Payment Bill 2022. Resumption of debate.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak on the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022, which amends the National Health Act 1953 to reduce the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme PBS general co-payment by $12.50, saving patients on out-of-pocket costs. The opposition remains absolutely committed to ensuring Australians have access to affordable medicines when they need them. We support this legislation to reduce the cost of medicines, noting that it is the result of a copycat election promise made by Labor, responding to the Coalition commitment to ensure Australians could save hundreds of dollars every year on the cost of essential and life-saving medicines. The Coalition has a strong record of delivering affordable, life-saving medicines for all Australians, and we encourage the Albanese government to continue with our policy to list all medicines on the PBS that are recommended by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee. This bill amends the PBS general co-payment from the current amount of $42.50 to the new amount of $30, taking effect from the 1st of January 2023. For certain medicines or treatments that have a Commonwealth price between $30 and $42.50, indexed annually, the bill gives pharmacists an option to discount that price to general patients by more than $1 while supplying as a PBS prescription. This ensures no patient is worse off after the reduction of the general patient charge, given the established practice for pharmacists to be able to discount medicines that have a Commonwealth price at or below the current general patient charge. The bill gives effect to an election commitment made by Labor in response to the Coalition's clear leadership on this issue, as I said, Deputy Speaker. On the 30th of April 2022, the Coalition announced an election commitment to reduce the PBS general patient charge by $10 as part of an annual $150 million hip pocket saving for Australians. We planned to wind the clock back on the cost of medications, reducing the cost per script back to 2008 prices. Following this announcement, on the very next day, Labor announced that they would reduce the charge by $12.50. So we're pleased we could lead the government into making commitments on this important policy area to support the hip pockets of Australians who rely on essential medicines and treatments. And it's worth reminding the House of the Coalition's record on affordable medicines, Deputy Speaker, because we do have a strong track record of providing Australians with timely, affordable access to effective medicines, treatments and services. When we were in government, we listed more than 2,800 new and amended medicines on the PBS, representing an average of around 30 listings a month. Most recently, from the 1st of April 2022, Our strong economic plan meant that we were able to ensure patients suffering from severe heart failure, high cholesterol and high blood pressure could afford cheaper medicines to treat their conditions. We were also able to list life-saving drugs to support Australians with asthma, prostate cancer, Castleman disease, HIV and Crohn's disease. This includes the PBS listing of Trelegy Ellipta 200, which was funded by our government to be expanded for Australians with severe asthma. Asthma, as members of the House know, is a common chronic condition and can become serious, especially if untreated. Without the PBS subsidy, over 1,000 Australians may have paid more than $1,000 a year for treatment. Another integral listing supported by the former coalition government was an oral treatment that has shown improved survival outcomes for patients with prostate cancer who have specific gene variants. Prostate cancer is the second most common cancer diagnosed in men in Australia and the third most common cause of cancer deaths, with 1 in 6 men estimated to be diagnosed with prostate cancer by the age of 85. And we do not plan to stop there. In the Coalition's 2022-23 budget, we provisioned $2.4 billion for more new and amended PBS listings. These listings also included critical treatments for breast cancer, cystic fibrosis, severe eczema, asthma, spinal muscular atrophy, HIV infection and heart failure. So in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I restate that the Coalition, the opposition, will support Labor's bill, and we do agree with their intent, which was first promulgated by us during the campaign, to make medicines cheaper, and we do encourage them. The constant advances in medicines, new treatments and expansions of treatments for existing drugs to existing conditions, that they continue and commit to listing medicines on the PBS that are recommended by the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee.
Thank you. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Dobell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've spoken many times in this place about the cost of medicines since my first speech, about Australians faced with difficult choices about which of their prescriptions they should skip or avoid, or what else they could go without so they could simply afford to fill their prescriptions. Choices people shouldn't be forced to make. So today, as a pharmacist and as a local MP, and as someone who has been pushing for more affordable medicines, I'm proud to speak in support of this legislation. Deputy Speaker, through this bill, the Australian Government will reduce the maximum amount Australians pay for their medicines on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or PBS. But before I go to the bill, I think it's important we recognise how we got here. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, or the PBS, was established back in 1948 as a limited scheme then, so Australians had equal and affordable access to life-saving and disease-preventing medicines. Establishing the PBS was not easy. As the Minister for Health has said, it was John Curtin and Ben Chifley who fought hard to create the PBS. It took 2 High Court challenges, 2 referenda, constitutional changes and long battles with the British Medical Association, as it was then called, with the Liberal Party and with many others over 15 years to make the PBS what it is today. And I'm proud that today we're continuing that long Labor legacy of investment in medicines. It was a Labor government that first introduced the legislation to make life-saving drugs more affordable back in 1944. And after almost a decade of neglect by the former government, it's a Labor government that is determined that medicines will be affordable well into the future. Deputy Speaker, under the PBS, patients pay a co-payment towards the cost of each PBS medicine, with the Australian Government generally covering the remaining cost. Patient co-payments are currently set at $6.80 for concession card holders and a maximum of $42.50 for those ineligible for a concession card, known as general patients. The co-payment for general patients has doubled since I first registered as a pharmacist in the late 1990s. And according to ABS figures, in 2019-20, more than 900,000 Australians delayed or avoided filling a script due to cost. 900,000 Australians. All Australians, whatever they earn, deserve access to the medicine their doctor has prescribed and their pharmacist can fill. And no one should be forced to choose between filling their prescription for potentially life-saving medicines and putting a roof over their head or food on the table. Deputy Speaker, yet that is what many people, particularly women, are being forced to do.
Thank you.
Over a third of women living in the electorate of Dobell, which I represent on the New South Wales Central Coast, struggle to afford prescription medicines, according to a recent survey. The survey conducted in January of this year showed that 37% of women who are not entitled to a concession card essential medication, while 20% of people across Dobell have been forced to go without medication. Deputy Speaker, as a pharmacist, I've seen this firsthand, working in community pharmacies or hospitals, who have walked into the pharmacy after a ask me, following an appointment, antibiotic mixture because she couldn't afford to purchase adult mental health inpatient units. And brought in by police or ambulance. In Australia today, that's not good enough, and they deserve better. Deputy Speaker, the PBS is a significant component, providing significant direct assistance, $13.8 billion in the 2021 financial year, to make medicines more affordable. Bill 2022 will mean that the maximum Australians will pay for PBS down to $30. This is a 29% saving. Approximately 9 savings under this bill. $1 million each year. For people around $150 a year, or those filling 2 scripts a month could save around $300 a year. Reduction. 3.6 million Australians with a current prescription over $30 will immediately save on prescriptions under this legislation. For the prevention of stroke, have to choose between their script or their groceries or their mortgage. This will mean they receive the essential treatment. Deputy Speaker, the PBS patients and who spend an amount equal to their safety net threshold on co-payments in a calendar year receive further prescriptions for that year for the from 1 July will still be counted towards the changes. Deputy Speaker, every year, in fact nearly every month, new medicines are added to the PBS and access to in line with emerging evidence about safety and efficacy of those medicines for broader indications. Continues to expand with them. Deputy Speaker, in the electorate I represent on the Central Coast of New South Wales, there are many people like William from Gorican, who contacted my office earlier this year regarding his health concerns, the number of medications he needs. He was and other people in his position that Deputy Speaker, and people like Ross, an aged care worker from the Central Coast who I spoke to today, Ross told me he takes multiple medications. Ross said that this measure will make, and I quote, "This measure is putting money back in the pockets of people who need it most." As an aged care, a real difference for his family. Ross said to me that it'll mean that it'll go a long way to covering the cost. This measure is, as Ross said, putting money back into the pockets of people who need it most, who deserve to be able to afford medicines, to be able to get the preventative care that they need to keep them well. Deputy Speaker, there is further good news for people accessing PBS medicines. From the 1st of October 2022, Australian on the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme because of the government's price disclosure policy. A visit to the pharmacist will be cheaper for savings of over $130 million for Australian patients and almost $930 million in savings for taxpayers. Conditions include migraines, breast cancer, a million patients with stomach ulcers or $26.70 per prescription for isomeprazole 40 milligram tablets. Deputy Speaker, pharmacist in this place. It makes me very proud to be able to support for my whole working life. I wanted to make sure that people who need medication most can afford. Patient clinic, the mental health unit, and a patient coming up to me and saying, I can't afford this medication. Delay. And this is after someone had had a really long inpatient stay where the whole multidisciplinary care recover and have a life ahead of them with some hope and optimism. And this is what this does. It means so much to me personally. Care that they need. To be here today, to stand in this parliament, is something as a local MP, and that I know will give hope to people who are struggling, to people who struggle to get out of bed, to people who struggle to put a roof over their head, for people who are charged to caravans and caves and no fixed abode. This has to change. In a country like Australia, those living with chronic, enduring mental ill health, struggling to be able to afford the essential medicine that they need to help. And we cannot continue them sick. This has to change. I spoke to a good friend of mine today, a pharmacist, Robert King, on the central coast of New South Wales. I know that this legislation was, and I quote, "In the current environment, it's a great cost of living measure and will help people improve compliance with for preventative health." Deputy Speaker, as Robert King said to me today, this is important for preventative health and it's important legislation that we must support so they can get through the spring sitting so that next year Australians will be able to afford.
Yeah.
The question is, I call the honourable member. Mayo. Sorry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, before I start, speech just then by the member stands out and makes you think. To acknowledge the words of great empathy. Compassion of the member for Dover to support this piece of legislation. This bill will reduce payment for PBS medications to provide Australians with more affordable access to necessary medicines. co-payment from the current maximum of $42.50 per script to the $30 per script at most, a reduction in cost for general patients, and that is an extraordinary saving, particularly when people have multiple scripts. The bill will living pressures and produce in order to get the script, you have who are no longer their practice, and that has really happened this year in the last 6 months. And I'm deeply concerned that people who are on job seeker or the pension, we're finding that in the past, people who were in those circumstances, many GP patients, but they're no longer doing this. And so in my electorate, I'm having a number of constituents who are going to the doctor, so this is a very welcome piece of legislation, and I must say, look, I have met with the Minister for Health and Age. Urgent issue with respect to GPs no longer being able to bulk bill. Look, in regional areas, weeks and weeks to see a doctor, and sometimes they're cancelling at the last minute because they just don't have cases to put forward as a co-payment. So I really, while this cost of medication, we need to make it so that you can go and visit your doctor, particularly Centrelink payment, and also, the cohort that always gets forgotten as well. So I'm hearing afford the doctor at all, and I do worry many of them are not going to actually visit the doctor to get the scripts in the first place. But we're first step, and I do hope that for GPs is the next urgent step that we address in this place, so that healthcare can. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the
Deputy Speaker. I would like to begin by acknowledging the member for Dobell's emotional and heartfelt words. As a farmer's, important it is for people to be able to afford medication that they desperately need. Choosing between on the family table or helping another member of your family with their medication, making that choice is a decision. And my electorate of Corangamite is also telling me that it is a decision. Well, I have a dry-style pharmacist, Chris Walsh, in my electorate, who says are struggling to afford their prescription medicines. Some families with chronic illness are foregoing their own medications for their children, or to pay for food or power bills. It's unacceptable, and that the maximum amount Australians pay for their pharmaceutical benefit scheme medicines. This bill delivers against. It is a Labor government that first introduced the legislation to make life-saving drugs more affordable. back in the 90s, and Ben Chifley, who fought pillar of our healthcare in this country is Medicare. That is also a Labor government creation. The Whitlam government in 1975, known then as Medibank. The Fraser Liberal government made significant changes to it from in late 1981. It took the Labor Hawke government to reinstate universal health care. Together, Medicare and the PBS are arguably the best universal health care system in the world. And the Deputy Speaker, Labor government will continue to protect it for all. Medicare and the PBS go hand in hand. They are both essential to PBS remains a cornerstone adapted to keep up with modern medicine, community needs and rising living costs. That's why provides significant direct assistance of around $13.8 billion each year to make medicines affordable for all, to ensuring that Australians continue to have access to affordable medicines. A refreshing change after years of economic and structural neglect that have contributed to the rising costs of living, which are placing increasing financial. We know that some people are many of them the most vulnerable in our community. The maximum cost to general patients for PBS medications $1,000. The previous government 75-year history, the maximum cost of general scripts under the PBS will now fall. The National Health Act to reduce the maximum general payment co-payment under the PBS from the current maximum of $42. This reduction of $12.50 for each script, representing a saving of 29%, almost around 3.6 million Australians with current prescriptions over $30 will immediately benefit from this. 29% saving doesn't include brand premiums, which are optional charges imposed by manufacturers. Allow pharmacists to provide with a Commonwealth price between the new co-payment of $42.50. The amount paid by the patient will still be counted towards the safety net, ensuring that no adversely impacted by the changes under this bill, which will put close to $200 million back into the pockets of Australians. Save $150 a year for one monthly script, or $300 to $450 a year. And what an amazing difference that will make to families who are struggling. The Australian Bureau of Statistics meant around 1 million Australians delayed or didn't fill their prescription scripts in 2019 to 2020. That's a worrying statistic, with real-life health consequences. Cutting the price of medications by nearly $1 afford to have treatments they need about the price. Deputy Speaker, these changes and by the pharmacists dispensing them. Pharmacist Scott Wilkes of Bannockburn Pharmacy medicines are affordable and relieving the pressures on vulnerable people in his community. He said it's becoming more dispensed due to cost of living pressures. He related the story of a recent customer who wouldn't fill in her own prescription. She'd received her monthly power bill and felt she simply couldn't afford to pay for her medication. She went without her medication to ensure a warm house for her kids. Scott said that while living, affordability appears to significantly worsen for those under 65 years of age and children. So it's Australians who will immediately receive cheaper medicines. Scott said the changes who have had to make stark choices, energy to keep their houses warm and buying essential medicines. It's no wonder the National President of the Pharma Toomey recently welcomed the changes in this bill and congratulated the government. Professor Toomey said, produce medicine non-adherence, which directly contributes to higher healthcare costs, including prevention. Other peak bodies, including the Australian Patients Association, Chronic Pain Australia and Musculoskeletal, also welcomed the measures in this. Pain Australia recently, the reduction in the cost of Australians living with chronic pain. Ms Hodson said medical affordability remained a key issue and chronic conditions. Deputy Speaker, over the past year or so, I've met with many of the local GPs in they and their patients are experiencing. I spent a whole day in a clinic in my electorate and was told are having in seeing a GP and in able to afford their medications. GPs tell me it is hard medication for a patient, knowing there is little chance that they can afford to have it filled, or at least not for the full. It seems that patients are often deciding to fill a script that might give them immediate relief, for example pain medication, is very important for patients taking expensive medications, such as for the prevention of stroke or for asthma. Life-changing medicines will no longer have to choose between their script and household essential medical and pharmaceutical care needed to prevent severe illness and to keep health. But it is not enough to simply introduce these important cost-easing changes. It's essential the changes are not. That's why the general patient co-payment will continue to be indexed on the 1st of January each year. Will be calculated off the new general co-payment amount, securing savings for Australian general patients. The Labor government will keep living pressures that Australians are facing right now. All Australians should have access to care. No one should have to choose between filling a prescription that their doctor has said is important for. Right now, Australians are paying the high price of a decade of government with missed opportunity. Difference to the household budgets for millions of families. The Albanese government is taking action. of Australians. We have plans to make medicines cheaper and to make it easier to see a doctor. Millions of Australians, thanks to an Albanese government. Just as for Medicare, it was Labor that built the PBS, and it is Labor that all Australians can access affordable medicines when they need them. Thank you.
Will be now read a second time.
Speaker, I rise today to speak on behalf of the people of North Sydney on the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022, and with the holiday and festive gifting season rapidly approaching, there is no doubt most Australians are, whether we're single, coupled or part of a family unit, we're all experiencing levels of inflation we have not seen rise yet further to somewhere in the vicinity of 7.5% before the year ends. In real terms, this means many more people, as the price of essential items like fruits and vegetables, bread and cereal, and clothing all increase to varying degrees. Pressure. Floods and heavy rainfall in major production areas across New South Wales and Queensland, grain supply shortages prompted by cost, both domestically and internationally, and disrupted production lines due to COVID. Interestingly, however, average consumer price decrease in the 9 months until September is medicine, with reports indicating that people of pharmaceutical has fallen by 1.1%, increasing number of consumers qualifying for subsidies under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. So, while the basket is decreasing, the overall cost to us as a society via our government is increasing. Average dispensed price, that is the price of the medication with both the patient co-patient and the government benefit, Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, increased by 5% from $70.65 in 20 to $70.65 in 2020-2021, as opposed to $67.34 in 2019. Then, as the government tabled this bill during our last sitting period, I confess I was struck by the quandary that this proposed legislation. For while this legislation will reduce the price consumers pay for a medicine, current cost of $42.50 differential, that is the $12.50 that the consumer no longer pays directly, will still be borne to maintain this parliament's commitment to fund the overall PBS program. Since the program's expansion covering the cost of their medicines by paying a fixed amount of the overall cost. In the case of concession card holders, once a patient has spent a certain amount on their medicines, they can qualify for the PBS safety net, which then sees people pay holders receiving them for free. In the truest sense, then, these amendments proposed in this bill do not routinely purchase a substantial number of PBS-listed medicines each year. This is when we must recognise the reality that while the price may not be paid, we pay. The impression of money saved here should not go unchallenged. Healthcare systems in the world and Australia. For most of my adult life over the last 30 years, I have worked in one way or another to improve the quality. In some instances, this has seen me actively work to have life-saving medications added to the pharmaceutical benefits in 1948, with free medicines for pensioners and a list of just 139 life-saving and disease-preventing in the community. The pharmaceutical benefit scheme, as we know it today, is a much valued and affordable access to necessary medicines for all Australians. For all its strengths, however, the reality is we the public costs associated. Data on the cost of the pharmaceutical benefit scheme in this immediate past financial year do not appear to be available as and looking at data from the end of June 2021, government expense for the supply of medicine for that financial year was or $13.8 billion, to be more precise. And that compares to $12.6 billion in the previous 12 months. At the same time, the overall number of prescriptions written and presented increased by 2.4% to a million, compared to just over 208 million for the prior financial year. There were 903,380 brands listed on the pharmaceutical benefit scheme at that time. Now, while I'm not proposing to vote, challenging this parliament to address where will the required how are the ultimate financial beneficiaries of the investment made in our substantial pharmaceutical benefits? How are they? For what we found when my team investigated this sector was that the way the sector currently works, pharmaceutical manufacturers with an Australian business number was just over $29.5 billion income was deemed taxable. That's just under 7%. On this income then, just $420 million in tax against an expenditure of over $14 billion by the Australian. But something here just doesn't seem to add up. As I said earlier, I'm not challenging or questioning the value of the pharmaceutical benefits. Ensure it is maintained and continues to provide for all Australians as needed. And in the current everyday items like medicines, I support the reduction in the co-payment amount for consumers. Challenge both this government and continuing to be funded into the future. We cannot simply shift cost from one collar not to notice. As this legislation passes through the House then, I look forward to seeing what must surely follow in quick succession. This government intends to pursue multinationals to ensure they are, in fact, paying their fair share.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the honourable member for Robertson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. To speak on this piece of legislation, the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 2022. As an emergency doctor, medication affordability is and continues services both on the significant period of time. There are three words that describe this bill: and access. Three words that we must strive for not only as a government. This piece of legislation achieves just this. Millions of Australians in my home electorate of Robertson will benefit from reducing the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme co-payment $50 per script to a maximum of $30 per script, a discount of $12.50 to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare in 2020 to 2021. PBS and RPBS, and in total, Australian consumers RPBS prescriptions. This is not just a measure that will ensure that those on the chemist, but this measure will save lives. And I'm going to repeat that for those listening on at home, this measure will save lives. To outline the speech, my first speech that I gave to this 47th Parliament on that day in the emergency department, one major reason they presented to the emergency department was medication. People were presenting to the emergency department because they were unable to afford. We are chronic illnesses with multiple comorbidities without any pharmacological any of their medication due to cost and their ability to meet such costs. Between putting food on the table, overfilling their scripts. People becoming incredibly ill from conditions that can be managed, found to be rationing medications, meaning people were taking diabetes mellitus, hypertension, hypercholesterolemia or epilepsy. These scenarios, these honourable but forced decisions can have devastating manageable conditions like I mentioned earlier: hypertension, epilepsy, hypercholesterolemia. They spiral rapidly out of control. But shockingly, but real, is death. These are people. These are people's mothers, their fathers, their grandmothers. Going without and risking their lives. And why? For those with diabetes, this potentially means vascular and macrovascular complications or uncontrolled blood sugar like blindness, high blood pressure, or hypercholesterolemia, high cholesterol, or this means an acute myocardial infarction or a heart attack. Consistent medication that they require can rapidly deteriorate intervention requiring hospitalisation or even worse. We pride ourselves on being able to care for our most vulnerable, to care for do not deserve to be punished financially for their vulnerability. They deserve to be supported and essential support. Affordable access to medications is vital for in avoiding progression of serious illness and vital for sustaining life in so many. Increasing accessibility and affordability of medications has direct benefits for reducing the pressures and the burden on the greater health system. Single parent with high they can afford to either feed their children or travel to the chemist their children. Their blood pressure, their hypertension, their hypercholesterolemia, their high cholesterol, experience chest pain. They call an ambulance. The ambulance arrives and on scene, emergency childcare is organised, another added financial burden for an already rapidly transported to hospital. A myriad of tests required to save the patient's life. The patient is transferred to the intensive, also costing the family in childcare and the health system in resources. Heart and restore adequate blood flow. After a few days in intensive upon discharge home, the patient needs more medications as a result. With a cardiologist, all additional financial and resource burdens to both the family and after all this has happened, the family is now even less afford their medications that they so desperately need. Put simply, this means more stable health for that individual, both physical and mental health. Or exacerbate. This means that they're less likely to require tests and resources in the emergency department. This means that they're less unit or on the hospital ward. They're less likely to need to engage require increased general practitioner appointments, and they are less likely to require extend well beyond the individual. As I've said before, our overwhelmed general practitioners, our inundated ambulance services and our this piece of legislation is proactive, it is practical, from healthcare legislation for the last decade. The Albanese Labor government maximum amount Australians pay for their pharmaceutical benefit scheme medicines. That was a commitment to deliver on that commitment. Our communities and vulnerable Australians deserve to be. Barriers should not be preventing the people in my electorate on the Central Coast or people right across. This financial barrier represents a heavy burden, and in the 2022 federal election was to ensure that all Australians and world-class medical care. Our goal. The introduction of this bill and the associated changes for the pharmaceutical benefit scheme to Medicare, they represent our investment into health services and the reduction to the PBS general co-payment of $12.50 drops from $42.50 down to $30. And this is a 29% savings to general patients of around $190 million each year. Services. This investment will assist in easing pressures what we've been hearing from the opposition since we came into government in May are seemingly the question of choice at question time. But I has put the Australian people first. This legislation in fact rectify what years of neglect by the Liberal Party have had. Hear this now. The Albanese Labor government is putting people and the health of people across the nation. This is providing of Australian families. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that this.
It's a pleasure to rise today and speak on the National Health Amendment General Co-Payment Bill 20. Wages and all other basics rise this year. I'm thankful that there will be some relief. On April 30 this year, I joined Professor Trent Toomey from the Pharmacy Guild of Australia to announce our election commitment of cutting $10 per script for PBS-listed medicines. Our initial announcement. It's important to note the bipartisan support of a reduction in co-pay in accessing PBS-listed medications since the scheme began over 60 years ago. To prescription prices for many years. A few days before the Coalition's family, saying the cost is especially affecting middle-income households. Pay for their scripts at the point of sale. Some people have been skipping medicines. If we can't afford the treatment that is prescribed, we're going Whilst welcoming the announcement in Northern Tasmania in April, he recognised the difference that this will towards addressing medicine affordability, helping our patients paycheck to paycheck. Stephen Mason also welcomed the bipartisan support for reduction in costs of accessing is an ongoing concern for many Australians. Our research has found that and 20% of people say it's outside of their regular budget. Blood pressure, high cholesterol, pain relief, depression, diabetes and more. Particularly those who are spending hundreds of dollars a month on necessary medications. Putting food on the table. I've heard firsthand from pharmacists of seeing patients come in and rather than buying all the necessary medications, they're making choices over what they can possibly who are choosing reliever medication as it's cheaper than preventative medication. Necessary to prevent this situation, and this legislation is a step in the right direction. Overrepresented in chronic disease for a number of reasons. Tasmania has a higher proportion of people over the age of 45 years and a population nationally. In 2016, Tasmania's median age diseases increase with age. A Tasmanian Health report in and over is expected to grow from around 19.5% in 2016 This will have profound implications for our healthcare system, a number of which are all amongst the highest nationally. Further, with an ageing population now overtaking all other conditions as a leading cause of disease burden. Is generally appreciated. The report also noted that arthritis was Tasmanians aged 60 years, with more than 1 in 2 Tasmanians reporting being diagnosed over 28%, followed by depression and anxiety at 19.1%. 60 and over age group, with 13.8% being diagnosed with diabetes. With many younger Tasmanians living with the same conditions and also, of course, paying for those medications. Are listed on the PBS, which will now see a reduction from $42.50 per script to $30 health professionals to diagnose, treat and manage an individual's health or ensuring the best outcomes for their patients. However, with the provision of pharmacies, particularly in light of World Pharmacists' Day this past world, publicly recognising the vital role that pharmacists play in caring for Helen in Riverside and Diane from Ravenswood, to name a few. I know that the It's estimated that there are more than 14 visits to a community pharmacy per year for each man. Relationship, the better the health outcomes that can be expected. Pharmacists Australians. Community pharmacists are medicine experts, providing professional advice and general health care. Their services are highly accessible in the vast majority of cases. Regardless of where they live, all Australians have the same access to PBS medicines within 72 hours. That pharmacies have played as they join general practitioners and community clinics in administering COVID. Just a few more facts on the strength of community pharmacies. We should be proud of our world-class accredited by a quality assurance framework called the Quality Care Pharmacy Program. The Australian, including pharmacists, interns, specially trained dispensary technicians, health industry, including more than $10 billion in prescription sales. With the average community pharmacy dispensing 54,000 committed to ensuring Australians have access to affordable medicines when they need them, and we have cancer treatments and services. When we were in government, we listed more than 2,008 per month. Medications such as Orkambi, which has been found to reduce the need for hospital visits. Prior to being placed on the PBS in 2018, the life-saving drug with over 100 cystic fibrosis patients in Tasmania, around 40 young benefiting from this medication and paying a maximum of $39.50 per script. Listed under the PBS under his watch, Trikafta, a groundbreaking drug described at the cost of almost $21,000. Some families were remortgaging their homes to access the payment will come down to just over $30 a month. And I can only imagine the pure relief fibrosis patients across the country. In addition to Trikafta, the Trodeliv for the treatment of triple-negative breast cancer, giving around 800 Australians the drug has shown reductions in tumours in 30% of women taking it, giving them up to an after 18 months of campaigning by the Breast Cancer Network Australia, who of policy and advocacy, Vicky Durston, to also give patients one significant milestone, highlighting the fact that the triple-negative breast cancer is an aggressive poor clinical outcomes. We can't underestimate the financial to spend with those they love, which is utterly priceless. Reducing the step in the right direction in supporting hard-working Australians. I support this additional cost of living measures relief to our communities. It is important to note has been saying will help to address cost of living. They are somewhat down the road. From financial stress right now, and whilst these measures will go along down the road, and we need to turn our mind to the issues that Australians are facing.
I read a second time. The member for Jagga Jagga.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I am on one of our government's very important election commitments. And it's actually been a huge introduced today our legislation for cheaper childcare. Thank you, Minister Ali. Introduced today. And in fact, we've also had our legislation for the Respect at Work and now this legislation around making medicines cheaper for Australians. Affect the lives of people in our communities, because that is what this government is about. A better place that directly affect lives. And I do have to reflect, having spent 3 years experience during those 3 years, when in fact we came into this chamber for bills that were really about presenting a political lives. So, as I said, I am so proud to be standing here today to talk about this important piece of legislation. Also, importantly, really making a difference to the lives of people. There are challenges that communities across Australia are facing at the moment. And to make sure that we are making their lives easier where we can. Whether you're in postcode 3081, 3087, 30... I know that this bill, making medicine cheaper, will make a real difference in your life. Part of our plan for strengthening Medicare and strengthening the pharmaceutical benefits scheme. Our country. And I have had many people in my community, particularly older people, I think, when it comes to day, week by week, these costs are adding up, and they haven't felt in the past, prior to the living pressures. And we know that when people are facing these cost of living, one of the areas that goes, and that of course should not be the case in a country like ours. People medicines. While there's no single fix to cost of living pressures, what our government in people's life to deliver some relief, to get the support that will help make a difference in those day-by-day. Government's reduction to the PBS general co-payment, we will be putting more money back into the pockets of Australians. Yes, that the maximum cost of general scripts will fall. Under this bill, the cost of maximum cost to drop by $12.50, dropping the price overall who might be filling one script a month. They could save $150. This change means every year they could save $450. That is third. We're ensuring that more people can afford to get the medications they need. Of course, we know that in addition to the cost pressure, there is that worry pressure for people. And we do want to reduce that burden as well as the cost pressure, because medicines aren't from their budget. Since 2000, the price Australians pay for prescription medication every month. Under this measure, our government is helping to address this by putting close to $2 change will benefit about 19 million Australians and 3.6 million Australians of 2023. As the Minister highlighted in his contribution to this debate, was due to the hard work of two Labor giants, of John Curtin and Ben Chifley, that the PBS was introduced, including the Liberals. So I can assure those in my community and beyond that under our government, we are committed to seeing the PBS work as well as it can in providing it as an avenue We do know that, as I said, making medicines cheaper needs to be just one part of the childcare reforms that our government brought in this morning. This is another significant cost. Significant costs if people are cutting back on being able to it. There is, of course, more for us to do in health. And post-pandemic, that has obviously been from governments and from service providers across the country to make sure that Australia's health system rightly expect. Our government is taking the challenge we're focused on and that we will continue to focus on. And I recognise who are sharing that focus on supporting the health sector and the workers who keep it going. The wonderful Austin Hospital, the wonderful Mercy Hospital, Warringal Private Hospital. That we also have wonderful health workers, doctors, nurses, administration staff, cleaners. And I do want to take this opportunity while I'm talking about our health system and how we make it as strong as possible. Work they have done throughout the pandemic and that they continue to do today. Government, which will upgrade the emergency department at the Austin, which reinforces once again on health. We know that when the cost of medicines are too high, we do mean getting the healthcare they need, providing for their family, or in fact putting their health at risk. Explaining the very real consequences of that he's seen in his work. And we certainly benefit in this place from having so many people with direct experience. There were close to 1 million Australians who delayed getting a prescription filled or anyone having to face, for them or for a family member or a friend. Australians have been provided with at least one PBS medicine. So it's clear do rely on as people age or for people with a disability. And if you are not personally someone who receives medicines, for people who need multiple medications, the situation with prices has meant other symptoms or medication that will support improvements to their long-term health. Chosen to look at that short-term fix and then potentially exacerbating long facing it's not good for them or for our wider community. Every Australian should be able to. It's actually one of the things that I think really sets our country apart from others, that in our community get it at an affordable price that shouldn't send them to situations where they're levels of debt or cost pressures. So by making medicines cheaper, we are supporting some of the fundamentals helping to address the cost of living pressures that I know many in my community and worse off under these changes. Pharmacies will still be able to offer optional payment amounts. And the savings this will deliver for Australians will continue over coming years. The general patient copayment this year, from the start of 2024, it will be calculated off the new copayment amount. This bill before us will make a difference to people and families in my community and to communities across the country. It will make a real difference to household budgets and it will of living pressures. It is just one of the many ways our government is taking action to deliver on our election commitments and to restore people are looking to us for reforms that make their lives easier, a better country for all of us. We are making medicine system. Labor's record in this space. We built Medicare and we will always protect Medicare and needed to make sure that it continues as one of the health system. The system that people know means that they can see do so in an affordable way when they need care. And we will always protect the PBS, again, as I've explained. People have been facing some really difficult choices when it and when it comes to making those decisions around their household budget. And we have heard as part of this debate conversations that people have been having with or pharmacists about, well, do I really need this one this month, or can I been prescribed for them. That is absolutely not run our country's health system. That is not a choice. It is a choice that our government is trying to make sure no one will that older people will know that when they have complex needs, they will be all the medicines they have been prescribed. It is about making sure that we have a health system that delivers for our to the future, that makes sure that people in this country know they have
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to happily support this bill, which is about implementing an important policy commitment that was made during the election, and I think matched by the Labor Party. It must have been quite cruisy being the policy team of the Labor campaign in the recent election. Spent the day just agreeing to do the same, to enjoy coming here and speaking about all the if we were successful. Thus, the Labor Party are happily which is a bill from previous government or an election campaign that we made during the election, and I'm very proud of the Labor Party supporting that commitment that we made and to speak in a bill that will put it in place, because of course it is very in the midst of this cost of living crisis that we are facing in this country and frankly across the globe, that we take is probably one of the most worthy areas. Reduce that burden on people across the country, and of course this bill enables that reduction in I'll come to that in a bit more detail in a moment, but first I want to take the opportunity to reflect on how lucky we are to have a country, and yes, it is commonplace in political my contribution, and there has been other contributions, but we are really, really lucky to have the health system that we've got in this country. Some might have more experience, definitely members of this House have got more experience than me. Of their health system that they may argue is better than in this country, but I think whilst we can always improve, we are really, really lucky to live in this. The standard of healthcare that we've got, the dedication of the in this country that we've got, and a system that comparatively much more affordable than that are known to be wealthy countries, that people would be surprised to and basic fundamental medical treatment is. I've experienced a few of them in the United Kingdom, which is pretty good. And it was very similar and accessible to our system, but I still think that it as the experiences I've had in the Australian system, but equally I've had the struggle to access that system, not just the experience that I had, but also the one that is so common, the stories that you hear about how proper health care can be for so many millions, tens of millions. I was an employer in the United States, so I had a subsidiary American system, and I came to understand when you get a job in the United States is getting your health insurance. That is vitally important to have sponsored, employer-funded health insurance. Really have a very limited, sometimes not. Glad that we don't have that circumstance in Australia, and I'm very thank all the people that work in our health system, all the healthcare professionals across the various disciplines who have looking after the most vulnerable people in our society, but have had particularly happen in our health system, and on top of that, that have been made the burden was just remarkable and a great testament to people in the system, despite the additional burdens that were to add to their workload. Some quite difficult people who are not being reasonable and not being understanding about restrictions placed on them that were all about keeping them safe. We really thank all of those great heroes for what they've done. So we are debating an argument. I think everyone's in agreement to support discussion about the importance of and something that will reduce the general, and there's a concessional rate, and then there's of course the safety net within co-payment. And as I say, this was announced election campaign. We'd made a previous announcement, but a previous significant announcement about the point of view, and in the election we announced the co-payment, and the Labor opposition I think it was that they would match it, and so here we are. A requirement for ongoing prescription medicine stream as well as the general stream, but are having requirement for prescription deserve as much support as we can. Of PBS related by the government. I think it was 81% and 19% the consumer in a co-payment, so I apologise if I've got those there, but it's in that vicinity, and I think that's great. We'd obviously finance the system completely, but it's important that there is a stake in it for people to under the system we've got, and this reduction is an important step to recognise that we can bring a reduction in place, and we also feel people that have got very significant medication. There's obviously the once they reach a certain number of scripts in a year, and that's medication requirements. So it's further providing support to yes. In the previous government, I was very proud in the term that a large number of medications were listed in PBS, and that's one of the great news of the coalition government was, of course, because we had the a huge number of new medications onto the robust process in place for how the process is undertaken to list drugs on the PBS. expertise than myself would have a lot of, and I hope that this new government can record and on the PBS that are worthy and legitimate. On listings, the previous Labor government had essentially said we just can't list any new medication for the foreseeable future. We want the people of this country to have access to the up-to-date, the most effective and researchers and experts, the most any treatments that they need. Best place to deal with their condition, to be encouraged. The highest standards that is available. It's really important. As far as making sure that we are seeing those, so that treatments that researchers that are effective are being supported. It would be a medical condition that they were confirmed to need any form of non-listed medications would are not listed to be able to get access to that treatment. And if circumstance where people couldn't get treatment in we didn't have a system that was in that situation, that which I hope we never see in this country, and I think there's complete all participants in our political process that we that your personal economic situation have nothing to do with your ability to access health treatment that you need to be ability of modern medical science point in time that you can, and that's certainly the want to always live in. And there's been a relatively strong and it's an important area to world-class system, and I'm not have ongoing debates about health policy and how we should be delivering different programs. Added complexity in this country because, of course, levels of government with various involvements and roles. But those fundamental principles are vitally important, that country where every Australian has access to the high health care. And so this is a bill that we happily support. It will go in some way to contribute in more than it is right now, and I commend the bill to the House.
The question is for Cooper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. General Co-Payment Bill 2022, and it is of this legislation today. It's a our election commitment to reduce the pharmaceutical by $12.50 by amending the National $42.50 will be reduced to $30. The first time the PBS co-payment has. We went to the election with a plan to create a better future, and with the rising cost of living, this bill will deliver on that commitment and give much needed cost of will mean a better deal for all Australians. Deputy Speaker, coming out of the recent census, a postcode can actually determine your life expectancy. There can be up to, in some parts of this country, on your life expectancy depending on acceptable. And it's policies like this, universal, helping that gap close. My partner has he spends a lot of money on medications every month. Fortune to keep him alive, but it's a good thing. But that's because those pills and that he will get that medication. Many Australians are doing it. Loses out because of it. They sacrifice. Can't afford it. It's issues. Statistic about the social determinants of healthcare. How hard it is right now, how it's hitting their family budgets. That is taking this incredibly seriously. I'm proud. Shouldn't determine whether or not you can afford to see a doctor or to buy the medication. That where you live shouldn't determine what your life expectancy. I'm proud to be part of a government that is taking this actions that have come from it, a strong push. Wants a job, can get a job, to an increase. Paid workers get a pay rise. Wage or in aged care, to ensuring that people can get cleaner, cheaper. And I'm proud to speak in support of this bill today. The Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme has not seen a cut of this size. From establishing Medicare to have delivered on health for all Australians for decades. It's $190 million each year that will be saved by patients. Under this legislation, the maximum cost of scripts will be brought to $30. That's a reduction to a family on the minimum wage. That's 14% of the population. Elderly Australians who are looking at this bill. It's vital that they do receive on a medicine they need and putting food on the table. Taking daily medications, taking it only every other day having the effect that it should. Country of Medicare. We are the country of Australians haven't just found themselves magically in a situation. This is the result of a decade of neglect. They failed abysmally when it system, and Australians are paying the price of their inaction. Afford treatments they need to live full lives. There are real serious, and it's led us to a situation desperately trying to negotiate which medication they can go with that week, that day. Other members of this House today about how that is affecting their constituents. And I'm sure she herself that this could have on her patients. Or didn't get a script filled in 2019. 100,000 Australians. About medicines that a doctor has prescribed for their health that industry leaders about this issue for a long time. We've consulted with who've shared what it's like on the ground with patients. Hearing these stories, it's heartbreaking. I've seen up close the medicines and the impact on people's long-term health. This is about people's lives. This is about on the important task of reforming our health system. I'm proud to support people avoid ever having to make that awful choice. Don't have to skip out on essentials. It means that John, who reduce his risk of stroke, saving medication. It's an anticoagulant medication. It costs $42.50 a script. Prescriptions per year. That is a cost of $1,100 a year that John has to find in his budget. And John is not alone. Approximately reduction to the patient co-payment. Now John that's a massive saving. Be sure they can afford the medicines that they need. Of living that this bill delivers. But it's greater access to healthcare, it's a healthier life, it's the ability to avoid serious illness, family healthy, avoid life-threatening illnesses. Needs of themselves or their loved ones. It's often stressful to navigate
to the honourable member for Curtin.
In material living standards since the post-war period. Gross domestic product, or GDP, is also of the success of an economy. Economic growth has its limitations. We're increasingly becoming we need a way that doesn't put impossible demands on our planet. In the 1960s, Robert Kennedy said, "Our gross and cigarette advertising. It counts special locks for our doors, in chaotic sprawl. Yet the we now have widening economic inequality, despair and loneliness, climate breakdown and political GDP. Our supports are focused on cure, not prevention. We are paying to fix what we continue to break. Means, not the end. Parts of our economy were essential. The nurses, teachers, carers and supply chain workers. So how do we get the economy to serve the economy? Lead good lives. This requires some changes, but they don't need to be radical. There's an emerging approach to public economy. Countries how they measure success, to put well-being. In fact, half of the OECD developed and developing countries with conservative and progressive leaders. So what will it take to change our people? Australia was an early leader in measuring well-being, but progress has stalled in the last decade. The government would need to lay out a roadmap for how we get to a well-being economy. This could include two things that the government could do. Start a national conversation about what we actually value. What makes a good life? Different countries have developed different. New Zealand, the swimmability of the through its good spirit, good Aboriginal elders. It's about connection with family and culture. It's about community role as an elder. It's also about meeting basic needs: safety, security and support, spirit. Having conversations about what we value, we can identify the tensions, appreciate the unintended consequences and the trade-offs. The things we value. Other countries have started this work with suites of measures identified in Scotland, Wales and New Zealand. Conversation on what we should be trying to preserve and trying to change. Here in Australia, there are a number of projects working on the National Development Index and the state version of the Australian Development Index of Western Australia. These provide great head starts for a national approach. Outcomes rather than outputs, rather than cure. Even if it takes a decade or two, this would point us in the right direction to proactively build a path. To rethink what we value and how we measure it will require community engagement and political courage. in their communities and in this Parliament.
Time has expired. And I give a call to the honourable member for.
I've spoken numerous times in this place in support of peaceful protests around the globe, whether it be in Myanmar, in Hong Kong. I've done this, I think, the same reason as most members in this place, because as democratic representatives, I believe we have a responsibility to pin the very freedoms that we enjoy, such as freedom of speech and expression, day lives without fear. These principles wherever they may be, because freedom is not just a remote concept. It's not just an ideal, innate human desire, a desire to live our lives the way we choose to. In this place, we are regularly focused on the Pacific in our region and the human rights challenges in our own region, which Australia has a very important part to play in our ambition to see everyone enjoy the same rights as we do here. Today I want to speak in support of those demonstrating peacefully. The Iranian people I know are a proud people, an ancient and storied civilisation that has bequeathed so much knowledge. They are also a passionate people, and that passion and that courage is on full display right now. For nearly 2 weeks, people have been the murder of Gina Mahsa Amini. Mahsa died in witnesses on the police, the Gasht-e-Ershad. They arrested Mahsa for improperly wearing a. There is no morality to be found in arresting women for the clothes they choose to wear or not to wear. And it is appalling. Whether it be in Iran or elsewhere, anywhere in the world, whether a woman wants to wear a hijab or not, it's solidarity with the people in Iran and here in Australia protesting in Mahsa's name. Many are doing so at great risk to their own safety. Has targeted protesters with the same violence they directed at Mahsa. Dozens of protesters have been detained, some taken to unknown locations. Sought to shut down the internet. Security forces have fired indiscriminately at, including 23-year-old Farjad Darvishi and 16-year-old Zakaria Khia, slain on the streets of the theocratic government in Iran. The Australian government condemns the deadly use of force against these protesters. Have been raised directly with the Iranian embassy here in Canberra. And as we have previously raised our opposition to officials across multilateral fora, including at the UN, we also support the calls for an impartial investigation. The people responsible for these crimes must be held to account, because justice. They deserve the freedoms they have fought for so long. Because people, young and old, are standing up in the face of great and serious and great the rights of people to make decisions about their own lives. That's what they're fighting for. You here in Australia, whether it or here in this place, in the Federal Parliament of Australia, we stand with you in your fight for your freedom. To the Zendaban Ezadeh.
The question is, That the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable.
No secret that the koala is an iconic symbol worldwide for Australian wildlife. Koala conservation, it is unfortunate that we continue to see a dramatic decline in population of koala decrease by 80% over the last impact of illness, loss of habitat, car strikes and the devastation beacon of hope for the protection and rehabilitation of Bonner's local koala population. President Angela Christodouleas, the Queensland Koala Society in June of 2020, after Angela had established this wonderful not. Since then, Angela and her team have been working tirelessly to protect, has rescued over 800 koalas, and in one night alone, her team recorded Queensland Koala Society do an incredible job, and it is no small thing Angela and her team to create a better future for koalas. Rehabilitation plan at the centre, and that is a koala kindy. Development of a koala kindy. A koala kindy would allow local rescued koalas one location before being released back into the wild. Currently, koalas rescued or to the Mogul Koala Rehabilitation Centre for final stages of treatment. Between centres time-consuming and costly for volunteers, it can also cause further election. I fought to secure funding for the establishment of a koala kindy in Bonner. Mr. Speaker, for the funding of a koala kindy. A koala kindy in Bonner would not only prove an incredible educational tool for local schools and universities, and there is no better hands-on learning opportunities for students. The koala kindy would also be in a prime position during the 2032 Olympics, being located opposite a future Olympic venue. The Chandler. Mr. Speaker, the need for a koala kindy in Bonner is clear. I am calling on the new government to honour this Queensland Koala Society, not just for the benefit of my community,
The question is that the House do now adjourn, and I give the call to the honourable member for Boothby.
Its commitment to introduce a National Anti-Corruption Commission. Specifically, the seat of Boothby at this year's election. I, like all Australians, believe trust that fosters trust in the government and in our society. It should apply to us here in this place. There is, of course, a practical and government. Integrity is directly related to our ability to deliver for the last election, and when we campaigned and when we were elected, we would deliver for the Australian people. of delivering services designed. So I know how far even relatively small amounts of government funding can go. Street and into homes to get Australians the health care, the aged care, the education that all Australians deserve. The money that the Australian people entrust to us, any of that money wasted. And I know that Australians and the people of Boothby they told me over and over again. I heard it from people of all political persuasions. Carers, from those voting for the first time. I heard it from Labor campaigning on the issue of integrity. When I asked the constituents of Boothby, one of the most universal, trust their government. They want politicians and public servants held. Ultimately, Mr. Speaker, integrity isn't a partisan issue. It shouldn't be a partisan. The Australian people are entirely correct to demand integrity from their elected processes, and in this place erodes. And as we with dramatic and disastrous results, lack of trust in governments, unity. Conversely, the strength of our democracy is that for all of us, for the people. Australians want to know that we, their elected representatives, make decisions. And that is why I was motivated to leave a job that I loved, that made a difference to South Australia. Share the people of Boothby's passion for integrity. The Australians I speak to value our trust in the integrity of the government that they've elected and the decisions being made in their name. I stand here as a member of a Labor government that will be introducing legislation to establish a national uneasy Labor government, and it was a key election promise for me. And here we are, just over 4 months. I hope all people in this place will stand up for democracy, stand up for accountability in our politics for good. Mr. Speaker, in May, Boothby voted.
The House do now adjourn. I give the call to the Manager of Opposition Business.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You might have expected that this government would be focused on moving quickly. The Minister for the Arts has refused to release $20 million in committed budget and which could have assisted the arts sector over the last few months. The so-called National Cultural Policy. A recent discussion paper gives some finally titled in opaque bureaucratic language, quotes, National Culture paper, the arts sector urgently needs a, quote, conversation about wants to force the arts sector to sign up to a new union-friendly industrial framework. delivery of great shows seen by as many Australians as possible. And there were some quite bizarre submission. A focus on reaching the audience is a bad thing, quotes a commercial. Another submission sneers at audiences, saying, quotes, Australian arts audience. Surely we can get better at this, close quotes. Yet another claims that, quotes, after decades of being expect nothing from government but open contempt, close quotes. Author Claire Wright, appointed to Mr Burke. The cultural sector has been, quotes, trivialised and marginalised, close quotes. In fact, our Liberal national government in 2021-22 total government, Liberal or Labor. Now, it's true that just today the Minister for the Arts is we have is a vague announcement. The full details of Labor's scheme are yet to be revealed. To receive payments under the fund. All the Minister needed to do was to use the sector. That could have happened some months ago. Instead, his new fund is not kicking. Effectively operated as a pre-insurance scheme because grant recipients knew that the funding they to COVID. RISE funded more than 541 projects, creating over A very good example is the Byron Bay Blues Fest, held in April this year, following the very unfortunate cancellation. Gone ahead without the $2.4 million injection it received from the RISE fund. This was confirmed to me by performances. There are plenty of sensible arts priorities which the new government could consider as it market for Indigenous art makes good sense. Using the internet to help show live performances all around COVID is a powerful tool so more Australians can access the arts. Making the arts more available who today are rather underserved in contrast to the abundance of inner city and CBD venues would be the arts competitive and contestable instead of locking in the money to the same cosy club of arts companies for decades. Government, and I think they would make good sense for the new government. But sadly, than making the arts more accessible and supporting more great.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A small stone was will be felt for generations going forward. According to the last year that wanted to work but did not even look for work because has followed through on its promise to the Australian people to introduce almost 5,600 families in my electorate will benefit from this childcare. 5,600 families will not be left when the fees for childcare are exorbitant. 5,600 in the workforce of their industry and be considered for promotion that require that make them happier and enable a better life. 5,000 enabling them to keep their hard-earned pay and have it accessible to them. I'm passionate about the life of all Australians being made better. And under this government, early education pay dividends. The earlier to get ahead, sooner children will be school early because of this policy. This bill also children are going backwards, school readiness. Our First Nation children, despite being 6.1% of the to have its mothers having to decide between affordability care contribute to the workforce. This government believes in both. That First Nation children are eligible for subsidized childcare from 26 to 30. This government says it's no longer one or the other. You can both afford to have access to childcare and go to work. With more First Nation children having access to early education, we set them up to have opportunity and benefit for the rest of their life. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I moved to this country to give my children access so that mother, fathers, grandparents, and carers would move mountains for their children. We would do anything for kids. And I also know how difficult not provide what is adequate for our children. I live it. Hunger can keep you awake at night. Guilt can keep you awake at night. But I'm very proud to say that tonight I will sleep so much better. And 5,600 families in my electorate thank.
The House stands adjourned until 9 a.m.